Welcome, everybody, to a beautiful Sunday morning here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio, about halfway between Cleveland and Columbus. And this is the third and final day of the sixth stop on the Hoosier Racing Tire Sports Car Club of America Super Tour. This is the Ohio Valley Region 2026 Great Lakes Race of Champions. I'm Greg Creamer. I'll be joined by Mid-Ohio sage Tom Michaels and DriversEye Live producer Brendan Kaczmarek, and doing the producing or the directing and the switching. Jordan is going to be back with us doing a great job as well. But we have cars on track and a big grid, so let's get through it. Once again, starting on the pole, the gentleman who finished second in class yesterday, Tony Ave. Then starting in the second spot will be David Fiorelli, starting third. These are all STU cars, by the way. Third will be the 74 Eric Friest in the Emin Motorsports Honda CRX. Fourth will be John Mills out of Fostoria, Ohio, local guy, and the traumatic brain injury restoration Mazda Miata. Starting in the fifth spot, the 84 of Peter Saint-Pierre. Starting in the sixth spot, the number 165 of Jorge Nazario in the Taxmania Mazda Miata. Starting in the seventh spot, the number 19, winner yesterday in a romp in the wet, Chip Herr out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, and the Warwick Auto Part entry. Starting, and that's an Audi, by the way. Starting in the ninth spot, the number 70 is Ethan Goulart, Shelton, Connecticut, all part of that great Goulart family, and sponsored by Toyota Racing Developments and Crook Speed in his Toyota GR86. Then we have our pole sitter in the STL category, and that is the number 39, Mike Taylor in the Just Track It Acura Integra, starting second in STL. 11th overall, the number 62 John Schmidt. He is an OVR, Ohio Valley Region member, and drives the Hoosier Redline Oil Honda Prelude. Then moving on, we take a look at third starter in the STL category. The 18 is Zolt Ferenzi in his motion control suspensions, Acura Integra. Starting fourth in STL, the 182 of Ethan Swindle out of Gainesville, Florida, in the Darth Shader tinted vinyl. Gotta love that, folks. Honda CRX. Then starting fifth in the STL category, the 169 of Gavin White from Utah. Starting sixth is the 171 of Brian Heitman. And then starting in the eighth spot is the 22 of Max Gee, another Ohio resident in his Gee Motorsports Hoosier Honda CRX. Then starting in the next spot is the car that is 10th, actually, in the STU category, the 76 of Charlie Baruth. And she comes from Jugs Corners, Ohio, another Ohio Valley Region member in the Albany Auto Works machine. Then we continue on. Ninth in STL is the number 31 of Richard Grunewald. And then in the 10th spot in STL is the 184 of Dan Harding in the Harding's Park and Cycle Nismo. Now, we move, to the Mazda Miata. Then there's the split start. So the second group of cars are T3 and T4, and we'll talk about what makes them that kind of a class as we get into the race. But gentlemen, yesterday had a big amount of success. The number 41 pole sitter Nick Heman in the T3 car out of Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, a Nissan 370Z Nismo, the Carbotech entry. Then starting in the next spot is the number 0 of Scotty White out of Auburn, Washington. And that's the Night Transport Hoosier Mustang. He did not start yesterday's race, so hopefully he'll be able to make some progress. Third in T3 is the 71 of Ethan Jacobs in the Jacobs Design Homes Mazda. Fourth, the number 3 of Max Stallone, who had a really good day yesterday too. Starting fifth, the 98 of Logan Stretch in the Wheels America Racing Mazda. Sixth in T3 is number 11, Matthew Novak, who came ripping through the pack yesterday. Seventh, the number 15 in T3 is William Bolt in the Bolt Racing Carbotech Nissan. Then our pole sitter in T4 is the number 52 of Madden Workman out of Canal Winchester, Ohio, an OVR member of the Planet Miata Mazda. Then second in T4, the number 9 of Trenton Kramer in a Mini Cooper, the Grass Paddock Motorsports entry. Third in T4 is the number 96 of Matthew Miller and the Kreider Racing Mustang. All right, we are out of the keyhole onto the backstretch where we start all the races here. And wait you're going to hear it, and we'll know. You can see the second field coming through the chicane. We're green for Group 1, and the first of the 2 split starts entry, and a big drag race down into that first turn between Tony Ave and David Fiorelli, and they are still side by each. Ave finally slices ahead and picks that spot up. I think John Mills was able to slide through and
Pinner in the back there, Greg.
That third spot. Oh, got a problem.
Yeah, it was Mike Taylor in the STL pole-sitting Acura Integra that got into that blue BMW that's now kind of tail gunner on the first group.
All right, now we are green in our T3 and T4 race. So we had a couple of cars that were really lagging behind here, so that's going to change the dynamic up. Nick Hamann and Scotty White dueling into turn 4, and Hamann able to hang on to the lead in that Nissan with White's bright blue Mustang sitting in the second spot. So both of our groups are green, gents.
Yeah, those 2 cars at the back, Greg, I think are a pair of ND MX-5 Cup entries, possibly both of the Wheels America cars, Max Stallone and Logan Stretch. Remember, teammates that went not 1-2 yesterday, but were in the top 5 in the Spec Miata race. They're out there getting track time in the NDs and have elected to start at the back. But up.
Oh! Big contact right there coming through that very tricky turn 9, and a car got over the outside, hooked the curb, and it just sort of had him do a big wiggle, and those cars did a couple of side-to-side hits. Hopefully they're both okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay. You can see how sketchy it is out there. You drop 2 wheels and immediately you're putting up the spray on the backside of the curb. Remember, I would estimate 1.5 to 2 inches of rain yesterday in that long-lasting thunderstorm, and everything off the track is still really, really saturated.
Yeah, it was absolutely sodden by the end of the day, and so not a surprise that it's a little bit sloppy out there. And if you weren't with us yesterday, I mean, we had, 2 hours of really hard rain, and the races were shortened. It was a really disjointed day, but the racing now continues, of course. Chip Herr, who came from that 7th place starting spot to win big time yesterday, up to 3rd in that all-wheel drive Audi A4. But this is a whole different dynamic and day for that blue Honda Civic of Tony Ave, because that is one trick Honda Civic.
Well, as we're watching as well, right now, Tony Ave able to stretch it out there, but look at her. He is right behind Fiorelli, and again, put that nose right under the rear deck of the Mustang onto the front straightaway here. And if we look at the sky to the west, we have some rain coming this way once again here, despite the fact that here at the racetrack at this moment, it's just gorgeous.
It's about as fine a morning as you can have here at Mid-Ohio, as long as you look at roughly 3/4 of the sky. If you start to look out to the west and southwest, it's not very pretty indeed. You can actually see some of the gray skies overhead. Chip Herr here, as long as the race, as we're not impacted by lightning here, I think Herr can really just bide his time and be patient. That being said, looks to the outside of Fiorelli at the keyhole. Fiorelli runs wide and kind of runs Herr out of road on the outside. Doesn't matter though. Herr able to use that Quattro power delivery on the outside of the keyhole, get the power down, and now has 2-3 car lengths in hand over the Mustang of Fiorelli and runs second to Tony Ave as they run down to turn 4.
And here comes a big lunge from Nazario down to the inside of Fiorelli. Oh, didn't quite get there. Fiorelli used that outside line to good effect, but Nazario sensed opportunity. And then John Mills, who was briefly up into 5th now, or into 3rd, is now back into that 5th spot. And what I was alluding to about Tony Ave's Honda Civic, that is a rear-wheel drive car because it came over from being a GT car, which allows, in GT, you're allowed to move drivetrains around, etc. And then when they created this class, they got rid of that, and they had to figure out, well, where do we put these cars? So he's driving a rear-wheel drive car. The rain yesterday, not very good, and Chip Herr and that all-wheel drive Audi was just gone. But in this day, there's a reason Tony was on pole in the dry. You know, he's a fabulous talent, and you know it was dry, and he was able to use all of that to great effect. And so, not a surprise, really, guys, to see him out front early here.
No, and I think one of the things we're going to have to watch, because we don't really have any data, nor do any of these drivers, is what tire wear is going to be like.
Yeah.
We had a 15-minute race yesterday in drying conditions. Well, it was actually pretty wet for this group across the board. They would have been out there on wet tires. This will be by far the longest uninterrupted session of the weekend, he says, crossing his fingers.
Exactly.
And so, Chip Hurd does seem to be running pretty aggressively at the moment. Obviously put the move on Fiorelli early and is now just grabbing gobs of time over Tony Ave to try and close this lead down. But 20 laps is a long way around this twisty, constantly moving Mid-Ohio sports car course. And there's nothing that doesn't say that, we're not going to be dealing with some tire wear issues by the time we come to the end of these 50 miles or so.
Oh, I don't doubt that at all. And the other thing, I think maybe the urgency for Chip is that sky. Just in case, not so, obviously if it rains, he's got this covered anyway. But more importantly, you mentioned it because we had a big long stoppage yesterday due to lightning. And if there's lightning, this race ends and at a certain point. And I think he wants to be at the front when that happens. So he's just playing his cards as aggressively as he can right now. He'll deal with some tire wear later if he has to, but he just wants to be able to be in a position to go for the lead and should this weather continue to be sketchy here. Just wanted to point out that in the STL category right now, Mike Taylor is leading and running laps really strongly right now, about a second a lap quicker than John Schmidt in the 62. Then Ethan Swindell is third, Zolt Ferenzi fourth, Gavin Wardle, who had a really good race in STL yesterday, sits in that fifth spot. And then in T3, it's Nick Haman in the Nissan continuing to lead from Scotty White. Ethan Jacobs is third. Matthew Novak, as I said, he had come from deep in the field and he's done it again and moved up smartly into podium contention here. Then William Bolton and Rob Pekarczyk next up. And in T4 right now, Madden Workman doing a great job over Trenton Kramer.
Mike Taylor, our STL national champion from 2025 in that Acura Integra. Stretching the margin over John Schmidt in the Honda Prelude, now up to five full seconds, actually. However, there is kind of this dark cloud looming over Mike Taylor. We saw the contact. It was a big lunge, actually, Greg, up the inside, going into turn number 4 on lap 1. I'm not really sure what Mike stood to gain from it because he was already on the STL pole. And showed the nose, didn't look like he was able to back out of it soon enough. And then that blue BMW we saw backwards on the way through turn 4 on lap number 1. So potentially some post-race discussion to be had with last year's national champion in that Acura. Margin is good, building a gap is great, but some question marks as to what this is going to look like by the time the checkered flag falls.
Yeah, and obviously all of these races are very closely officiated and looked at. And, we'll see how that plays out. But, boy, Chip Hurd now has glommed on to the back of Tony Ave. And, that was something we didn't talk about too much at the front. I just want to go back to the schedule. We'll have 5 races before the lunch break. All of them, if they happen in the dry, will be 20 laps. If they go to a timed number, it'll be 35 minutes. So as you pointed out, Brendan, a lot longer for these guys in terms of the race today. Beautiful move there by Mills. Got around the outside of Nazario. Mills in that silver open cockpit MX-5 and with that big wing on the back. And boy, what a beautiful move he put on. And right now, I think David Fiorelli, the weight of that Mustang on this very twisty track where agile works well, I think over a lap, and that's how we put in that great qualifying run for the front.
It's Mills with a problem.
Okay, wow, that was close.
Yeah, I think we actually saw that, Greg, in the SMX qualifying session, remember, on Friday. It's what took Deacon Greenfield out of the weekend. A car slows up over the crest of turn number 9. You're expecting to come hard back in the throttle at a corner where you can't get in the throttle soon enough. And I think Mills just didn't accelerate. Nazario didn't expect it and ran into the back of Mills. It put them both sideways up over the top. Unfortunately, Mills has not been able to climb the hill towards the carousel, and he is parked driver's right against the Armco at turn 11.
Yeah, and that's a pretty sketchy place. We've seen lots of cars. Well, there's a river that tends to run over there a little bit. That's dried right now, but we'll see here. We still have 14 laps to go in this one, so be interesting to see if the officials decide to just leave him there. We'll certainly update you on that. But, yeah, that was a great point. And the unfortunate thing for Nazario, I think.
Oh, yeah, car backwards.
Oh, yeah, exiting turn 1. There you... Oh, there's traffic.
That's actually remarkably well done, all things considered.
Yeah. If you got to do it that way. That worked out okay.
Now, let's see if we can pick up the number here as it gets back towards... That's Scotty B. White?
Mustang.
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah.
Greg, I've been doing this for almost 4 years now. I can't picture any other time I've said Scotty B. White in a Mustang has been backwards on a racetrack.
Yeah.
It may be a genuine first.
Absolutely right. And I think he's obviously suffering, in a way, some of the same problems that, Fiorelli is, because both of them qualified very well. One lap, you can keep those tires alive, but in race trim on a track where it rewards light and agile here, like Mid-Ohio, those Mustangs just carry a little bit more weight because of a little bit more power. And that can be a bit problematic. But as a result of that, the guy who, again, has just been auguring through the field here this weekend, a tremendous run by Matthew Novak up into second in T3 right now. He's by Ethan Jacobs and Scotty White. Now back into fourth and William Bolt in fifth. Surprise for me there, guys, is Max Stallone. He just cannot seem to really get going here and move up a little bit. He qualified fourth, but he's just sixth and just seems kind of trapped.
Yeah, well, Stallone, remember, started at the back with his teammate. Where are we here? Max Stallone. Oh, no, sorry. That wasn't Max Stallone. That was the 98 and the 103.
Yeah, stretch. And
yeah.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. So... second and third, anyway, are still a pair of ND Mazda MX-5s. It's really Nick Hammond out in front in that number. Where'd he go here? The number 41 Nissan that's got a handle on T3 here, especially now that Scotty B. White has fallen by the wayside.
Yeah, I think that Nissan is probably, guys, a perfect compromise for this track. It's got a bit more power than some of the other cars he's up against, but it's not as heavy as the Mustangs. And I think, with a good driver behind the wheel, that's a superb package to have here. And, in one of the big bore race, we saw Tony Ave just control everything also in a Nissan. So
I think we actually have them on screen here, Greg. The two Mazda MX-5s. Oh, and up the inside of John Sewell in the blue Acura Integra, number 48. Not a change for class position, but it does dump John Sewell back another spot. He was all over the back of John Schmidt in the other Acura. I'm sorry, that's the Honda Prelude, isn't it? Around the outside there. And there goes the Mazda up the inside at the carousel. So now Schmidt and Sewell are going to be back together in this battle for third place, in STL.
Guys, just give you a little bit of weather update. Taking a look at the weather radar, this is not a deep system at all. It looks like it goes back to maybe Marion, Ohio, which is about 45 minutes to our west. Unfortunately, it does appear that there is lightning in this system, so we'll keep an eye on that.
I want to correct myself. The red Acura, it wasn't Acura, not the Prelude. It's Zolt Ferenczi. Timing hadn't updated, and now Zolt has a problem around the outside of the carousel.
Yeah, he looked really slow coming out of there, didn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't use the access road there off to driver's left, but for sure does not have the power down and drops at least 3 spots there to the top runners in, or the mid-pack runners there in STL.
Yeah, and I mean, going through the kink, he also just ran a really wide line just to let cars that were faster be able to get underneath. It's interesting what that problem might be, because he was, extremely quick yesterday, and then would have a little issue and drop back a little bit, and then suddenly he'd come right back up through the pack and have a little bit of an issue. So maybe that has sort of continued into today. Now you see Scotty White doing everything he can to try and move up again through that T3 pack. And I had said earlier, I think as I was going through the grid, that Scotty White didn't start this race. He had entered in both T3 and T4, and he did not, just more track time. But obviously they're racing together, can't drive two cars at the same time, and so opted to go with T3. So that's why, so he did in fact start it, as is pretty obvious at this stage, as he's having another really, really strong run at this point.
Yeah, a quick word on Scotty B. White. They're beginning his charge up to Matthew Novak and Ethan Jacobs. Matthew Novak and Ethan Jacobs in those ND Mazda MX-5 Cup chassis, not necessarily a true Touring 3 car. And anyway, I think the value for those two drivers is in the track time. It's not necessarily that they're going for Touring 3 race wins or points or podium finishes or anything. But remember, the Mazda MX-5 Cup is here at Mid-Ohio in 2 weeks with the IMSA Circus.
Now there you go.
And, you know, running 2-3 seconds off the pace is absolutely fine. You don't need to be competitive in Touring 3. That just happens to be where those cars fall. More important to get track time in race conditions with those cars as they will run in 2 weeks' time, I think. Here is Scotty B. White on screen running a good 2 seconds a lap quicker, 2+ seconds a lap quicker than Novak and Jacobs. He will be there before the end of this race, provided we stay green.
Yeah, he's, you know, recovering that. A nice move there from that car, knowing that I'm sure they've raced Scotty before and know that Mustang's pretty quick. It just didn't fight him, just opened the door. Wasn't a class battle. And, you know, that kind of class awareness, you know, it's a lot better to lose a half a tenth, you know, or a half a second by just letting the guy through when it's not a class battle than to try and maybe race him to the apex, have contact, and you know, be out of the race. So that's great track awareness and understanding what's going on here. And you see up on the screen now in the scoring tower there, STL, Taylor, Swindell, Schmidt, Sewell, and Wardle. And Zolt Ferenzi, they're just outside of the top 5. STU, there's Tony Ave continuing to lead from Chip Herr. And, you know, remember, Chip was glued to the back of Tony Ave a few laps ago, and now he's almost 4 seconds adrift. So that charge may well have, as you had talked about, Brendan, taken a toll on those Audi's tires.
Yeah, I mean, I think in dry conditions, and we actually saw this a little bit last year in the interim GT3U class, the GT3 spec cars being tube frame chassis, a little bit lighter and having a little bit more aero available to them, just trying to actively peg them back to make them fit with the STU cars. The balance wasn't quite right last season, and in optimum conditions, I think the GT3 cars had a decided advantage. Obviously, we've just purely combined that into STU this year, that the interim class is gone. And I do wonder a little bit if maybe the GT3 spec cars are just still, like I said, in those optimal conditions, have a slight edge over the road car-based STU chassis. That being said, Tony Ave is a tremendous driver, tremendous car builder, knows everything, knows a lot more than most people will ever forget about building and racing cars.
Exactly.
But it does seem to favor Tony. The conditions seem to favor Tony just a bit here at this early stage. Slow car in the front straightaway, and it's John Schmidt out of third place in STL. The black Honda Prelude is going to pull to driver's left at the pit exit lane, clear the course as much as he can anyway. I don't know that that car was actually under power, but that is a podium runner in STL that is going to promote John Sewell in the 48 up onto that third step of the podium.
Yeah, impressive stuff, and it was great to see him be able to get that car off there. And even he's got power. He's reversing into the pit lane to just make sure he's very well tucked away, and you have to appreciate that. And if he can get far enough back in to make sure that pit out lane isn't obstructed at all, that's no problem. We still have 8 laps of racing to go here. And the other thing about Chip Herr, real quick, is, you know, aside from you know, the Audi, you know, if the all-wheel drive, you know, can be hard on tires in the dry, but because it's got all-wheel drive, it pays even an additional weight penalty. So that's heavy. Now, in the wet, that weight penalty actually helps the all-wheel drive because it helps you plant all 4 of those drive tires. but in the dry, it can really torture the tires up here. And he's now 6 seconds back. Yeah, you know, Tony right now just ran a fabulous lap, a 36.2 to the 38 even by Chip. So there's Tony just rolling the speed up through the top of madness here. Here comes Chip as he works his way around. And then David Fiorelli is a long ways back at this point. In fact, Nick Hamann in that Nissan Nismo 370 is now 4th overall, guys, and doing an absolutely incredible job in his T3 Nissan, 4th overall, leading in class. Really impressive what Nick Hamann is doing here.
Battle to keep an eye on here, Greg and Tom. It's the battle for 5th in STU. Ethan Goulart and Zach Arnold. Zach is in a blue BMW, probably headed towards madness at this point, or somewhere around there. I was actually just able to pick out that number. There they are, headed out of madness, as a matter of fact. I was just able to pick out the number on that car as they came by start-finish. That is the car that was spun around at turn 4 just after the green flag by Mike Taylor in the STL leading entry. Zach has recovered really, really nicely in that BMW 330i and is laying down lap times that are a good 5, 6, 7 tenths quicker than Ethan Goulart in the number 70 Toyota GR86. There is that blue BMW pushing hard, a little sideways and opposite lock on the way into the carousel there.
I believe he's giving it some welly.
I would think that is exactly the right way to put it there, Mr. Creamer. But you can see the margin now beginning to come down. Goulart went through in the white GR86 just a moment ago. And Zach Arnold, great recovery, way to stick with it and try and salvage a decent result out of this. Goulart actually in some traffic now, stuck up behind one of the Mazda Miatas and an orange car that I didn't catch as it went by, but just keep an eye on these lap times here. Arnold last time through 39.225. Goulart actually responded really well. Drops a 39.9 down to a 39.1, so actually able to stretch the margin slightly. But with 7 laps to go here, Arnold's going to need to take out a good 7, 8, or 9 tenths of a second a lap in order to get up into the top 5 here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that orange left rear corner, some pretty significant damage. I think it might be the tire well insert. Either that or it's just the bumper that's flapping back there. But that pretty effective air brake. There's Goulart going through the picture. And then here comes your man, Zach Arnold. Ooh, using every bit of the road over turn 9. That is just the bumper in the back of that car. But look at, two of what I call my commitment meters around here. The exit at 9 and the approach to 11. And it is phenomenal, the lines that Zach Arnold is driving through that section of track. And these two Mazdas that are in between those two, man, are they having a scrap. So really, really fun racing that we are watching here. And we've still got plenty of it to go here in our first race group of a busy day. And it looks like we got a little rain starting at parts of the track. So, yeah, it's wet out there. And looks like it's getting wetter. And this is going to... Now, remember, folks, these guys, hot tires and the like. And if it's just a very light little thing, sometimes... that doesn't lose the track. That the track can still be okay. But if the rain starts to really come, it's going to affect things. So we're going to pause real quick here while things have calmed down just a little bit and say thanks to some great partners that make our broadcast here on DriversEyeLive.com possible.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Rain starting to pick up here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, and 4 laps to go, 7.5 minutes left in the time window. And that little Audi that just went through the frame, that is Chip Herr. And it depends on how wet the track is. Is it wet all around or just wet in a couple of corners? Because he's sitting there going, come on, skies, open up, to give him an opportunity here. And Tony Ave is going to be very pleased that he was able to build up a 10-second lead after Chip used his tires up a little bit, getting to the back of him. And now Chip might be paying the price at this stage, because he doesn't have enough tire left. But I'm starting to see windshield wipers starting to come on here, so this might look at this.
Man. This is a yes but scenario, Greg. Chip Herr is 10.3 seconds back. 4 laps to go, 6.5 minutes. Based on the pace we saw out of that Audi yesterday, and bearing in mind they are on dry weather tires this morning, I would not be shocked if Chip Herr starts to take just massive chunks of time out of Tony Ave. The first sector, he was 1.3 seconds quicker, slower in the second sector, but remember, it's basically bone dry around the northeast corner of this 2.4 mile Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, stopping wet at the other corner. So maybe it balances out in Tony Ave's favor. Oh, you know what? They're going to throw the checkered flag, Greg. It's happening just now. Tony Ave has just finished the race, first position. Chip Herr is going to come home second. We finish about 3 laps early.
I'm curious as to why we would do that, unless that it is something to do with lightning. But they made the call. Checkered flag is out. So Tony Ave gets the win with Chip Herr second, and David Fiorelli on the podium in STU. That's the overall podium as well. And then Nick Hamann will end up in, how about this, 3rd overall, guys. He just did this on this last lap. Nick Hamann in that Nissan finishes 3rd overall and wins T3. So David Fiorelli still on the STU podium, but not the overall podium. Then we go down a little bit deeper, and winning in STL, 39 Mike Taylor. We'll see how that pans out afterwards. There may be some discussion, as you pointed out. 2nd in T3, 9th overall, 71 Ethan Jacobs, who just drove a really, really consistently smooth, impressive race. And Scotty White will come. Oh, Scotty got Ethan on the last lap.
Oh, man.
There he is. He just nipped him. Wow, what a finish there. So Scotty White ends up 2nd with Ethan Jacobs in 3rd. Still, pretty impressive drive by Ethan, I think.
Yeah, that's important for Scotty too. Remember, even if Ethan and Matthew aren't running for the points championship in Touring 3, those points don't just disappear if by lack of intent or whatever. Scotty getting those extra points to finish 2nd in Touring 3 could actually be really important when we come to the end of the season points tally. Obviously, Nick Hamann up taking the class win is better, but good recovery for Scotty to pick up a couple of extra points there along the way.
No, especially considering he was backwards out of turn 1 at one point.
Yeah.
So, you got to be pleased with that. 2nd in STL, Ethan Swindell in his Honda CRX, and 3rd in STL. A great drive again by Gavin Wardle. Came up from 5th on the grid, dealt with a ton of traffic, and was able to get on the podium in STL. And then in T4, it's Madden Workman, not a big surprise there, getting the win, doing just a superb job. Second in T4, Trenton Kramer in the number 9, and third in T4. Sorry, got to scroll my screen here just a little bit.
Like Matthew Miller in the 96.
Matthew Miller, you are correct, in his Mustang. So, boy, you got to wonder what's going on inside the helmet of Chip Herr right now.
Yeah.
Because,
I think Chip needed this race to be, or the rain to be shifted about 5 minutes earlier.
I would agree.
If this were, even if this were going to go to full distance, the full track wasn't wet enough for Chip to make up all the ground he needed to make up.
Right.
Now, if he were within 3 or 4 seconds, it might have been a different story.
Yep.
But it was just timed very slightly wrong for Chip to be able to do anything with it. As it turns out, it's kind of a moot point anyway. Just to clarify here on something, the yellow was for a couple of cars that had pulled off and were going to need to be recovered. One of them was on the inside of turn number 2. It was the number 76. Which I'll need to pull the number up on here. It's Charlie Baruth in her STU Mazda MX-5.
Got it. Okay.
Actually, from just across the street here. It does continue now on her own. I think there may actually be another car off in the gravel on the outside of turn number 2. And with cars starting to litter this Mid-Ohio sports car course, at a certain point, yes, you can let a couple of cars sit, but you're going to have to do something from a safety perspective. Because eventually you're going to get cars sliding off into each other, which is not something you ever want to see. So all in all, a safety decision based on the number of incidents that were piling up, not one specific thing or specific to rain or lightning or anything like that.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Knowing that there were cars off and of course, as the rain falls, if there's a car off and then rain falls and you go off, you're going to go farther. Because it's even wetter again, and safety issues, and they're always going to go for that in terms of keeping things nice and tidy and safe. That's one of the big things here. So we are going to step away as well after an interesting start to our long day of racing. Up next, one of our favorite classes. It's Group 2. It's all the same kind of car. It's a spec class called Spec Racer Ford 3, and they always put on a fabulous show, and we'll be back to bring it to you.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Hey everybody, my name is Jonathan Stark. I'm racing the number 51 GT2 Viper ACRX here at Road America this weekend. We're going to kind of talk about some changing conditions that are happening this weekend. We're going from rain to wet to dry to kind of wet, trying to figure out the correct setup, which tires we might need to run in our particular racing line that we need. With racing in the rain, you usually want to soften up your vehicle. Some of the things that you can do is change your shock settings, change your spring rate, and maybe if you can also change your sway bar. We can change our shock setting, so we go soft. You really want to go soft in the rear in this car, so we can kind of put the power down a little bit easier. With any type of racing, you have different tires. In this scenario, as you start seeing that rain coming down, it's time to start trying to figure out which tire you have. There's full wet, there's intermediates, slicks, and what we call a DOT slick. This is where it kind of gets challenging, and the best of the best can really kind of figure out which tire to use at the right time. If it's drying and you think it's going to be really dry, you put that full race tire ready on that slick tire and go for it. But definitely if it's raining and you think it's going to be raining the whole time and wet, we use that full Hoosier rain tire. One thing that really factors into this is what you're going to do as a driver. A lot of people change their actual racing line or driving line. As you look, you're looking for puddles, you're looking for glare. If you're on the rain tires and it does start to dry, you're seeking the wet to keep those tires cool. But if you are on those dry tires and it is starting to dry out, you try to get to that dry line as soon as you can to keep those slick tires warm, and hopefully you have the chance to win that race. Hopefully these items that we covered today help you at the track and hopefully make you more successful. But it is my time to go. We're about ready to go race ourselves. I actually need to figure out which tires I'm going to use here in just a moment. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for watching.
To be wet tires or not to be? That is the question. It's been kind of an interesting choice here, I think, for our SRF Ford 3 field, Spec Racer Ford 3 field, because parts of the track are wet, some of them barely even damp, and this is going to be a longer race. So we'll talk more about that, but let's get through a starting lineup. Pole sitter from yesterday remains Bobby Sack in the number 19. Further Motorsport entry starting second, Simon Gamble, the number 8. That's the Mako Networks entry. Starting in the third spot, the 95, Zach Della. And in the Elite Autosport entry. Starting in the fourth spot, the number 17, Gian Buffamonte. In the Buffamonte Racing entry. Starting in the fifth spot, the 105, Tyler Stevens in the Hallett Race Shop machine. Starting in the sixth spot, Peyton Long, the number 104. And he drives for the Hallett Race Shop Sawbelt machine. Starting in the seventh spot, the 22 of Caleb Rothel, and that is the GBM Racing and Further Motorsports entry. Starting in the eighth spot, the number 89, Dexter Zuba, and that is the Alliance Autosport Spec Racer Ford. Starting in the ninth spot, the number 7, Justin Clotcherty, and that he is in the Further Motorsports entry. And completing your top 10, the number 48 of Chris Jennerjohn in the Jennerjohn machine. Starting in the 11th spot, number 78, Jace Petty, and driving doesn't show any sponsors there, so let's hope he gets some. Starting in the 12th spot, the number 5, Alan Deininger out of Manford, Oklahoma in the Hallett Race Shop entry. Starting in the 13th spot, the 33, Rob Peelsticker in the Bravo screen printing machine. Starting in the 14th spot, the number 85 of Isaac Rothel in the Further Motorsport GBM Racing entry. Starting in the 15th spot, number 9, Tyler Fox in the Prestige World Ride entry. Starting in the 16th spot, the 07, yesterday's winner, remember, from 16th on the grid, Sandy Satullo III, and in the Crowned Eagle Racing machine. He was brilliant yesterday in that short race. Starting in the 17th spot, the 04 of Greg Miller in the Further Racing Subway entry. Starting in the 18th spot, the 46, Grant Vogel in the Carrier entry. And then starting in the 19th spot, number 30, Liam Kerper in the Doggone Racing machine. And rounding out your top 20, the 79 of Stephen Greenhill in the Blackhawk Motors Further Motorsports entry. Starting 21st spot, the number 133 of David Anzalone in the Results Gimli entry. Starting in the 22nd spot, the number 12 of Russell King in the PM Racing Joe Pelican Motorsports entry. Starting in the 23rd spot, the number 47, John Vogel in the Carrier Air Conditioning entry. Starting in the 24th spot, number 15, Mike Anderson in the Doggone Racing entry. Starting in the 25th spot, number 65, Bart Morris out of Bellefontaine, Ohio. Wanted to get that one right for him yet. Starting in the 26th spot, number 21, Charlie Rogers. And Charlie in the Alliance Autosport entry. Starting in the 27th spot, the number 45, Tom Burt from Shoreline, Washington. And the 28th spot, the 00 of Jared Odrick out of Lebanon, Pennsylvania, the Susquehanna region. Starting in the 29th spot, it is the number 18 of Armar Carter in the Oak Tree Motorsport entry. Starting in the 30th spot, the number 73, Nick Heining in the FiberTech Composites entry. Starting in the 31st spot, the number 165 of Scott Ross. Starting 32nd, the number 27 of Mark Trauman. 33rd, the number 118 of David Brian Zuber. Starting 34th, the 32 of Nick Neunoff. Starting 35th, the 94, Larry Morris. Starting 36th, the 08 of Andrea King. And starting 37th, the number 58 of Stu Coomer. One of our biggest fields. And again, guys, the question, wets or not? What are your thoughts?
Well, I would say right now, I would go with the wets because it is quite wet out there around most of the race course. And you can see from our shot up there in the keyhole, it is continuing to rain here. Now, it's not a very deep system, but I think it'll last for this entire race.
Yeah, if you don't go with wets here, I don't know where you're going to find the grip. It's as bad as it gets down here at the keyhole. But elsewhere around the circuit, Not as bad as the conditions were yesterday for these cars, actually, Greg.
Right,
but
exactly.
wet enough that I don't
Yeah.
think you can skate around on the nominally treaded tires that these cars run in the dry.
Well, we're going to find out. 35 minutes or 20 laps of Spec Racer Ford 3 racing. And we are green. Oh, a car almost off on the right, the left there. But Bobby Sack this time able to jump to the front once again. And in these conditions, that's so crucial just to be able to make sure you've got the best visibility. But we are 3 abreast in a battle for the 5th spot and right in the middle of the field.
It's Simon Gamble.
That is Gamble. Goes around and just got clouded as well. Oh, man. And I'm not sure who that was that got into him, but he was completely unsighted behind another car that swerved at the last moment. So that's really unfortunate. Watch for it here. There goes Gamble, guys.
Yeah, unforced error by Simon Gamble. Looks like he caught the paint or the curb on the inside of turn number 4. It rotated the car. He was a couple of car lengths behind Bobby Sack already. Really didn't need to push, but I think just tried to optimize turn 4 there where there may or may not have been grip. And even if there wasn't standing water there, Greg, I think that wet paint can just be enough to cause the car to rotate. Look at this, though. Tyler Stevens and Peyton Long from 5th and 6th on the grid, now up into 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, and remember, Peyton Long was sort of Bobby Sack's nemesis in yesterday's race, if you watched it. Forced Bobby into a spin, no contact. But Bobby, you see him waving there, and the reason is I think we have a full course caution has come out, and he was just signaling to everybody, I am slowing down. And, well, here comes Simon limping away, but that is one broken car.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate this happened the way that it did.
Absolutely.
To have 2/3 of the field miss a sideways Simon Gamble there on the exit of turn number 4, just one car unsighted around the outside. It's not just that he was unsighted, but when you race in conditions like this, Greg and Tom, it takes so much pre-planning as to where you position the car, how you get on the brakes, where you turn the car in. You're almost having to actively think about everything you do to the car.
Yep.
And if you're presented with something unexpected, unanticipated around a wet corner, and you're already on a trajectory that's going to put you on a collision course, there's virtually nothing you can do by the time you see it to avoid the spun car.
Yeah, I think that may have been Greg Miller that was that other car involved, but we're under a full course caution here, and it's going to take a little bit for a cleanup. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to take a little bit of a break, say thank you to the partners we have that help make the broadcast possible here on DriversEyeLive.com.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Welcome back, everybody. The field continues under the full course caution here. The safety car had gotten a little ahead of things, so just pause for a moment to bring Bobby Sack and the rest of the field up onto his 6. Just wanted to point out that yesterday's winner, and remember yesterday's races were short 15-minute races, Sandy Satullo, who started 16th, came through the field to win that one yesterday. And apparently he looked at the schedule today and went, well, you know, these races are twice as long, so I only have to make half the distance up in the first lap. Because he went from 16th to 8th. Just an incredible start.
I mean, it is the best time to go grab positions, right? If especially in the wet.
Yep.
Even if you think you've got pace, if you think you've got an opportunity, grab as many as you can without putting the car at risk on lap number 1, and then you've got half the work to do over the remaining, 35 minutes.
Yeah, and he did pulled off. We saw him jump out to the right of the screen as they were coming at us, and I think he just ramped right around the outside of turn 4. The banking isn't as steep in that corner, but there's still a little there. And, in the wet conditions, we talked about it yesterday. Those of you not familiar with it, there's usually a rain line around a track. And oftentimes, it's off of the normal racing line because that gets very polished by cars continuing to run over it. And so the aggregate is super smooth. And in the dry, that's exactly what you want. But in the wet, you want it to be a little rougher where there's more bite. And so you can see the guys here, some of that, they're just exploring for grip. They're looking, is it inside, is it outside? But one thing you know for sure, like up at the top of the S's that we see up in the upper left there, that's got a big slope to it. So the higher you run up there, the more grip you're going to have because water runs downhill. Same thing to a certain degree in turn 4. There's a couple other corners around here as well. And so if you see them driving in a dry race would seem to be kind of erratic lines, not so much here. They're just exploring for grip. And Satullo seems to have a very in-depth knowledge of where the grip is here. Of course, he is, even though he's from Florida, he runs out of Northeast Ohio region, so he's here a lot.
Just two quick things to tidy up here, Greg. Number 1, the 2 cars involved over at turn 4 on lap 1. We knew Simon Gamble in the number 8 was one of them. The other car, the blue car that hit him, was the number 9 of Tyler Fox.
Oh, okay.
Out of Overland Park, Kansas. That car obviously did not proceed from the impact site over there at the exit of turn number 4. Simon Gamble got 2 corners further around before deciding to park the car at turn number 6. Unfortunately, Simon left the car and they need to go chase him down to get it towed back under this full course yellow. So it may be an extra lap just till we get that all squared away and taken care of. And Simon's car pulled to a place of safety, but we seem to be making decent progress there. Second point to clear up here is that the rain has all but stopped on the front straightaway where we are perched here, Greg. As I look out across the way to turn number 10 and 11, I can't really see the spits of rain that I did earlier on. It was very steady at the time, but really difficult to even pick out a mist here. So I don't know, 25 minutes, is that enough time to start to develop a drying line around this Mid-Ohio Sports Car do? It might be.
Oh, with this number of cars, I think absolutely.
Yeah, not gonna do much under the full course yellow here, but if we get some pace and some heat into the tires and energy into the track, yeah, I think we could start to see some of that fresh but gray pavement start to appear on the racing line.
And also, this is that new pavement from a couple of years ago, so I think that it does dry quicker than what we used to have here at Mid-Ohio.
Almost have to reset your expectations. When we came here for so many years, it was, as Greg has said over the course of the weekend, just a disaster in the rain. No grip. And it was to the point that the motorcycles actually wouldn't come here, right? Because they just had no grip. There's nothing they could do. The new pavement obviously changed that in a huge way. And drivers, everything I've heard, they've been really pleased with the way it races. But you really do have to reset your expectations for how it's going to drive, where the standing water develops and doesn't develop. And that only comes with experience and running these types of races, which incidentally, we did have yesterday already.
We did indeed.
And, in conditions very similar to this.
Yep.
By the way, the motorcycles are back.
I'm aware,
Yeah, they are. Yeah, Moto America is back. And that's one of the things, if you don't have a lot of track experience here, and maybe you've been here since it's repaved, but never in the wet, that pace lap, that's, and you see a lot of the drivers doing it here under caution, but if you don't have experience on the pace lap when it's wet, get off of the normal line and explore, find the grip. And that, you'll see a lot of cars doing that on a pace lap in these wet conditions. That's, and the other thing you can do is if you're not racing and it's still wet and you go to a corner, and in between races, if there's a corner you're struggling at, go talk to the corner captain, and in between races ask if you can just go out and just kind of do the old shuffle, sliding your feet across the track all the way across the corner. And it's amazing. It'll tell you, here's your grip and here's where you don't want to be. So it's a very useful tool.
I think we've pulled the flags down at the corner stations. Lights go out on the safety car now. Yep, he says, trying to time the camera latency correctly, and we're going to go back to racing after 4 laps under the safety car.
Yeah, you played that very well, sir. It's like you've done this before.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, let's go racing again. 22 plus minutes and 17 laps here. So we'll see. It probably will go to a timed event, but let's see what happens. Still, though, plenty of racing to go and a big, big field. Pace car is in. Onto the front straight. The green flies, and Bobby Sack picks up the throttle and tries to throw as much moisture into the face of Tyler Stevens as he can. Behind him, a nice little scrap there. I think Gian Buffamonte was looking at a move on Dexter Zuba as we come through turn 1. And, in these conditions, you see guys coming through turn 1 side by side because the grip can be really good on the outside of the track. Here's a very tricky corner up to the top. Look at that wide line by Peyton Long.
Yep, Tyler Stevens was able to get the lead away from Bobby.
Right in front. I think that was Grant Vogel went around right in front of Justin Clotchery.
Yeah, good news here is that the line of sight is really good up over the top of the keyhole, so hopefully he's able to pull that car forward and carry on. We had it change for the lead coming down towards the chicane. Tyler Stevens, really good run out of turn number 1, stole the lead away from Bobby Sack. Unfortunately, it means that he is now split from his teammate Peyton Long. They've run together basically the entire season. And now Long is going to go up the inside. Is there grip there? No. Definitively no, there is no grip on the inside of turn number 5. And Bobby Sack is able to hang on to that third position. Is that, it's Zach Della in 4th. Buffamonte was able to get the move done on Dexter Suba, who slid to 6th at the, he was at the expense of Sandy Situlo, who now gets past Buffamonte in that white number 07. Sandy has been really aggressive on these opening couple of laps, obviously has a ton of confidence in that white number 07 up into the top 5 after starting P16.
Yeah, he's just dialed to this track right now. It's fabulous to watch. And for Peyton Long, as soon as he turned in early and shallow for the top of the S's, the car the back end started to slide. And, fortunately, he was able to just control it and not get into the back of Sack. But look at this. That looks to me like Tyler Stevens. I don't think that was any defense on a pass. He is looking to cool those tires down really wide through 1. And Bobby Sack just squared up a little bit. This is a side-by-side duel into the chicane, and Sack around the outside and picks that lead up, takes it back once again from Tyler Stevens. Peyton Long, that wide run. He's a lot of grip out there, so he's going to take a run maybe at his teammate. And there you see Della and then Sandy Situlo driving another phenomenal race. Somebody there completely off track almost. But here we go, guys, down through the kink. And Bobby Sack back in front. And, in fact, it is Tyler Stevens losing out big time. Peyton Long going through. And remember, Bobby and Peyton yesterday up into turn 11. They had a moment. Bobby ended up spinning. There was no contact. But now with Peyton there, let's see if any of that starts to play out again.
Yeah, I think the good news here is that this race ought to be substantially less frantic
Yes.
and compact than we had yesterday. It was only ever going to be a 15-minute race at best. The checker ended up flying early for cars that were off. I think there's a little less, well, I know there's a little less urgency to this 35-minute race this morning. We're out of the danger zone as far as the lightning is concerned, at least as far as we can tell. So, no need to really push the limits early on. Okay to settle into a rhythm, settle into a race pace here, and take what the track conditions will give you. For Bobby Sack, that appears to be quite a lot. For Sandy Satula, it's definitely a lot.
He just picked up another spot. Sandy now up into 4th.
Sure did. One of the things I think that's kind of interesting about combining these cars with these conditions, these Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 cars, as I've been able to tell, a lot of it is about trusting the rear of the car. And you tip the car in and you know the back end's going to slide around. These aren't downforce cars or prototypes by any stretch of imagination. So you begin to trust what the rear of the car is going to do in certain conditions, at certain attitudes, and at certain speeds. And I think here in the wet, the cream really does rise to the top, as you said yesterday, Greg.
Yep.
If you know what the car is going to do in all sorts of track conditions, you can use that rotation that makes these SRF Gen 3 so fun to drive to your advantage. You just have to know where the limit is precisely as we get a run here from Peyton Long up onto the back of Bobby Sack once again.
Yeah, he tucks in behind, and now is he going to try and do something? Bobby protects a little bit, and Peyton opts to kind of just stay there. Then at the last minute, opens the entry up a little bit, tried to carry a little bit more speed, and now look at the pace they run up and right on the outside edge of the track at turn-in because of that grip. I want to give somebody else a shout here, too. Liam Kerper started 19th in this race, and right now he is hounding Zach Della for 5th. So that's an incredible drive up through the field as well.
Well, Greg, you were talking about the lines and everything. We've got 37 cars that were scheduled to take the start here. I think we've had 37 different lines every time we've seen them come around here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, that's that, it looks erratic, but you're just trying to find the line that offers the grip you want where you need it to get the car to do what you want it to do. And depending upon the setup of the car a little bit.
Off at turn 13. It's the 105 of Tyler Stevens. I looked out the window here and happened to catch it. It was a big slide as he got on the throttle out of the carousel and through turn number 13. The car, as we said, Greg, earlier, you got to know where the limit is. Tyler just overstepped it enough to send the car sideways. He caught it, but not before the front end of the Enterprise's chassis went off into the grass behind the exit curb, kept it out of the gravel, buried his foot, and came out the other side. Sketchy moment, but well held and well recovered by Tyler Stevens.
I was very surprised that he didn't spin that car right there, getting off of the grass as he did.
Guys, I think we might see now Peyton Long take another serious look at Bobby Sack. Yeah, Bobby was really squirrely coming out of the chicane, and Peyton had a great run. Now he's got the inside and has a little bit more pace. He can actually cover Bobby now, whatever Bobby's thinking of doing here. Now the question is, Peyton watching Bobby, yes, he does that much wider entry into the top of the S's.
Sorry, car off at 13. It's the 165 of Scott Ross. Backwards in the gravel trap. It looked to be a very similar kind of situation to what we just had with Tyler Stevens. Spun the rear wheels up and got it backwards instead of forwards next to the gravel. Interestingly enough, Scott has not tried to restart the car and pull forward. He's basically just let it park itself there in the gravel trap. I actually think the gravel might be wet enough here that if he wanted to try and slowly pull forward, he might be able to get away with it. Ooh, protest from the rear of Peyton Long on the way into turn 11. He's able to gather the car up and hold it on corner exit. But, Greg, the track conditions change every lap here, right?
Oh,
no two laps are going to be the same. And I think the situation is that they're searching for as much grip as they can. Also, I wonder if they're beginning to build a little bit of excess temperature in these Hoosier tires.
Yeah, well, we just saw
the
leader, Peyton Long, move over to the more damp side of the track. Looks like we have a full course caution. And, again, you would expect that if that car is just going to stay parked in the gravel there on the outside of 13.
I think Bobby Sack, Greg, probably backed off a little bit there. He knew there was no use in really getting into contretemps there with Peyton Long, with the fact that there's going to be this upcoming full course yellow.
Yep. I think exactly. He just, he knew, sensed it was coming, just eased up a little bit. And, but I mean, again, we had a fabulous battle going because after his off, I was watching Tyler Stevens, and his times were, a little bit quicker than the guys in front. So I think those three, what this is going to do, assuming we get back to some racing, which we should be able to do, Sandy Satullo and Liam Kemper, with the pace they're showing in these conditions, Sandy has another shot at this, guys. Now that whole gap behind Stevens back to Sandy is gone.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody really has anything, at least for Long and Sack at the front. You look at the last lap times, Peyton Long a 1:52.5. Next best time that time around was Bobby Sack at a 54.2. It's 1.7 seconds.
Yeah.
And included the pass for the lead, right? So within, 2/3 of a lap, basically, Peyton Long was able to draw away a margin you almost never see in Spec Racing Ford. And even if you do see it in Spec Racing Ford, you don't see it pulled over Bobby Sack. Tyler Stevens into the 53s seems to be the best of the rest, but Satullo, Kerper, Della Vogel, all in the 55s and 56s. So I wonder if water has found its level here a little bit. Satullo was really, really good yesterday. Some of that may have been circumstantial with, the issue that Bobby Sack had.
Yep.
But again, you bunch the field back up on a drying track. The racetrack is going to be slightly different to what it was when we threw the full course yellow. Grip is going to start to come back into this. We'll have a chance to cool down these rain tires. Let's see what happens.
The whole field doing exactly that.
Yeah. Just a quick observation and point here. The safety car was let out a little bit too late to catch the race leader. And I think they're going to need to get the field under control and pass the carousel in order to dispatch safety over to the number 165 in the gravel trap here. So this yellow is going to end up being a little bit longer than I think it needed to be.
Yeah, looks like it.
Good news is it should be a pretty quick recovery. Also, this 165 car did attempt to get itself out of the gravel, spun the tires up, and beached it. So it wasn't going to get himself out either way.
All right. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of moisture in here, and sometimes, like you said, you can, if you're in there at the right angle, But the key is to try not to stop. Now, he had spun and was backwards, so that makes it a little bit more challenging for sure. But I'll tell you what impressed me was that lap before the caution by Peyton Long, fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
And that was, I think he got a fabulous run up through here because as that pass was set up, and I noticed Bobby coming out of the chicane, got up to the top there, and the back end danced around a few times, and Peyton just ran a little bit wider line, and you could just see he hooked up and was coming. And so let's see how this plays out when we go back to green here.
Yeah, one quick announcement down in the paddock, please. Attention in the paddock. Would Bob Stretch, driver of the number 97 Touring 3 entry, please report to the race director in impound. Bob Stretch, driver of the number 97 Touring 3 entry, please see the race director in impound.
I think that's a really great thing. And hey, Tom, I wanted you to comment here. In these conditions, one of the things I always try and do is thank all the workers, and it becomes even more so when it's rainy and cool and the like. And Ohio Valley Region, who is the host of this race, they always do just a superb job.
Oh, absolutely. And we really appreciate the folks that come out there. For those of you who are watching here on DriversEye Live, you can see a couple of guys out there in turn number 9. It is a great view if you're wanting to be able to see the races, but you perform a great service for everybody, the drivers and the fans as well, that allow us to do this sort of thing. The Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course has been so fortunate with the folks that they have been able to work with over the years, the folks at Lake Erie Communications and all the rest who come in here. Ohio Valley region, well, it's not just Ohio Valley region. They're the ones that are putting this on. They're the ones that are administering this thing. But there are an awful lot of folks from other places as well that are participating this weekend here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We thank them.
Yep.
And we thank everybody who is here at the race course. They're going to be doing this 3 more times this year as far as the amateur races go. $10 to get in. As Brandon was mentioning yesterday, you belong to the SCCA. You get in, and if you are a season ticket holder at Mid-Ohio, you get in. So just so much.
A lot of incentive there.
Yes, a lot of incentive, and just a great place to come watch the race in a much more relaxed atmosphere than what you're going to see when you get to the pro races later on.
Can I just make a quick point here? I love this season pass concept. This is, as far as I can tell, something new at a lot of road courses around the country. And I think Mid-Ohio and Road America were the first 2 to do it. And it kind of stemmed from, hey, there's something going on at the track basically every day from, April until October. Some of it's racing, some of it isn't. But rather than limiting yourself to being open for 6, 7, maybe 8 spectator events on the big weekends during the summer, open it up for the people who want to be here, who want to support the track and the clubs and the series that, are, yes, okay, it's not IMSA and it's not Moto America and it's not the big stuff, but it's still racing and some of the best racing that people don't know about. I love the initiative that these tracks have taken to just let people come experience motorsports without the circus, without the big promotion and the big spend that comes with that. I think it really does open the world of motorsports up to new audiences and new people.
Well, and Mid-Ohio, they've also been one of those who have pioneered their own school here, the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course School, whether it's the performance, whether it's the teen driving, whether it's the motorcycle courses that they have here. And for one Christmas, I bought my youngest grandson the teen driving course. Basically, I figured he needed it after on his second attempt at his driver's test. He failed the first one because he was speeding. The second one, he drove the wrong way up a one-way street. Third time was a charm. He loved coming here and going through that. And my daughter-in-law, who came with him, said, I'd like to take that course as well. So many different things are going on here beyond just what you see during the publicized weekends.
Well, that's very, very true. And the one thing we were talking about the amateur, quote unquote, amateur racing as opposed to the pro racing. Just because you're not racing for a living per se, the passion for the sport, for these amateur drivers and for the workers and for the volunteers that come out, and help put these races on. They have as much a passion for the sport as anybody at a pro event. And in my case, I think sometimes some of these drivers, they are pro caliber. They just don't have massive money. And that's what it takes a lot of time to get into pro racing. So, and we know the front of the field in Spec Racer Ford 3 is loaded with talent, and it's going to be back on display here. About 5 minutes of racing to go as we come back to green. There it flies. Peyton Long leads Bobby Sack, Tyler Stevens, Sandy Satula, Liam Kemper at your top 5. And again, you can see there Tyler Stevens poking the nose out, thinking about trying to do something. Liam Kemper and Sandy Satula in that 4th and 5th come through, nailed together as well. And, you try and get any kind of help you possibly can. And Bobby right now being hounded by Tyler Stevens. Now watch up at the top here. Bobby runs that tighter line. You can see that car just dance a little bit. And again, Tyler, that outside line, can just pick the throttle up a little cleaner. Let's see what happens. Peyton Long's got a gap, but Sack and Stevens behind him. That battle is on. And as a matter of fact, Tyler Stevens just able to rocket through there and grab that second spot.
Yeah, the Hallett Motor Racing circuit entries back together. Peyton Long, Tyler Stevens. excellent car positioning from Tyler Stevens, well in advance of when the pass was actually going to be made. Was a tighter line exiting the chicane through the left-hander so that he could stay to driver's left and run the ring road around the outside of the keyhole. He knew it was going to pinch Bobby Sack, but he also knew he was going to have the grip around the outside.
Yep.
And as you said, Greg, had the move done really before they even got to corner exit to go up to the gearbox of his teammate in Peyton Long in that number 104. Bobby Sack now under attack from Sandy Situlo in the 07, who's done a nice job to pull himself and Liam Kerper up into this podium fight.
Yeah, Sandy is really booking out there along with Liam, and they're drawing away from Grant Vogel and Dexter Zuba, the rest of the field here. The one thing for me is Bobby, at some point you've got to adjust that line up in the keyhole because you're just a sitting duck. If you get a little squirrely up there and you're starting to want to just feed throttle and you can't do it and that guy goes around the outside where all that grip is, at some point Bobby's going to need to adjust that line because I can certainly see Sandy Situlo. He's been watching what has unfolded, and let's not forget the value of that. You study your opponent out here and you see where his weak point is. Bobby looks good everywhere else, but right here, as soon, let's see what he does here. Here comes Peyton, nice wide line. So does Tyler. This time Bobby gives it a go. He's gonna find that grip now and go, aha, that's where they were getting me. And hopefully that'll work out for him. But Sandy's looking and watching as well, seeing if there's any other place he might be able to take advantage of, guys, as we have 2 minutes to go.
Greg, I'll tell you, back in the field, Charlie Rogers in the 21, he had actually spun on the pace lap. And big field, 37 cars, he's made his way back up to 18th, so he has been putting the metal to it.
Yeah, and that's it. Sometimes you get these drives and, you end up finishing, outside of the top 10, and, people might go, well, now, was that good? Well, when you come after a spin and you're way deep in the field and you work through, and remember, these cars are identical. There's no power advantage. All you can do is, maybe change your setup just a little bit. And so if you make tons of passes in this class, you have got something special in terms of your talent. And look at, again, how Tyler Stevens, so close to that red guardrail, trying to open that angle up here. When cars are doing that, these guys are serious and understand the game, understand the physics of the sport. And the white flag flies, and that's one thing we haven't really talked enough about, but every lap in a race car is a lesson in applied physics. You understand that, and you also have that gift of feel. That's when the magic can happen here. We are on our final lap.
And nobody understands the physics, I think, at this point in these conditions better than Peyton Long. Saw a protest out of the rear of the car as he tipped it into turn 11, coming towards the white flag. Just a little minute correction back to driver's right, reset the front of the car, get it to catch up with the rear, and able to come back in the throttle. Still sets the fastest lap of the race at a 152.315. Still extends the margin back to his teammate Tyler Stevens. Hello to Liz Sack in the chat, who also points out that Sack and Situlo are teammates in the 19 and 07 respectively. Situlo not able to stick with his teammate up there in the number 19, but has it all to do with Liam Kerper in the number 30 out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. 2/3 of a lap to go here, Greg, and Kerper may get a shot at this before the end of this final lap.
Yeah, he is hunting. You can see that. Then behind him, Dexter Zuba, Grant Vogel, and Alan Deininger. These guys are putting on a great battle as well. They're just coming out of the top here, now down into turn 6. And these three are covered by the proverbial blanket. And that is an intense battle for the 6th spot. But let's follow our leaders around now. Peyton Long has some distance back to Tyler Stevens, who has some distance back to Bobby Sack. And Bobby has been able to make sure that Sandy Situlo isn't close enough. So last couple of corners, and Peyton Long, who was battling for the lead with Bobby and ended up falling back a little bit in yesterday's race, drives a brilliant race today. Checkered flag flies. Peyton Long comes through for the win from 6th on the grid. Tyler Stevens 2nd from 5th on the grid. And Bobby Sack, your pole sitter, 3rd. Sandy Situlo and Liam Kemper up from Mansfield on the grid. They were way down there.
Yeah, it's a good recovery by by a lot of drivers here. And
it was.
Not to say that it's a product of having the late full course yellow there for the spun car at turn number 13, but it definitely helped. And I think this race could have maybe played out a little bit differently if not for that yellow. We might have seen a little bit more track drying. In the end, the 52.3 that was the fastest lap for Peyton Long pretty much matched the previous best he had set. Oh, we have a spinner there off the final corner coming to the checkered flag. It's the 32 of Nick Doinoff. It's going to lose a couple of positions here, actually. Through goes the 65 of Bart Morris, the 48 of Chris Jennerjohn, and takes what would have been a fringe top 20 result there and drops, unfortunately, down to 26th.
You hate to see that last lap, last corner. Just to point out, this was Tyler Stevens' second straight second.
Sorry, Greg, not to interrupt here. We've had two cars off in the gravel on the run into turn number 4. Far right side of the screen, there's a yellow and black SRF Gen 3, and then a blue one a little bit further off to driver's right. Did not come across the line, obviously.
Yeah.
But not something we saw on camera. 94 is one of those numbers. And maybe 78. And producer Jordan points out it was actually 2 separate incidents. So looks like the 94 was off first, and that would have been Larry Morris. And then Chris Jennerjohn, he actually didn't come through to take the position. He started tumbling down the order by the time I looked. That's him who arrived second on the scene and is buried in the gravel trap over at China Beach.
Oh, wow. That's an ignominious way to finish things up, unfortunately. But it's all part of the game, isn't it? Wow. Yeah, like I said, these spec racer Fords, they just don't disappoint. They, no matter the conditions, if it's bone dry, they are just glued together running as a pack. And if it's wet, everybody knows these cars so well and knows this track. Up at the sharp end of things, and they put on a show. And congratulations there. Peyton Long got that checkered flag in hand and gets to celebrate a little bit after a race yesterday where he finished a bit out of position. So we have another fabulous race group coming up here in just a minute. It's Group 3, and it's the small bore Formula cars, Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. And we'll talk more about those classes when we come back to Mid-Ohio.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
My name's Eric Yeagle. I'm the pilot of the 46 B-Spec 2013 Honda Fit. I'm out here racing this weekend. If you want to come join me, you obviously need a race car. There's 3 options: a brand new build from a prep shop, start from scratch build, or what I did, buy something in progress and make it your own. There are a few things that you should really look for when you're either buying a car or building a car. One of the important ones is a cage. Every class has requirements in the GCR that lays out where pipes need to be welded, how many pipes need to be there, and how thick. So before you buy a car, you always want to verify that the cage is up to the rules, and you can drill through and measure to double check before you dump all the money into building a car and finishing one. Another important factor is driver comfort. I bought this car with a seat that was way too small for me, so remounting a seat is 9 times out of 10 going to happen with either a new build or a pre-existing build. So what I look for in a seat is obviously how far back away you are from the steering wheel, so you can fully depress all of the pedals, and then shifter comfort is a big one. You're shifting a lot during laps. If you have trouble reaching up to 5th or 3rd, it's going to be a problem. So those are the main 3 things that I look for, and you want them to be right while you're on track. So if you're buying a car that already has a logbook, chances are you're going to have a fire extinguisher and all of the required safety equipment. Since this car did not have a logbook, I had to install a fire system, and then obviously your personal touches, whether you want aim data, video camera, flagtronics, all that stuff. So I personally had to add my aim dash, my aim camera, the flagtronics, and then I actually took my extinguisher system from my previous car. One of the things I like about B-Spec is there's not a whole lot you can do. Some cars you're allowed headers, some cars you're allowed intakes. This specific car, you're allowed an intake with a slight weight adder. It's a lot about personal preference, little things like tow hooks. This is kind of a bump drafting class, so you don't want a big tow hook that sticks out where you have the opportunity to stick another guy's bumper and turn him. So that's why we prefer the fabric tow hooks. But besides that, everything is more or less stock, and you can buy all the parts from the parts store. And the main goal for this class is really just to go out and have fun for not a lot of money. So being that I got this car half built, it took me probably 60 to 70 hours to do the finishing touches on it. And the first weekend went pretty flawlessly. And I've been lucky enough to not have any problems out of this car, but don't feel bad if you do, because this is racing and stuff happens. Just know everything's fixable and you'll be all right. We're here to have fun, and you're gonna have fun in a car like this.
Welcome back to a damp but drying Mid-Ohio sports car courses. We have our small bore formula cars coming out on track. While we were in the break, the three of us, the discussion was very much around wets or dries once again in these conditions. And these cars, they sort of present a little bit more of a different challenge, if you will, in the wet or dry than a Spec Racer 4-3. But let's get through the starting lineup and we'll see what happens. Top four, all Formula 6 classed cars on the pole. The number 78 of Jason Martin in his Hoosier MPT Nova car. Starting second, the number 43 of Aaron Ellis. Again, this top group loaded with former national champions. Ellis in the Hawk Performance, Ellis AE16. Starting third, the number 22, James Guida out of West Lafayette, Indiana. And starting in the fourth spot, the 07 of Calvin Stewart in his Hoosier Novacar Blade. Starting in the fifth spot, fastest qualifier in Formula F is the number 18 of Robert Dietz in the Dietz Motorsports Honda-powered entry. That's a Van Diemen. Starting second in Formula F, sixth overall, the number 75 of Andrew Moran in the Race Dog Van Diemen. Starting third in Formula Ford, the number 33, yesterday's winner, Jonathan Kotek in the Cahill Motorsports Magali, and he was just solid in the rain. Let's see what happens today. Starting fourth in Formula Ford, number 24, Nicholas Shepard in the West Michigan Lighting Swift. Starting fifth, the number 20 of Russell Rudisuli in his Rochester, Minnesota, Detroit region entered Van Diemen. Then starting in the 10th spot overall, sixth in Formula Ford, the number 96 of Brandon Lavender in the Lavender Competition Van Diemen. Starting 11th overall, seventh in Formula F, the number 8 of Jack Haydu in the Whole Shot Swimwear Van Diemen. And then starting in the 12th spot, fifth in Formula 6, Keith Joslin in the number 55. He had a good run yesterday in the wet. The ASA signage Scorpion Rotax, so that's an F5 car, but it now runs in F6. Then we continue on through the field. Next up in Formula Ford, 8th in Formula Ford, the 02 of Megan Rudisuli-Weiss. 9th in Formula Ford, the number 12 of James Dietz. 10th in Formula Ford, Robert Gross. And 11th in Formula Ford, Mark Davis. Then in our second group of this with a split start, all Formula Vs, and on the pole, Andrew Abbott, the number 25, the Hoosier Vector Race Cars Vector, starting second, the 08 of Steve Whitston in his Rocket Motorsports Proto Farm, starting third, the 15 of Brian Farnham in his Quixote Bugs Life Silver Bullet. Starting fourth, fourth, the number 26 is Brandon Abbott in the Vector, Hoosier Vector. Starting in the fifth spot, number 35 of Graham Loed in his BFF Indy and Perfectly Planned Vortex. Starting in the sixth spot, number 72 of Andrew Whitson in the Rocket Motors LOA Construction entry. Starting in the seventh spot in Formula V, number 6, Ethan Slatterly in the DC Racing Howell Construction Machine. That's a Mysterian. His teammate, the number 31, Colin Slattery, running a same thing, DDC Racing, Howell Construction, but he's in a laser. And starting in the ninth spot, the number 46 is Chris Jennerjohn, the Jennerjohn Machine Vortex. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 3, Mark Farnham. Then it's 11th is Connor Lohead, 12th, Stuart Delaney, 13th is Greg Buttry, and in the 14th spot, Rick Shields, who struggled in qualifying, but I think they both put on some pretty impressive drives. Yesterday it was Kotek winning overall and in Ford over Jack Haydu and Andrew Moran. James Guida, in fact, won in Formula 6. But here's the interesting thing, guys. In Formula V, Andrew Whitson and Steve Whitson were able to get around to Andrew Abbott, and those three put on an absolutely spectacular show. I expect nothing less today. I know, Brendan, you were kind of keeping an eye on what kind of tires some of these cars were choosing. What'd you find?
Yeah, it's about a 50-50 ball, Greg, and we kind of surmised in the early part of that session break that it was probably about a 50-50 ball. On a drying track, you'd want the dry tires, but in order to get to that point, you got to survive the wet track, and that definitely prefers the wet. So a lot of the pole sitters, I know Aaron Ellis and Andrew Abbott in the 25 on slicks. I think Robert Dietz is on slicks there as well. We're about to find out maybe the hard way, Greg.
We sure are. We are green and racing here. There they go. And let's see, does Jason Martin hang on down into turn number 4? These cars draft really well, and a big lunge there. Is that Kotick again? Just on the brakes, super late, down to the inside. He didn't quite get the lead. I think Martin. Oh, to spin. Not sure which one of the F6 machines that was.
I actually think that might have been Aaron Ellis in the 43.
I think you're
the
right.
Pole sitter.
Yeah.
We said he was on slicks. My guess is that is a product of exactly that tire choice.
Yeah.
Kotick around the outside there was looking to take the FF lead back from Dietz.
And here we go, Formula V, and they storm into the green flag. Again, Andrew Abbott, Steve Whitson, Brian Farnham, Brandon Abbott. That is your top 2 here. And again, these cars inside, outside, looking everywhere. We're going to have an outside move into turn 4 and sweeping around. You can see there's definite moisture still there on the track. So, whoa, big wiggle. I think we just found out who's on the slicks.
Yeah, I think that may have, was that the 26 of Brandon Abbott? Oh, a spinner down there headed down the hill out of madness. I think that might be the 26, Greg. I think that may be Brandon Abbott.
Oh, boy.
Out there fighting against it on slicks.
Yep, I think that's exactly right. So up front in Formula V, we'll see how that clears out here. As you can see this field and all the different lines they are running here. But timing shows it's still Andrew Abbott out front, Whitston and Farnham. So we'll see.
I think it was Brandon Abbott. Maybe not, though. The second times look okay.
Yep. But nonetheless, it's Abbott and Whitston at it again here.
Yeah, 0-8 from 72 in Formula V. So it's actually going to be Steve Whitston and together from the looks of things.
Oh, spin right down below us here.
Oh, yep. It's a 360 and continue for the number 25.
That was a great save. That's Andrew Abbott.
Is Andrew Abbott. Timing has not reset here.
No, it sure hasn't.
Across the start-finish line. Yeah, leading to some confusion there. There's so much upheaval, Greg, in the standings on this first lap because of the tire choice and these unknown track conditions.
Sure.
I think everybody is going to start to figure this out here over the next, it could be a couple of minutes. As soon as maybe 10 minutes from now, we'll have a more drying track. But look at how little grip there is around the left-hander at the chicane, just absolutely tiptoeing, trying to find any amount of adhesion that they can use to try and carry speed. It looks like they're basically tiptoeing through the south end of the circuit.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Meanwhile, up front, these two just starting to set sail, and that's the brothers Whitson that are absolutely flying at the front right now. Then Rick Shields is up, and I told you Rick had problems in qualifying. Now, he wouldn't have started all the way back because he did get, I'm sure, a quicker lap in during the race, but nonetheless, Rick Shields up into 3rd in Formula V. Meanwhile, going to what's happening up front, it is James Wida right now, leading in Formula 6. Second, we have a full course caution.
There's actually 2 cars in the gravel, I think,
right now.
Turn number 4. 75 and 24 are the numbers I'm picking up from Flagtronics. That would be Andrew Moran and Nicholas Shepard, who were running basically together off the start in Formula F.
Yeah.
Had started 3rd and 4th respectively. I don't know if they came together. I don't know if Jordan actually got eyes on it as it happened, but yeah, okay, in any case.
In Formula F right now, Jonathan Kotick is leading over Robert Dietz with Brandon Lavender having a really good run up into that 3rd spot. Jack Haydu and Megan Rudisuli-Weiss, a superb run from the start here after starting 8th in Formula Ford, has worked her way up into 5th. But as we're under caution, we're going to let things settle just a little bit, and that gives us a golden opportunity to once again say thank you to some great partners.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Welcome back, everybody. Continuing under caution here as we had a couple of cars in the gravel and sketchy areas, so working to get all of that cleared up. And one of the things that, we've had split starts and the like, but then you have a caution flag, and now we get the Formula Vs amongst the other cars, and just makes it a little bit more treacherous. I wanted to pose a question for you guys. If you started on wets, and it looked like Jonathan Kotek had done exactly that, it was making a massive escape, you do not want this caution, do you?
I would say no. Kotek, he's probably in the best position out of anybody in the field at this moment with these specific circumstances. Out in front, no spray to worry about, can kind of take the racetrack as it comes. James Weed is behind him in the number 22 F6 class leading car. It's Kotek out there on wets, kind of has his choice of line. He can't go offline if he wants to cool the tires. He doesn't have to. He's not going to get boxed in anywhere he doesn't want to be. Yep. With that being said, Greg, you and I talked about this. You and I and Tom talked about this under the full course yellow. He was 15 seconds a lap quicker than James Weed on the first lap before we threw that full course yellow. I think he's got so much pace in hand under these conditions, it may actually not end up mattering.
Yes, that's true.
That we bunch the field back up. Yes, okay, you'd rather have the 15 seconds than not, but I think if he's that much quicker in these intermediate conditions, even if it starts to dry out and he's stuck out there on wets, with the dwindling race time that we have, I think, even if he's only 5 seconds a lap quicker than the field, you build that up over the first couple of laps, then you sit on it. And I think Kotek's going to be okay there out front. What we should do here really quickly before we go back to green within the next lap or two is because we had a timing issue just after the green flag there, we should just kind of reset where everybody is, both in class and overall. We mentioned Kotek leading FF and Weeda leading F6. Just quickly run through where everybody is behind them.
Yeah, Robert Dietz is third overall right now, second in Formula Ford. Brandon Lavender, the 96, is fourth overall, third in Formula Ford. Jack Haydu, fifth overall, fourth in Formula Ford. Then we've got a battle for second and third in Formula 6. The 07 of Calvin Stewart and the number 43 of Aaron Ellis are in those positions. And Jason Martin, who is the actual pole sitter, also at the front of that queue and is part of that battle. Then right behind them is Megan Rudisuli-Weiss in the 02. She would be the next car in Formula Ford. And then we've got the Formula V front runners, Andrew and Steve Whitson, 72 and 08 respectively. Then Russell Rudisuli splitting some of the FV cars. He's in the 12th spot overall, but he's a Formula Ford. Then Rick Shields, third in Formula V in his 77. Brian Farnham, fourth in Formula V in the number 15, and completing the top 5 in Formula V. The 46, Chris Jennerjohn. So that's kind of where the field sits right now.
Thanks for that, Greg. It just helps wrap our heads around where we actually sit. One car I'd like to point out here as we continue under full course yellow, Brandon Lavender in the 96 Formula F, third in class, fourth overall. Brandon is one of the few that got a little adventurous yesterday and decided to try our sprint race on slick tires, which, might have learned the hard way, but it's still invaluable knowledge. Didn't know it at the time, but we ended up in very similar conditions here this morning. Brandon said, based on his lap times anyway, absolutely not. No way am I doing that again.
Yeah.
Bolted the wet tires on and has himself up into third. His fastest lap is 3.5 seconds quicker than Robert Dietz in the number 18. And I realize that the conditions are going to be different, marginally different than we were on the first 2 or 3 laps before the full course yellow. But if I'm Brandon Lavender, I think he more than anybody knows exactly how this track is going to progress and just how badly the slick tire runners have it in these early stages.
That makes perfectly good sense, having had that experiment, as you called it, and understanding that that was the wrong way to go. But that's the one of my favorite sayings that I've ever heard is sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. And that is an incredibly important aspect of all of this is, every time you get on the track and every corner you go through and every straight, every braking zone, you're just, you're getting more data and understanding what's happening. And then if you've got the ability to piece all that together, that's when you have a very talented race driver.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he could have known that he was going to have the chance to use that data literally the next morning. This was not in the forecast necessarily, but sometimes things do work out in your favor. I'm not a huge fan of the phrase "everything happens for a reason," but in this case, it really does seem to all be turning up Brandon Lavender at this early stage. Maybe Jonathan Kotick notwithstanding, but watch that battle for second in FF as we go back to green here. Also watch Calvin Stewart in the 07. Had fallen back to 6th overall. Best time was a 2:01. James Weeda's best time was a 2:06. So making progress up the F6 field is Mr. Stewart, and but for a couple of FFs in front of him, can take the fight to James Weeda here on the restart.
Yeah, and then right behind him, Aaron Ellis and Jason Martin, the pole sitter. So there's some speed in those Formula 6 cars. They're just backing the pack a little bit. They don't like the rain, even on wets. They have a super short wheelbase, and when you go to the throttle in those things, they are in wet conditions, rain tires or not, they're just really, really squirrely. The back end comes around, a short wheelbase. When they spin, unlike other cars that spin, they look, they're spinning and sort of traveling. F6 cars tend to spin and not go anywhere. They're just like a top. So in the rain, they're really twitchy. In the dry, they're really fast. I mean, Jason Martin qualified in front of this entire field, and he was over a second faster than the pole qualifier in Formula 6. So, in Formula F. So that just tells you the pace of these, these motorcycle engine, most of them, cars, 600cc motorcycle engines, and super light cars. A Formula 6 car can fly in the right hands and in the right condition. And then there's a couple in the field. I mentioned the one that had the Scorpion Rotax engine. That's an engine based on a Let me try that again, on a snowmobile engine. And if you're running that formula, it's a 500cc motor, but it's driven by a centrifugal clutch like you see in a snowmobile, where the revs go up and then springs happen and it engages and you go. And, the Formula 6 guys, they're running a motorcycle engine with a motorcycle gearbox. So it's just do the shifting. You listen, if you get a Formula 500 and you can hear it by itself, you have to drive them completely differently because you're braking and you're going through a corner, but you're also blipping the throttle to make sure that that clutch is spooled up. So when you go to throttle, it's there. It's a very unique driving style, that's for sure.
I put on some incredible racing when you get them in big enough packs or find driver talent that kind of matches each other. I remember a couple of years ago at the Indianapolis runoffs, or one of the Indianapolis runoffs, I think it was Sven de Vries and Ryan Mayfield. They put on a clinic over the rest of the field, but wheel to wheel, back and forth every lap. One of the finest races that I've ever seen at an SCCA runoffs event. Did not go Ryan Mayfield's way, friend of DriverSeye Live, but that's okay. Still, just awesome stuff. We've seen dwindling numbers in that class over the years, but nice to see this whole small formula group out in droves at this event, as they were last year. Or the year prior, I think they actually had a huge FV field here. It's been really good stuff. On the topic of the FVs, I think it's going to take a couple of laps for this class to kind of settle into itself. It was chaotic at best on the initial start, and in a lot of cases, the FVs need to find each other. We didn't have the split start for this group, which is uncommon. Usually we're used to seeing a separate group for the FVs at the back. The mix of tires, I think, also throwing something into this, and we're kind of having to piece the race together as it comes to us, rather than the norm in FV, which is to look at the bunch, pick them out in an order, and call the position changes as we see them. That number 20 of Russell Rudisuli is the interloper in the FV field that's starting to find itself. Let's see if maybe the Whitstons, Andrew and Steve at the front, can make an escape as we get ready to go back to green here, or if Shields, Farnham, Jennerjohn et al. In the FV field at large can get past the number 20 and do something about the Whitstons at the front.
And as the lights are out in the pace car, as you mentioned, there's an awful lot of dry track out there now. And if you're on wet tires, that's what I meant. This field just trundling around is that there are spots. You can see spray there. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. And we're going to find out with 16 and a half minutes yet to go. We are racing. And Kotek, man, did he just leap away from everybody. And that's Dietz down to the inside. It is Formula Ford taking a second overall, it looks like, away from James Weida. And then here's the rest of the field steaming through a still damp area there under the bridge in turn one. But look at the gap. I think Kotek realizes, I just got to go here. If he's on wets, he just needs to check out. And, because as his tires start to go off, he wants a nice margin. But here we go. That battle in the front of Formula V, interesting. Andrew Whitson and Steve Whitson, they actually had one of the Formula 6 cars in the mix as well, right with them here. So that's what you were talking about, Brendan. Things getting a little bit interesting.
These three cars next in shot coming away from the camera, plus this yellow FF. The Whitstons went around the outside of all four of them at turn one on the restart. It's not a case of these cars needing to find each other. It's actually just that Andrew and Steve are so good in these conditions, having cleared not just their own field, but a bunch of the FFs and F6s as well. Third place is actually that red Formula V in line. It's Rick Shields in the number 77. Andrew Abbott picking up a couple of places as well, sits in fourth. But man, Andrew and Steve Whitson at the front of FF. 50 seconds through the first sector. Everybody else down in the 53s, 54s. There in Formula V.
Just flying right now. And you're right. They've been doing this so long. They get in these cars and it's like sliding in to part of your body at this stage for them. They feel it so amazingly. So, but keeping an eye here, and Jonathan Kotek 6.6 seconds clear of Jack Haydu, who has worked his way not only around Dietz but around James Weida as well. So great couple of laps here by Jack Haydu. And he had qualified back 11th overall, 7th in Formula Ford, now up into the second spot here. And it looks like some of these Formula Vs now, with this track getting ever drier, are starting to come alive a bit. As a matter of fact, I think Calvin Stewart has picked up Or did he yet?
Now, he's still behind James Weeda in the number 22. That was the position when we went back to green.
Yep.
Lap times are fairly close, but Calvin Stewart can't miss him. It's that bright orange Novacar blade, a new chassis for Calvin. First time he's raced it. I'm fairly certain we've seen the car at a Super Tour before, but maybe didn't actually take part in the race sessions. Let's see what Calvin can do with it. If it's a new car to him, this is a tough learning situation. Calvin's still one of the very best in the Formula 6s, but every chassis is a little different. The aero's a little different. You never know exactly how it's going to react in suboptimal conditions, which is, I think, inarguably what we've got here at the moment.
And it looked to me like into turn 4, Weeda took a spot back, and that's the pace of these Formula Fords. So he's now back up into 3rd overall, and he's going to like that because it puts Robert Dietz between himself and Calvin Stewart, and that's always a good thing to have somebody from a different class sort of on your 6 and keeping competitors right off of you here. And then Brandon Lavender is there, and then you get the V's. So the V's now, they're up, the Witston's up into 7th and 8th overall. Calvin just sliding by, I think, and getting around Dietz. Yep. So now the chase is on at the front of Formula 6.
So one of the things I think we're going to have to watch on timing here, Greg, over these final 12 and a half minutes is for the cars that stop improving on their personal best lap times, because what that's going to tell us is almost, I think, without variation, the cars that are out there on slick tires. We have a car off at the end of the final corner, driver's right, actually mid-corner at driver's right there at the final corner. There you see it. It's a blue Formula F. But if we don't continue to see improvements in lap times, it means that the wet tires that those cars started on are basically just starting to melt away. And those tread blocks that have gotten them through the first 20 or so minutes of this Group Number 3 feature race are essentially just starting to fail them. Kotek did a 149, a high 149 on his first lap off the green flag. Now it's a 150.7. So that's that first initial indication that running on the racing line and loading up the outside tires in some of these medium to high speed corners are actually starting to come with a penalty in the longer term.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, he's built a 9-second lead, so he can afford to let a little bit of that bleed away right now. So he's going to be, right now his goal is be as smooth as I possibly can be at this stage. And that's goal number 1. Meanwhile, looking back at Formula V, it is now those 3, Witston, and Shields, are not too far apart at this stage. Well, actually, Shields has dropped off a little bit as he was dealing with some of that Formula F traffic in front of him. And here we go, heading down into turn 4, that heavy braking zone once again.
That car that had spun coming into the final turn, that was the 0-2 of Megan Rudisuli Weiss, as she is back and underway once again.
I'll tell you what, guys, I apologize for the sharp intake of breath, but Jack Haydu had his number 8 Van Diemen Formula F pointed at the timing and scoring building on the outside of the circuit here at the final corner. He's got the rear wheels spun up under acceleration as he came over the hill at 13, and the car jumped right on him. He pulled the wheel back to the left and had to jump on the brakes to try and collect it, got the car high-sided up on top of the curb, and somehow was able to get it continued and carrying on in the right direction. But a heart-in-your-throat moment there for our second-place FF car. And now actually he's dropped. That's him slow-it. Is that him slowish up the hill there? Oh, no, that's the number 20. Sorry about that. Yep. Haydu, anyway, drops the spot overall to James Weeda, who now puts a car between himself and second-place runner Calvin Stewart.
Jonathan Kotek continues to put fast race laps down as his track continues to dry. His last time around was a 149.4, and he continues to stretch it out at the front.
Good battle here on screen. Just in the back of your shot, it's Chris Jenner-John, Graham Lawhead, and Ethan Satterley doing battle for 8th place in Formula V. Only takes 2 or 3 cars to make a race, and these guys happen to have found each other in these tricky conditions, able to put on what I think we'd consider to be more a classic Formula V show here. Nose to tail, use the draft, kind of help each other along, keep your speeds up as much as you can. Obviously, they're still struggling with the conditions here on lap 9, but this is a little bit more like what we're used to seeing in general out of the Vs.
Yeah, absolutely. They tend to run in packs. They draft, like you said. It's just fun. These conditions just throw a little bit of a spanner into things from what we would normally expect from these guys. I mean, I announced the Formula V race at the Runoffs 2 years ago, and it was one of the best races I've ever called. Not me, what I was calling was just phenomenal, and it was such fun. And that's what we're pretty much used to with these guys. And you talked about it, in a big field of cars, you may not be battling for the lead, but you find somebody that's racing at your pace, and it doesn't matter. Big wiggle there at the top of the S's. It doesn't matter if you're running, for the win, for the podium, for 10th. You find that group of cars like we have. You were just talking about the Chris Jenner, John, Graham Lowehead, and Ethan Slattery battle. You're having the time of your life. You are racing hard. May not be for the win, but you get out of the car and that grin is huge.
Yeah, maybe not such a huge grin there for Connor Lawhead in the number 7, that big wiggle of at the top of Madness. We've seen it all weekend long, haven't we? Cars that just lose grip headed up the hill. They think they've got it, and then all of a sudden it goes away and the car breaks free. Able to catch it. It's an easy job up there at the top of the hill, but you've got to be really ahead of the car. A really nice job there by Connor to get the car, or keep the car pointed in the right direction. Up at the front of Formula V, it's still Andrew and Steve Whitston, 1 from 2, separated now by about 8 seconds. So Andrew has put in a couple of really good laps here after the resumption of the race to put some margin between himself and Steve.
Jonathan Kotek, just to let you know, wasn't that long ago he was running in the 150s. He's now down into the 147s. He's got a 15-second lead. James Weida running in the 149s. Stewart just turned his first 149 of the race. Whoa, big wiggle there too. And Jack Haydu is a 49 right in the middle of those two guys. So at this stage, and then we've got, I think Dietz started on wets because his best lap was a 151, and he's now into the low 153s. And I think Lavender is in the same boat, struggling just a little bit. Andrew Whitston, though, continues to set fast lapping for him after fast lap, and it's showing as he is doing an absolutely fabulous job. He's opened up a sizable margin now back to Steve.
I think we've had issues for Russell Rudisuli in the Formula F, really struggling with that car. Running laps in the 2-minute 10s, has dropped another spot overall, back to 17th. This is actually that car there. I wonder if he's just in survival mode here. Get the finish that will, you've got to get to halfway, right? So to help qualify you for the runoffs, to count as a finish in a Super Tour event, you get to the halfway point. We've done that now. It's lap 11. No reason to put the car at any risk. And that seems to be the case there for Russell, doing a nice job staying out of the way and allowing these other class battles to continue. Calvin Stewart is next on the scene. Alan's doing his best to chase after James Weida, but I think the margin is going to be just a little bit too much up to that number 22.
Well, he's got all this, he's got FV traffic, which he gets through quickly, but he's got some Formula Fs that they're a bit more of a challenge to try and get around. One, because they're about same kind of pace, but look at the straight line speed advantage of that F6 over those FVs, and that's just the power plant and the like. And I'm curious what kind of lap he just set. Stewart did a 150.1, Weida 150.6. So if Stewart can get into some clear track, he's got an opportunity here.
And there is Weida, front of the shot.
Yep, and there's Calvin. So now it's a matter of, we'll see what happens on this backstretch, because if Calvin can clear some of these cars and get to Weida, it'll be good. Here comes Weida, and then there's Haydu, and then there's Stewart. So that is your battle right now for Formula 6. And Stewart looks to really have some speed to the point that Haydu drifts over to protect a little bit. And no, it isn't a class battle, but Haydu's thinking the same thing. If I can keep one of these guys behind me, if anybody comes up, I've got some protection here. Nice job by the orange Formula V to just open the wheel up there and let these guys that are battling for the front of their class slide through. That track awareness is a big deal. You may be on the wrong tires, might not be your day, but nice job understanding what's going on. It looked to me like Calvin Stewart ran a little wide through the entry to 9 and was off of that nice dry track.
Wheat held up here.
Oh, yeah. Lapping another
loving
F6.
That.
Yep.
Ends up splitting the two cars, one Formula 6 and one Formula F on the way into the carousel. I was just going to make the point, Greg, that Stewart has been really good in traffic, to say nothing of Wida, but Stewart just has been able to pick and choose his spots, come back in the throttle, kind of pre-plan his moves in a way that's seen him close the margin up to James Wida. It's now down to just 1.4 seconds. Wasn't so very long ago. Spinning number 15 at the keyhole. That is Brian Farnham out of 4th place in Formula V.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Obviously, he had qualified 3rd, was in that battle for the podium, and that that wet grass. He's on slicks. That car's not moving. Watch it here. This runs too wide. Carried a bit too much speed.
Yeah, he was on the right line, Greg, but you're absolutely right. Too much speed. You try and run that outside line at the keyhole. Oh, nicely done. Nicely done to get it out from being high-sided on the edge of the gravel trap.
Yeah.
You see him spinning the rear wheels up on the grass. Just needed a little bit of oomph to get him up over the hill there.
I thought there was no chance he was going to get that car going again the way he was sitting.
Oh, that was key right there. I'm sorry, guys. Calvin Stewart just got around Jack Haydu. And so now there's Wida, there's Stewart. And so the battle is well and truly on. And for the number 15, as you mentioned, Brian Farnham, I think he just spun those rear wheels long enough that it just dried everything up underneath him.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
He just cooked it, yeah. Oh, Wida. Oh, I thought he was going to get badly balked there, but he just went. Oh, look at that! What a move by Wida. Outside, sliced across, threaded the needle, and what a move by Wida. Put 2 Formula Vs between himself and Stewart. Now, Stewart is going to be able to just catch those guys, but we've only got 1:40 left, so that just that little bit of a moment was a brilliant move by Wida. He could have been held up so much worse.
Yeah, one of the advantages that Calvin Stewart has here is, of course, he can see what Wida does in traffic and decide to do the opposite of a V there. Oh, no, Wida spun! Wida has spun trying to go around the outside of a V at the chicane, and it allows Calvin Stewart through. I was going to make a second point that the other advantage that Calvin Stewart has is that his car is painted bright Dayglow orange and will absolutely be filling the mirrors of James Wida. And when it comes to putting pressure on your competitor, it was about all he was going to need. Oh, he lost that car early.
He sure did.
Looks like he just maybe came back in the throttle a little bit too hard, trying to set himself up for the long right-hander at the keyhole, and that was enough to break traction. Oh, no, sorry, that's a lap car. And it was enough to send that car around under increasing pressure from Calvin Stewart in the 07.
Yeah, it was, and that was it. I think that was all pressure from Stewart, and Wida, just as you said, knowing how important it is to get that run out of the keyhole, was just trying to carry a little bit too much speed. And what do we have now? 20. So we're going to be seeing the checker and shorter. White flag's out. So checker flag next time Kotick comes through, who just lapped in the 145s. So I think him being, the theory of thinking about him on wets is completely wrong, because he is going faster.
Well,
if he is, he's the tires have chunked up so bad that he's essentially on slicks now.
And that is entirely possible. He was definitely on wet tires, Greg, when I left the bridge as they were kind of getting ready for a 5 down there. So it's possible there was a late change. He's done really, really well to maintain it either way, either on decaying wet tires or on slicks in the rain. Absolute masterclass from Jonathan Kotick.
Yeah, and he won it yesterday, and there's a reason for that. He's one of these guys with huge amounts of experience in the Formula Ford, and knowing what he's got in terms of a machine here. And I'm taking a look. Is Wida? Well, we're out of time, but Wida just ran Well, he was just a tenth off of Stewart. There they are.
Yeah.
Not far. You know, had he not spun, this would have been right to the line.
I'll tell you what, it's half a second he picked up in that first sector. Weeda's pushing here. I think he knows there's a chance that Calvin is just kind of taking this easy and cruising home. But Weeda is really getting a wiggle on here to try and catch the back of that 0-7.
Yeah, he really is. And why not? You know, I mean, he was leading, he spun, just throw everything at it here. Meanwhile, Kotick.
Yep, checker flag.
Oh, look at Weeda. He is so close.
Yeah, let's stick with this.
Man, did he roll speed through 7 and 8. He's there. He's on the inside coming through 9. He rolled so much more speed. Now Stewart, that's it. Stewart's hope was to keep him pinned there and get underneath him. Now it's just get through the carousel. Kotek gets the big win over Jack Haydu. Look at this battle.
It's not done yet. It's not done.
No, it's not. Here we go onto the front straight. Calvin Stewart, Weeda, who gets there first? Weeda, according to scoring, by
under a tenth of a second, Greg. That
unbelievable
was
stuff.
Unexpected, but tremendous.
Boy, I'll tell you, that was funneling the red mist into the right direction, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I thought Weeda was a goner there.
I did too.
And once he had that spin, there just wasn't going to be enough time left. And Stewart had been closing on Weeda. Right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't even like Weeda was pulling away and then he threw it all away. He had it in hand. He kind of had to get a push on and overstep the bounce. Turns out Weeda had more in reserve than we thought. And came right down to it there in the final couple of corners. Weeda got the move done. Calvin Stewart fought back. And these races just find a way to deliver time after time.
How fun. And and Weeda's speed through 7 and 8, it was just ridiculous. And I mean, I was expecting him to be right behind Calvin Stewart coming out of 9, and he came out of 9 and he was already alongside. That tells you how much more pace he ran. He made up so much ground in that section alone. Wow, unbelievable stuff. So congratulations to Jonathan Kotick. Big overall win. Huge margin again, like he had yesterday. Jack Haydu in second in Formula Ford. Third in Formula Ford, Robert Dietz. Then James Weeda and Calvin Stewart with that fabulous battle in F6. Weeda getting the win by that tiny margin over Stewart. And third in F6, Jason Martin. He just faded a little bit here, back in 10th overall. And then Formula V, it was the Whitstons. How about this? A win and a second, Andrew over Steve, with Rick Shields, again, coming from deep in the pack to grab that third spot. So, wow, as always, just a spectacular race here in this category of cars. And we've got one more race before the lunch break that's coming up.
2 more.
And it should be equally, what's that?
2 more.
Oh, 2 more. We have 4 and 5. Correct.
Yep.
Thank you. This next one should be immensely entertaining. It's Spec MX5 or SMX. And they had a shortened, abbreviated kind of wild race yesterday. Today, they've got over 50 or 100% more time in this race. Cannot wait to see what SMX does when we come back.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Spec MX-5 cars taking to the track here at Mid-Ohio, and as you can see, sun is firmly out right now. Track is, there's little damp spots here and there, but very, very dry. And we've got a field that is going to put on a show for us. So let's get through the starting lineup. Pretty much matches yesterday. William Wallace on pole in the number 52. That is the Mazda Motorsports entry. Cam Eben in the number 66 out of Milwaukee region in Appleton, Wisconsin. Part of the Eben family is second. Camden Gruber, the number 24, is third in the Planet Miata machine. Starting in the fourth spot, 111, Joey Andrews in the Mazda Motorsports. McQueen Mazda starting in the fifth spot. The number 75 of Michelle Squirk out of the R Speed Racing WNA Racing entry. Starting in the sixth spot, it is the 19 of Michael Riccio, and he is in the Varcon Construction machine. Starting seventh is the 95 Rob Clark in the Purple Sector Sim Coaching machine. Starting in the eighth spot, it is the number 16 of Lincoln Larson, and we've got an onboard with young Lincoln here, and that is fantastic. And he's in the Mazda Motorsports Track Day machine. Starting in the ninth spot, the 09 of Skylar Cottrell and the Century Body and Paint entry. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 7 Jason Fichter in the Jupiter Auto Body entry. Starting 11th, I don't think he's back. He had a big wreck. He was involved in a big one in qualifying the 32 at Deacon Greenfield, the OG Racing RP Performance machine. I don't think he's going to start, but wanted to get his sponsors in there. Starting 12th, number 21 of Mitchell Lowry in the Lowry Racing RDR entry. Starting 13th, the number 10 of Matteo Azzari, and he is in the Advanced Auto Sports machine. Starting 14th, the number 70 of Elliman Goulart out of Shelton, Connecticut, in the SCCA Track Days Sato Motorsports Group Mazda. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 60, Aiden Coleman in the AI Integration machine. Starting 17th, the 83 of Liam Kerper, and excuse me, I skipped somebody. Starting 16th, the 133 of Benham Abernathy out of Elm Grove, Wisconsin, Milwaukee region. Starting 17th, the 83 of Liam Kerper in the AMPD Novels entry. Starting 18th, the number 48 of Gavin Vaughn in the Wheels America GLV car. Starting in the 20th spot, the 26th of Michael Tennis in the Tennis Racing Lizardo's entry. Starting 21st is the number 8 of R. Mark Carter in the Oak Tree Motorsport machine. Starting in the 22nd spot, the 171 of Brian Heitman out of Kansas City region. Starting in the 23rd spot, the 57 of Jorge Ortiz. And we've seen him come through the pack a couple of times. We'll see what he could do today. Had problems in qualifying. Starting 24th, the 72 of Aiden Shimbashi in the clearly Canadian Mazda entry. And wrapping up the field, the number 25 of Jet Eben, the number 55 out of Appleton, Wisconsin, and Milwaukee region. So this big pack, 25 cars, making its way up toward the chicane, eventually to the start. What you guys thinking about this one? I'm pretty pumped.
I think this is about as good as we're going to see from this, from any of the groups we've seen this morning. Spec cars, a track that is now mostly dry. So the big variations we got in the last group and in Spec Racer Ford, I think are going to be mostly out the window. We're going to be almost certainly on dry tires for the whole field, I would think. Yep. Remember, they're worn dry tires because they've got to run the same set all weekend. So a little bit of slipping and sliding, ducking and diving, and a whole lot of excitement here for the next 35 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. And just a note, Camden Gruber is not taking the green either. So, and he had qualified in the the third spot. Here we go. Green flag, and man, taking no time for people to start hunting for any opportunity. Look at that move. Back in the pack a little bit. That is some fierce stuff. And Joey Andrews making a big lunge from third.
Oh, that's
three
Cam
abreast.
That is Cam. That is
Cam Gruber. Yeah, 3 abreast into 4, guys. That was insane. And these guys make it work.
Yeah, we've seen it not work a couple of times,
Yes,
Greg, there over the first few races. But Gruber got just enough of an invitation up the inside on from Wallace and Eben to get the move done and split our top 2 finishers from yesterday. I think Gruber likes these sorts of conditions. Oh, 3 cars, 4 cars off, 10 cars off.
Holy cow. And did everybody gather it up? I mean, they were, look at this, 5 abreast up into 11. Are you insane? I believe they are. Look at this, cars bounding and bouncing everywhere. That one's going to spin in the background. And coming through it all, it is Camden Gruber in the lead. Wallace, one of the cars that got absolutely way wide coming through 9. He's lost ground and has slipped back to 4th. So it's Gruber, Evans, Skylar, Cottrell. Great start for Skylar, moving up very, very smartly from 9th up now into that 3rd spot. William Wallace, Jason Fichter, your top 5. But, man, that was just nuts through there.
Greg, I've never seen anything like it. It genuinely made me question whether I was seeing reality or if our camera was glitching, and it just showed pixels disappearing off to the right side of the screen. Amazing, number one, that it happened in the first place. Even more amazing that they all held onto it and came out the other side in a pack that must have been 6 cars wide, headed up out of Thunder Valley going towards turn number 11. A little bit of hyperbole maybe, but man, I just cannot believe they all held on to it out in what is still very, very wet grass at full throttle.
Well, I'd love to see, I'd love to have Jordan roll a quick replay of that exit at 9, because William Wallace went off so far, his spoiler, his nose dug in, and he had a wall of water come up, and how that didn't break something or pitch him into a spin, I have no clue how he controlled that at all. So, but meanwhile, as we're talking about it, Wallace now hounding Cam Evan. Oh, and a big spin there. That's going to be a hit. That was the 21 of Mitchell Lowry, who was in the top 10. And that car is going nowhere. You can see those front tires, both of them pointed inward at a very sharp angle. And we are going to be cautioned for sure. Debris on the track. Let's watch it here. He was side. Oh, that guy saved it. It was behind him. And again, you get up on that curb, the curb stride, but if you run that smidge wide and drop the lefts behind the curb, that dirt back there is still very wet and slick, and then you hit that grass spot and you're gone.
Yeah, I actually wonder if Mitchell had a little bit of target fixation there on the car in front of him.
Very well could be, yeah.
Yeah, it can happen sometimes. I think that's actually what we saw on lap number 1, where the first car did it, went too far, too fast, and ran the car off the side of the road. Lowry actually followed off the 48 of Gavin Vaughn, isn't it?
Yeah.
That blue and white MX-5, and where Vaughn, miraculously managed to hang on to it at the most ridiculous slip angle. Lowry ended up doing the same thing and just could not hang on to it. Car snapped and off into the tires there on driver's right.
Yeah, and the other thing I wanted to mention was, unfortunately, Michelle Squirk, who had such a great qualifying run, and with Cam Evan not starting, not Cam.
Gruber.
Anyway, yeah,
Gruber's there.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who it was, but anyway, Michelle, was running in a solid 5th. And I think she was one of those caught out in that big moment up at turn 11 right here, and danced off the track a little bit. She has slipped back into 10th right now.
That was a weird one up at the top of turn 11. Everybody obviously managed to continue, but you would have thought after what happened at turn number 10, that everybody's on dirty, wet tires coming up to a high-load corner there at the top of the hill. Everybody would just back it down a little bit. And actually, if you go back and watch the replay on our YouTube, the second lap they came through turn number 9 and out up over the hill into Thunder Valley. Anyway, they were all nowhere near the exit curve. Until you got back to the 48 of Gavin Vaughn, none of them wanted anything to do with the curve on the backside, which is fair enough. Makes a lot of sense. It's almost like they learned a lesson, and they all decided, you know what, maybe we don't need to do that again, which, for a group of mostly young drivers, fair enough.
But like you said, that run when they were at 1.5 abreast going up into 11 in these conditions, and 5 into 11, that's tough math, and they paid the price. A few of them there, and that was just. I mean, you're trying to be opportunistic, but there's you got to turn at some point, even though you can't see it on the entry. And it was just, that was a mess. I've never seen anything like that. and I've been doing this a while.
Yeah, genuinely surreal, I think is the way I would put it.
That's the only way to put it.
Watching it in real time. Big loser there is William Wallace in the 52. Obviously, he started up inside the top 3 and has since slipped to 20th place.
Yeah.
Maybe got the worst of some of that turn 10 and 11 business. Actually, I think he did get the worst of the turn 11 business on lap number 1. All to do when we do go back to green flag racing here. Greg, I think maybe with our cleanup down there at Thunder Valley, bearing in mind all the damage to the 21 of Mitchell Lowry, maybe not a bad time to squeeze in a break here so we can go green flag to the end.
I think that's an absolutely great idea. So let's do it, Jordan.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high-performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Shopping for tires used to really ruffle my feathers. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack made it easy to identify the right tires. No more searching high and low, I got the best deal. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose a mobile installer. They brought the tires to my neck of the woods and put them on, right here in my driveway.
You're all done?
Thank you. When it's time for new tires, trust the experts. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Attention in the paddock. Would driver of the number 24 Formula F entry, Nicholas Shepard, please see the race director in impound? Driver of the 24 Formula F, that's Nicholas Shepard, please see the race director in impound.
All right, thank you very much for that announcement. And as you can see, we are still under the full course caution, but we have plenty of race time left. So, it's just a matter. That was a big hit. So, you've got to get the car removed, and that's not going to, you can't just flat tow that. That's going to have to be up on a tilt bed. And then you got to clean the debris up that was back there. So that's why we are continuing to run here under caution, but this track getting ever drier. And, every one of these guys obviously, chose as dry weather attire as they possibly could, because that's what we're looking at. And if you're looking at some of the scoring and you see a little bit of a difference, we've just got a little bit of a glitch between a couple of the scoring programs. Camden Gruber most certainly did start and is in fact leading this race. I wanted to clarify that with an absolutely great opening lap. Cam Eben is second. Jason Fichter doing a nice job. Jason coming up from 10th on the grid into that third spot. Then Lincoln Larson sits in the fourth spot, up from 8th. And Skylar Cottrell up as well from 9th into the top 5. Then Elvin Goulart, a former national champion, I believe, and certainly a former pro World Challenge touring car champion. Rob Clark in 7th, and the 95, the 48 of Gavin Vaughn 8th, the number 10 of Matteo Azzari in 9th, and Michelle Squarick rounds out your top 10. And as I predicted, Jorge Ortiz, who had that problem in qualifying, is back in the pack, has worked his way up. He's knocking on the door of a top 10 here. We'll see what he can do when we get back to green, guys.
I'm excited for it, Greg. I don't know exactly what we're going to see, but I think we're in for a real treat here. The first couple of laps were genuinely beyond comprehension, right up until Mitchell Lowry's incident there at the bottom of the hill. But I think everybody either has a handle on the conditions or the conditions are no longer a factor here.
Yeah.
Provided you stay within the white lines. Some doing that better than others. These SMX cars are tricky, though, right? You really do need to hustle them in order to get, maximum pace out of them.
Yep.
And not convinced that's going to be an option here, bearing in mind the limited margin for error we've already seen here. So lights out on the safety car, flags are down, and I think we're going to get this one underway with 22 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and I just, that last shot showing turn 9, there is a big shadow across the track back there, and there's still some dampness there, so I think that's what's contributing. But here we go, and we have 21 minutes, 45 seconds as the green flies, and Camden Gruber leads this big field down into turn 1, and there's a look from Lincoln Larson and Skylar Cottrell. Neither of them could make that work. We exit turn 1 and just go 3 abreast. Why not? Here's 2 abreast through here and floating just a little bit wide, but up into the chicane. Here goes Mr. Gruber doing a nice job. And there's Eben, a little bit of a gap back to Jason Fichter. Then Larson, Cottrell, Goulart, and the gang here
actually
through the keyhole. Yep.
Cottrell's up to 3rd in that pink and black 09. Yes, he did.
All
so
right.
It's Gruber, Eben, Cottrell. We'll see it as they cross sector 1. And then I think it's Fichter that's shuffled all the way back to 5th. It is. So Elevin Goulart up into 4th and Lincoln Larson back to P6. Eventful restart there behind the 2 leaders. All changed from 2nd on back to 6th. That's one of the Wheels America cars now, I think, fighting up for who is that? Is that Rob Clark? 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place. Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Good start there for Rob Clark as well.
Right, and it was that Cottrell, Goulart, Fichter trio. They were the 3 that went 3 abreast. Gruber's way off. Another massive slide. Let's see, he did hang on to it. Unbelievable. How do you save that? Well, I guess the guy's pretty good wheelman.
1 for 3 for Camden Gruber down there at turn number 9 under race conditions. Learned his lesson on lap 2, but decided it may not apply anymore when he got down there the 3rd time. Again, learned it the hard way. Good news is this time the field didn't follow the leader off into the grass.
Yes. It was just him.
Yeah.
And that little bit of a margin he built over Evan, of course, now gone. And we'll see, and the other thing is you go off like that, it's muddy, it's slippery, you dirty up your tires, and fortunately you've got that little bit of time before you get to turn 11 to let them clean up a bit. He was able to do just that, but wow. And again, I think there's that, like I said, that shadow up right at the exit point of 9, and there's still dampness there, and I think you go there, and if you didn't get your turn in right, and in these conditions now, how slick it is over that and how slick it is offline. I would be doing a little later apex in my turn into 9, just saying, nope, I'm not going to risk that again. But, Gruber makes that mistake, and then in a couple of corners, he's back out to about a 2nd lead here.
Yeah, somewhere inside that helmet, I think Camden Gruber has got to take a deep breath and say, okay, I'm grabbing car lengths here. Over the middle part of the lap. I don't need to push the limit at turn 9 every single corner. 11, yeah, okay, it's a good passing opportunity, but you're not even really going to be within passing range of the cars behind you if you can just keep it on the island here. So,
and he was a lot more circumspect through 9 that time, wasn't he?
Exactly. Cottrell is going to have a look at Cam Eben here around the outside at the carousel. Actually gets Eben out of position a little bit through the apex, and Cottrell's going to get a run down the front straightaway. Looks at the back of the number 66 NCMX5 here. Not close to show the nose, no.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to make a pass into 1 for 2 reasons. One, that straight that leads from the last corner up into 1, the pit straight, not very long, and 2, turn 1 is fast.
Yeah.
And so you literally almost got to be already alongside at the turn-in point, or it's not going to happen. But he gets Cottrell does another great run through the chicane and up at the top of the keyhole here. So he might well have something for Evan as we head down into turn 4. You can't even see Cottrell behind Evan there. Now you see him. But Evan eases away just a little bit. And, for Cottrell to do, he's showing the nose, but that would be a massive late braking move, and he opted not to try it right there. But the one thing that Camden Gruber is loving is all of this defense that Evan's doing on Cottrell right now is allowing him to even further that up. And we've got a couple of cars side by side back in the order a little bit. Was that Gavin Vaughn and Azari possibly?
It was Jason Fichter, who just lost 3 shots in about 1 go there. He was tucked up behind Elvin Goulart, but Goulart has now is now going to have to defend from the number 95 of Rob Clark. Lincoln Larson in the 16, that's the red bumper headed up the hill, has grabbed the position from Jason Fichter as well. So I'm not sure if Fichter just got offline there when he got shuffled out.
Sure
he got the tires a little wet or what happened there, but tumbles from 5th all the way back to 7th now, all in one fell swoop.
Yeah, he's had an interesting race. Started 10th, up as high as 3rd, now back to 7th. It's pretty intriguing here as we come through turn 1 again. And you see the variety of lines still through there, so people are not thinking that being on the normal line is super effective. But that margin now up front has definitely opened up. Gruber just running the fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.7, and stretching that margin just a bit.
Yeah, let's take those top 3 cars and kind of set them apart. I think it's pretty clear that they are the class of the field, at least at this stage, with about 19 minutes gone here in race number 2. Fastest car out of the rest of that bunch is going to be Jorge Ortiz. It's Benham Abernathy now at a 1:41.417. As we get a weird little timing glitch there. The point I'm trying to make is that the Squarek, Ortiz, Abernathy group, if they can work together here, they're putting in really good lap times in the mid-141s, while the other group is fighting up at the front with Cottrell, Goulart, Vaughn, etc. So let's keep an eye on that group, because that group of 4, I think, as we speak, is becoming a group of 5 or 6.
Yeah, they're definitely packing it up just a little bit. And a recovering William Wallace is showing some nice lap speed here, but it's a slow progress up through the pack. There's Goulart under huge attack. Lincoln Larson, he had dropped down to 7th. He's now back up into 5th, and I think he and Rob Clark had a little bit of a duel down the back straight, and Lincoln had position and was able to squeeze on through again.
Change for second, Greg. Skylar Cottrell goes into P2, gets a spot away from Cam Evans, somewhere there in the final sector. We didn't see it on camera. I wonder if it was just a little slip up from Cam Eben in the 66 that opened the door for Cottrell. He had been hounding the back of that car over the last couple of laps since we went back to green, able to finally get the move done. Still plenty of distance here to go. The problem, Greg, is that if they continue fighting here, it is going to allow Elvin Goulart, Lincoln Larson, and friends up onto the bumper as they fight on their own, headed down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Lincoln now trying to figure out a way around Elvin. He's looked inside, outside. Now he goes inside, and not quite close enough. So he now has to wait a little bit. But the problem is now Jason Fichter and Rob Clark are starting to come back up on it. But here's the onboard as we have Lincoln Larson trying to attack on Elvin Goulart, and Lincoln doing an absolutely fabulous job. And these are great onboards he's giving us here as they're working around through. Here's 7, 8, and now here's that tricky turn 9. He gave himself a little bit of a buffer, got a nice little run, but it's a short one. He's alongside now of Goulart, but he's going to be on the outside through 11.
It'll play, though. It'll play.
He shut the door. He got him. But now Goulart coming back around the outside. Wow, what a great, and that is 2 really talented drivers going after it. And Jason Fichter has that nose right in that mix as well. Here comes Evan trying to get a run, and he got one on Cottrell, but could not do enough. And look at dropping a tire. That was Jason Fichter.
Yes, it was. Just tried a little bit too hard to open up turn number 1. You do need as much radius as you can get there to carry the speed. Got into the grass, clipped the cone, and knocked it off to the side, and then cut it back to the inside, and almost had a move on Lincoln Larson in that number 16. Larson gets into Goulart, shoves him out wide at the keyhole, and will scoot up the inside. Bump and runs not necessarily encouraged here in SCCA road racing. I wonder if Lincoln Larson is going to be encouraged to maybe give that spot back and try it all again.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. I'm not. So you definitely saw a little bit of contact there, huh?
I think so.
Okay, I wasn't. But look at this train of cars. Victor in the green car, Rob Clark, Gavin Vaughn, Matteo Azzari in this bunch. Absolutely phenomenal racing here. Michelle Square completes your top 10 right now, and there they are. Wow, what a great battle unfolding. So Skylar Control and Cam Eben are having an absolutely amazing battle for second, and then third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and I think that's Michelle. Yep, the pink car, and then right behind her is that very quick Benham Abernathy that you had talked about earlier.
Yeah, Squarrick's got the orange nose, the front bumper on that MX-5 towards the tail end of this pack. She had been setting really good lap times in a car that we know has been set up incredibly loose, with thanks to her fan club in the chat. Skylar Cottrell also has one of the very best fan clubs in SCCA road racing, and doing well to defend from Cam Eben, having picked that car off a couple of laps ago. Larson now beginning to put some distance between himself and the 70 and 7 cars. It's Goulart and Fichter. Remember Elvin Goulart, SCCA national champion at the runoffs last year in Spec Miata.
Yep.
So moving up to run the NCs this year, has also done a race in the ND-based MX-5 Cup, a couple of races actually, I think, for Elvin, kind of in the mid-tier of Spec Mazda championships here, but a good top 5 run so far for Elvin. With maybe a question mark hanging over that pass from Lincoln Larson. Let's wait and see what it looks like moving forward.
Absolutely, and then you got Fichter right there in the green machine feeling some serious heat from Rob Clark as they turned into 4, but able to deny him and Gavin Vaughn, Azzari and Squarick and Abernathy. Such a great group right here. Then a little bit of a gap back to Joey Andrews and William Wallace, who scrapped his way back up into the 12th spot here. But this group is just phenomenal. And a little bit, that was Clark running wide, did the big bump, and he just got past. I think that is now Gavin Vaughn is going to slide through, I would think. We'll see how that one played out.
When our man Jordan Worth cuts these cameras, usually we're picking up Cottrell and Eben in second and third. The timing issues adding to a little bit of surrealism here, but Camden Gruber has absolutely checked out at the front of the field. 4.3 seconds clear of that battling duo for second place. There you see it. You got them all in one shot. Gruber just has a handle on this second race here in SMX. Cottrell and Eben, meanwhile, no need to focus on the back of Gruber. Let him go do his thing out at the front. Cottrell has it all to do with that 66. That just will not let him get away.
And Lincoln Larson with the quickest laps thus far in this race, at the first one down into the 140s, a 140.1575, I should say. And he continues to ride there in the number 4 position. And you ride on board with him.
That's a good spot, and I think it's because he has seen Goulart, Fichter, Gavin in his mirrors that are just 3 wide all over the place, and I think Lincoln realized, look, right now Goulart's defending like crazy. I need to just throw in a couple of really fast laps and build a little margin, and look, that's exactly what he's done. And Goulart is just under absolute attack from Fichter right now, and Lincoln wants none of that.
A lot of times you'll see this in Spec Miata, Greg. Somebody tries to bridge the gap. It's like a cycling race almost, right? You try and jump off the front of the peloton to go get the leading pack. Sometimes it's 10 minutes. upwards of 10 minutes in a cycling race. That's not the case here. And I don't think Lincoln Larson has been cruising in the peloton, as it were, but he's decided to go make this jump off the front of the field. It's now stacking up a touch behind Elevin Goulart from 5th on back, and Lincoln Larson doing a pretty decent job. Resets fast lap now. Actually, just before it's taken away by Joey Andrews, Lincoln Larson does a 1:40.267 and claws back 3/4 of a second, all in one shot, on Cam Eben, who I think maybe is being held up a little bit just behind Skylar Cottrell. Look at the speed he's able to carry on the way into the keyhole compared to Cottrell and Eben. I think this is going to become a 3-car battle for second place before we get to the end of this one. 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's definitely coming, isn't he? Running clearly quicker than they are. And just an update here, Rob Clark, who had been right up in that top 5 battle, when he ran wide, as we've seen already coming out of 9, it cost him dearly, and he's back into 13th. Eben under attack, or is on the attack, I should say.
Gets up
get there?
No. Up the inside of Cottrell, but we've seen it. The racing line flip-flops from wet to dry, Greg. You desperately want to be on the inside of 5, shorten that lineup and open the arc into turn number 6 if you can do it. In the wet, you wanted to be all the way on that ring road around the outside of the top of Madness. It didn't quite work there for Cam Eben. Held his own, but not able to get the work done. And again, that one move was all that Lincoln Larson needed to join the back of this fight, try to get himself up onto the SMX podium.
Yeah, Lincoln's just driven an absolutely fabulous race here at this stage. Really, really good stuff. And there you see your leader, Camden Gruber, and then this amazing battle for the rest of the podium here. We jump on board with Lincoln. That's Cam Eben right ahead. And right in front of him, you can't even see him. And that's what I've talked about before. You're driving through 3 windshields here, some of the time here. And Skylar Cottrell hanging on. Skylar he needed it, and he just turned his best lap of the race, 41 flat. But Lincoln Larson, as you talked about, running the 1:40.4. So, and had the fastest first sector of anybody in this race on that last lap. So, and you can set these cars up. You can make changes to the setup a little bit. And Lincoln may have just set his car up so that it would come to him a little bit later in the race, because he suddenly, relative to everybody else, is finding some real speed and takes a look at Eben. Late dive down to the inside, floats Eben a little wide. Eben wants to get underneath here and can't. And Lincoln Larson on the move, guys.
Yeah, let's cast our mind back all the way to Q2 on Friday afternoon, Greg. This is the one of the very last sessions we had on Friday. We remarked just how light Lincoln Larson's hands were on the wheel of his NC Mazda MX-5. Remember that these are tires. You only get one set of dry tires per weekend, right? So they ran these tires in Q1, Q2. They didn't run them yesterday in the rain, almost certainly, but back on them today. I wonder if maybe just having those light hands, that very gradual input, that very take what the car gives you attitude towards driving this car, has actually helped him preserve some tire life on that one set that they get. And this is where it starts to pay dividends. 15 laps into a 20-minute, not enduro, but certainly the longest session they'll have all weekend.
Absolutely. I think that's absolutely the case. That light touch. Everything is done gently, and that does preserve tire, no doubt. And you can see those little corrections he's doing, but there is a big wiggle.
Correction.
And that's that tricky part at the top. But he's got another good run here, and draft just a little bit here. Yep, and see what you can do.
We've upset the balance here a little bit with Eben now being off the back of Skylar Cottrell. It was nose to tail for so long. Lincoln Larson's going to have a look up the inside of Skylar Cottrell. Now this is where he got the move on Eben. Cottrell's out a little bit wide. Larson keeps the nose in it as they get to the apex of turn 4, and he's just going to hold it there on the outside. A little bit of a nudge over the top of Madness, and they'll all fall back in a line here. The question mark will be, what does Eben do? If Eben's able to stick with the back of Lincoln Larson in that number 16, does he go with Skylar Cottrell and try and draft up to the back of him if they happen to get side by side, or does he push Larson and try and get both of them past that pink and black number 09 and get himself back up onto this podium?
Yeah, I mean, that's a absolutely fascinating question. And then this duel now is a 3-car duel behind them for fifth. Goulart Victor with Gavin Vaughn there in that blue nose car, lurking just a little bit, giving them a little bit of pressure. Then Matteo Azzari. And in the wet weight race yesterday, didn't we? Ooh, Lincoln takes a look. Matteo Azzari had a pretty abysmal race in the wet yesterday. I don't know if there was something off with the car or the tires or something, but he's right in this scrap for the 5th spot here in that bright blue car. So, great bit of resurgence for him. Here he is right there coming into your screen, right in front of Joey Andrews.
Yeah, Goulart's been able to put some distance between himself and Jason Fichter in the number 6, which I think has invited Gavin Vaughn into the party. Gavin Vaughn also has a mostly clear rear-view mirror with a little bit of a gap built back to Matteo Azzari as we jump on board Lincoln Larson. Not quite close enough. I wonder here, Greg, if Lincoln is playing a slightly longer game. We just got the notification from Race Control. 2 laps to go, so we'll be coming to the white flag. I wonder if Larson thinks, you know what, if I go for this move at turn 4 now, when we come back around the next time, I'm going to have 2, equally desperate and hungry NCs behind me that can draft together and get the move done coming to or on the final lap. Maybe I just wait till the final lap and pounce when we get to 4 after the white flag.
Absolutely. Now, what he's also got to be thinking about, though, is now he showed that nose a couple of times, and so on that last lap, Cottrell might just drift over middle of the track to cover that, and at that point, is he ready? Lincoln Larson, I'm talking about, as the white flag comes out now, would he be ready to try that move around the outside going into 4? So all of that's playing through in your head here. This is that game of chess, high-speed chess that all these drivers are playing. Is, where can I find advantage? How can I pounce? When should I do it? All of that. And here we go. Last time through the chicane, up to that highest little point there, and now it falls away. And, you're absolutely right. Goulart has really opened up a little bit of a lead now and pretty much alone in 5th. But here we go. What is going to happen heading down into turn number 4? I'm not sure at this point that Lincoln's really close enough. There he goes. He showed the nose, and there you go. You can see the defense by Skylar Cottrell, and Lincoln just wasn't close enough to try and work something around the outside. And now he's also got to be careful of what's going on behind him with Eben here. So here we go. Last time, bottom of the S's at turn 6. He is really close now. What happens here in 7 and 8? Not a lot.
Just half a line inside of the racing line there, just enough to prevent Larson from the big send we saw at the end of the Spec Miata race yesterday. It would have been one opportunity. I think the last one's going to be on the way into the carousel here. Let's see if Larson can come back in the throttle early enough out of 11. Is there a move here? Watch Eben.
Eben thinking about it, trying to round him up as Gruber takes a dominant win, which one you don't see in SMX. Here we go. The battle for second. A lunge by Larson. It's not going to be enough, but wow, the margin of victory. We're talking thousands, folks. From second to third, I should say. Margin of victory for Camden Gruber, an unheard of 7 seconds. And this was pretty much a dry race, and he just checked out. And when you do that over drivers the caliber of Cottrell, Larson, Eben, Goulart, all these guys that have huge accomplishments behind the wheel, this is going to be one I think Camden Gruber remembers for a while.
I'll tell you where I think Skylar Cottrell managed to secure that second step on the podium, Greg.
Yep.
It was the apex of turn 4, right? You called it. Does Cottrell go defensive on the last lap and force Larson to go around the outside? The answer was going to be almost invariably yes, and that's exactly what he did. At that point, Larson had 2 decisions. Either he swings it out wide and tries to cut back to the inside, or he goes deep on the brakes and tries to hold the outside around 4, giving him the inside at 5. In the end, he decided to try the switchback, which, fair enough, make a call and stick with it. Cottrell did exactly what he needed to do, which was to park the car at the apex of 4 so that he didn't slide wide and allow Larson to carry his momentum from the wide entry going towards China Beach there at turn number 4. It was just the slightest dab of the brakes to slow the car down so that it didn't drift wide, but he executed it absolutely perfectly, planned his move, knew where Larson was going to go, and knew exactly what to do to defend against it. Really impressed by Camden Gruber for the class win, equally impressed by Skylar Cottrell with his racecraft to defend that second place finish.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, that is, the talent of a good defense sometimes is simply putting your car on the exit of a turn where the guy behind you wants to have his car. And it just, that immediately just nulls out any kind of a speed advantage he has. It's not blocking. It's you're there before he gets there. That's not a block. That's just amazingly good defensive racecraft, and Skylar Cottrell showed it there. So Gruber, Cottrell, and Larson, that is your podium, and what a brilliant one it was. Cam Eben ends up 4th. Elevin Goulart hangs on over Jason Fichter in that fun little group to get the top 5. So that is that. And now I think I'm correct in saying we have one more race group before lunch.
Yeah, correct.
And it is the Big Bore group. And on a dry track, this is going to be so different from yesterday. And it's going to be wicked fast. Can't wait for it. And we'll be back to Mid-Ohio.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
Welcome back, everybody. It is big board time, ground pounders, and for some very special people out in the Midwest, Wooma is about to hit the track here. Let's get through the starting lineup. This is the big board group. Amazing straight line speed, still really quick in the corners, but the GT1 car is immensely powerful. But we are looking at a grid where Tony Ave in his Nissan 350Z, the Ave Motorsports number 144, GT2 car starts on pole. GT2 car alongside as well, the 165 of Jorge Nazario in the Taxmania Chevy Corvette. Third is a GT2 car, Zach Arnold, the number 72, the Arnold Machine and Centricity Porsche. Then our first GT1 car, the 57 of David Kaczmarek, and that is the Kreider Racing Ave Motorsports Ford Mustang. Starting fifth overall, fourth in GT2 is Ike Keeler, the number 15 Toyota Camry. And then starting in the sixth spot and doing it's in a GTX car, which is sort of a exploratory class for Madison Aust. We'll talk more about her presence here. That's the number 98 Hyundai Elantra NTCR. Then the guy who's been awfully quick all weekend on the pole in T2, Chip Herr in his Warwick Auto Park Audi RS3 LMS TCR car. And then in the second spot at T2, the number 18 of Aaron Kaplan, and Aaron in the Kaplan Racing Systems machine. Then fifth in GT2 is Tom Patton in the number 50, one of my favorite cars out here. The Hoosier Tires Felice Engine Sunbeam Tiger. Then sixth in GT2, 10th overall, the 74 of Ian Barberi. And Ian in the TC Design Motorsports BMW M3. Then on the pole in the T1 class is the number 48 of Brian Goodman, and that is, I'm going to make sure, it's a BMW, and it's sponsored by High Speed Motorsports and Hoosier. Second in T1, the 109 of Ryan Schakowsky, and Ryan doing a great job in his Porsche GT4 Club Sport. Then third in T2 is Scotty White, 0, in his Night Transport Hoosier Ford Mustang. Fourth in T2, 14th overall, the 12 of Russell King out of Minneapolis, my old region, Land O'Lakes, in the Joe Pelican and Further Racing entry. 16th overall, 5th in T2, the 79 is Stephen Greenhill for Further Motorsport and a BMW. Starting in the 17th spot overall, third in GT1, Brian Scheibel out of Georgetown, and he's in the MBS Racing Chevrolet Camaro. Then it's in ace and N, James Yost. And James had a wonderful run yesterday in the Yost Ironworks Ford Mustang. Sixth in T2, 19th overall, the 5 of William Bolt in his Bolt Racing Carbotech entry. And then 20th in the overall run, 7th in GT2 is William Moore, the 33. M Sports Mom, I like this, Mom, Hoosier, and Mom and Dad. That's the guy who gets it. Starting in the 21st spot overall, second in ace and N, Philip Smith. Up next in the PRS Racing OPIC US Ford Mustang. And then in the 23rd spot, 8th in GT2, John Brown in the number 60. Then you have Ray Mason, Ryan McManus, Patrick Paul, and Andrew McDonald as we get ready to come to the green flag. And you know, folks, I'm sorry. I just gave you the finishing order from yesterday. How about that? You like that? That was good. Just a reminder. So it's Kaczmarek and Morris, McManus up front. There they are, the two GT1 cars.
Oh, it's a slobby start, Greg.
Yeah.
Did we get a green flag here?
We did, I think.
Out trouble for Abe.
Right.
That's Tony Abe in the 144 Nissan that did not go off the start, dropping to the back of group number 1. He's got issues.
The winner from yesterday, you're right, at a crawl. Kaczmarek leading McManus. I think that's Ray Mason next up, and with Ave's problem, that puts Ray in the number 82 Mustang. Here we go, the second group here, heading down, and this is Brian Goodwin, Chip Herr, side by side here. And
Sikowski up the inside.
Yeah, Chip got out-muscled there, didn't he? Oh!
He's going to drop 2 wheels. Does he hang on to it? Just about. Buries his foot in the throttle in that front-wheel drive Audi RS3 LMS TCR. but drops 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots.
Yeah. Yeah, he's still struggling.
Yet two of our main protagonists, Greg, from yesterday, Chip Herr and Tony Abe, in strife in their respective groups. This is nothing like we expected to see out of the feature race for this big four group.
Yeah, not at all. This is just crazy. So Chip Herr now, he's got to just put his head down a little bit. Here comes Ave. Boy, a big win yesterday, and then a problem on the pace lap when he went to start. And ending that here. So it's Pintarek over McManus. Those two are really, Pintarek over McManus. Those two are really close at hand here.
Tell you what, I am really quite surprised we even got a green flag in the first place, Grant.
Yeah, it was ugly, wasn't it?
Among the worst starts we've had this weekend. Plenty of time to get grouped up and put together from the chicane all the way around the keyhole, and then close up to the back of the row in front of you as you exit the keyhole, but that wasn't really the case. Pintarek went early on top of it, which threw the whole thing into chaos. Meanwhile, we've got a change for the GT2 lead. Ray Mason led once Ave went by the wayside, but that's no longer the case. Zach Arnold in the Porsche GT3 Cup number 72 now is going to start to hound the back of Ryan McManus and the two GT1 leaders.
Yeah, that Porsche is so well suited here, and Zach doing a really stout job. Started in the fifth spot. And but as you said, he's hanging on right there. And that car, like I said, it works so well here. It's lighter. It doesn't have that honking power delivery, which on a track that is this twisty and technical, you've got to wait a while sometimes to get the power down these big GT1 cars, because two things about these GT1 cars: they have nowhere near enough tire or aero for the power. Compared to some of the other cars. So talk about you drive them with a bit of a delicate touch in terms of power delivery. But you remember McManus yesterday had that big problem early. It's nice to see him still right in it. And there is Tom Patton, and he is solidly in this hunt. And there was a quick look at Madison Oust. And as they come down this back straight here, Brendan, why don't you talk a little bit about Madison's reason for being here?
Yeah, I don't know with 100% certainty, but I think we can surmise by connecting a couple of dots that Matty Austin, that number 98, Brian Herta Autosport, Hyundai Elantra, and TCR, that car will be back here in 2 weeks' time for the Pilot Challenge headlining weekend here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Tom will, of course, be back here for that, one of the first big spectator events of the year. Great opportunity to get some track time. Yesterday was, some mixed and challenging conditions for this group, but you take the track time and the learning opportunity where you can get it. This afternoon, though, this is a lot closer to the race conditions, I think. Not necessarily in terms of weather, because there's no way to know that. But here specifically, it's a 35-minute race, 20 laps, right? You've got to manage the tires, manage traffic, manage the gaps. They're going to be into the touring traffic, not the touring cars, but the T1, T2 traffic here within a couple of laps. And I think this is, if nothing else, an affordable way and a really useful way to get some data, get some experience, and gain an understanding of how to make these front-wheel drive TCR cars work in race conditions, bearing in mind they've also got, it'll be a 4-hour race, so it's not even like it's a quick stint and done.
Yeah.
Potentially 2 stints or more for Matty here in a couple of weeks. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of them. We often see it at Sebring ahead of the Trans Am weekends. We get a ton of these big bore cars that show up for some laps down there at Sebring, but this is a same concept, just a different spot, different point in the season.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and it's a wonderful opportunity. I was just watching Jorge Nazario while you were talking turn into turn 4, and that he is driving the wheels off that Corvette. It was dancing through there. He is giving it everything he can because he's just about a couple of seconds off of Zach Arnold. There they are, and then here comes Ray Mason. Show you the white Mustang that should be next in frame here, and right behind him is Tom Patton in that Sunbeam Tiger with that V8 in it.
I'll tell you what, Greg, here, when I think back to the return of Mid-Ohio to the Super Tour schedule back in 2024, one of the very best races of the weekend was this exact one, Sunday Big Bore feature race. 35 minutes, 20 laps, and it was fought exactly the way that this one is. Dave Pinteric and Ryan McManus together. McManus, I think at the time, was maybe in a C6 instead of a C7, but it doesn't matter. McManus really put the work to David Pinteric right the way through the 20 laps until Pinteric had an issue. Where it really started to work for McManus was in traffic. Ryan McManus was able to cling to the back bumper of that 57 Ford Mustang of David Pinteric, and when they got into traffic, McManus was able to pick and choose his battles the way he wanted to. Eventually, I think, got through into the lead, but it kept them close all the way through the opening stanza of the race. So I think if McManus can duplicate that performance here and just stick to the back of Pinteric and that Mustang, when they get back into the touring cars, beginning with Andrew O'Donnell in the Ford Mustang FP350S in Touring 1, I think McManus is going to be able to pick and choose his opportunities to try and get the move done on Pinteric and come home with the GT1 race win.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly showing that form right now, isn't he? Although Pinteric just set fast lap at a 129.4, and so that gives you an idea. And you know what's happened here now, and you can see the two of them have seriously distanced Zach Arnold, who was all over them earlier. Well, the reason is these big GT1 cars takes a little more time to get heat into the tires, and you've got to have the right heat because that affects the pressure in the tire, and that directly relates to the setup on those cars. And now they are running a good 2 seconds a lap faster than Arnold, and it's just because now those big GT1 cars have come alive.
Trouble for Ian Barbieri in the 74, slow out of the final corner, able to find a gear finally and accelerate down the front straightaway, but it drops him all the way back to 12th overall, whereas he had been contending, I think, for a podium spot in GT2. Yeah, he was just behind Ike Keeler in the 15 Toyota Camry. So tough luck for Barbieri. Glad he's been able to continue, but it all seemed to be related to gearbox there and getting the gear to engage. He'll set now after the back of... who is that just ahead of him? Is that William Moore in the 33 Camaro? I think it might be. It's Aust. Yeah, William Moore in the 33 should update here as they come across start start line. Yes, it does.
Look there as Madison Aust right there in that car, getting that valuable experience. She's got William Moore right behind her, and then, as you mentioned, Ian Barbieri. And Ian was really quick yesterday, so seeing him have that little bit of a problem is going to be frustrating. But we know he's got speed. There's no question of that.
Nazario has caught Zach Arnold in the battle for GT2, Greg. Up onto the back bumper, headed towards turn number 1. There we go. Arnold's out a little bit wide of the apex of turn number 1. You can get away with that in the Porsche. It doesn't really want to rotate the way that a front-engine car would with that weight over the rear wheels, but when you come back in the throttle, it really sticks, and he's able to get the drive off of turn number 1 and defend from Nazario. Let's see what Nazario's straight line speed is like here. They were pretty close last lap through the speed trap, right around 149 miles an hour. Nazario will have a slipstream run out of the keyhole turn. I don't know that he's going to be close enough on the run here to turn number 4 to get a move done.
Yeah, and I think that's all because of exactly what you were talking about with the engine over the drive wheels in that Porsche. You get that thing in the right direction, so you diamond that keyhole just a little bit, not enough to let Nazario jump inside, but you diamond it, turn, and then all that weight over the drive wheels, you plant that, and you can go to throttle in these Porsches a fair bit sooner than you can in a big old GT1 or a GT2 car that's rear drive with the engine up front and a big motor as well, because you can't just give it the welly. It's going to break the back end loose on these cars if you're not careful. And then I've been watching in the background, Tom Patton has consistently been hunting on Ray Mason here. Here they are, looking in, looking out, and the whole time Ike Keeler is just sort of there watching. But that battle between Patton and Mason is for the final podium spot in GT2.
Yeah, Tom Patton in that number 50. That car did not work exceptionally well in the wet yesterday. Either that or Tom was just not happy with the handling on it. Either way, not a good result for Tiger Tom yesterday, but man, does that thing go like stink in the dry all over the back of Ray Mason in a performance that is much more like what we come to expect out of that 50-plus-year-old Sunbeam Tiger.
Absolutely.
For Tom Patton, that is tremendous stuff. Has a good run here on Ray Mason. Gets in the slipstream of that much bigger Ford Mustang TA2 car.
Ooh, Mason locking it up. He's way too quick. Did he get that woe down? He
Just about.
did. Oh, my goodness. That
tell you
thing
what,
was slewing everywhere. That's a great save.
I think he got it woed up without chunking the front tires or squaring off the front tires there as well. I didn't see a lot of lockup smoke, which is really well done by Ray Mason to modulate the brake pressure there so that it didn't stop the front tire, the inside front tire especially, from turning and give him a big old flat spot. Big, heavy car with a flat spot for 13 laps here would have been absolutely diabolical.
Oh, the vibration up through the chassis and into your arms, it is very, very unpleasant here. But he's feeling the pressure, certainly, from Ray Mason, or from Tom Patton. And, you know, Ike in that Toyota Camry, the sort of maroon car in the background here, he's staying right with him. He's running really similar laps. Doesn't have the speed to attack, but he's sure just sitting there watching, going, this, you know, if something goes wrong here, I've got a grand opportunity to be able to hop through.
Pentarek able to begin stretching the margin over Ryan McManus, 57-07. They've started their run through the touring cars and the the tail enders in this mixed class field. Looks like McManus able to get a better run down the straightaway here. Best time in the speed trap this time through, 162 miles an hour. Pentarek a couple of miles an hour slower than that, but it didn't matter because he had pulled out 1.1 seconds in their first run through traffic here. So a little bit of breathing room for Dave Pentarek at the front of the GT1 field. They'll have a little bit of work to do on Scotty B. White, I believe, in the number 0 T2 Mustang. Does he get helped up here at the final corner? No, not so much. McManus will probably have to deal with this up at turn number 1, which is exactly where he doesn't want to catch the unarrowed blue Ford Mustang.
Yeah, it looks like it was just enough ground, and I think that was probably a smart move by Ryan. I think he backed off a little bit, and so that he could get the run he wanted through turn 2, and easily then got by Scotty before up into the chicane. So that battle stays. But you're right, that's up to, now. It's a second and a half, and that was all traffic. You know, it was traffic loss for Ryan McManus.
Yeah, it looks to me like McManus is maybe having to hustle his Corvette a little bit more than Pentarek, whereas Pentarek, I think, has a little bit more natural pace in the car. Of course, Pentarek, many, many years of driving these types of cars.
Yes.
Even tried his hand at SMX last year, and I'm not going to say it didn't go well, but he wasn't up at the pointy end the way he is in these GT1 cars. I think David just maybe feels at home in these big power, big weight, skinny tire type of machinery. It's showing here. Comfortable in traffic, comfortable out on his own, and has the margin out to a second and a half.
Yeah, and I mean, make no mistake here, these GT1 cars are serious beasts. As I said, you're talking about 900 or thereabouts horsepower in these cars, and so when you hit the throttle, it goes. I mean, and it flies. And here comes Pentarek. Is he going to get them both? Boy, if he does. Oh, man, that is going to be a great gift, because now McManus has to get through them. Now, he'll be able to blow by him on the straight, but if he has to wait too much to get to that point, looks like that might actually work out.
Yeah, so by happy accident here, we actually managed to have caught the T2 lead battle.
Yeah.
Remember, Chip Herr had his issues on the race start, dropping 2 wheels on the outside of turn number 4 and slipping back 5 or 6 spots, has now caught Aaron Kaplan in the BMW M2 Club Sport. Greg, you have talked about it over the years on the air. There is an art form to being passed in multi-class sports car racing, right? It's predicting not just where you're going to be, but where the other cars are going to be, and allowing them to get through in a way that costs you absolute minimal time. And I think that's what we saw from Aaron Kaplan on the way into turn 1 this last time through. Just breathed out of the throttle, boxed Chip Herr in behind or alongside Dave Pentarek as he went up the inside, and then allowed Pentarek to get his move done so that Kaplan could come back in the throttle super, super early at turn number 1 and get the run down the straightaway towards the keyhole and defend from Chip Herr. Tell you what, though, Herr is right back up under the blue rear bumper of that M2.
Just going to say, Chip had an amazing run through turn 9, and now he's going to try and go outside. This is tough to do, but it was worth a little bit of a go here. And remember, this is not the all-wheel drive Audi that he has run in the other classes. This is a front drive car that has a lot, and I mean a lot, of aero built into it. And so the faster he can go, in essence, the better the grip is for him. And these TCR type cars, they got a lot of power for their weight, and they run GT4 lap times. Sometimes they're very close, so it gives you an idea of just how quick they are. And of course, Chip is a seriously talented driver. So let's see what happens here as we head down that long back straight.
By the way, David Jans, who was third in GT1, just made a stop to the pits. He is back out on the racetrack. Don't know what the problem was that brought that number 70 here in the pit road.
Thank you, Tom, as we just watched Chip Herr get through and make the pass on Aaron Kaplan for the lead in that T2 category. Now the question is can Aaron stay there and fight and try and get Chip to hustle that car, maybe? Because remember now, Kaplan's car rear wheel drive, Chip's car front wheel drive. And remember, when you have to hustle a front wheel drive car, you're asking those front tires not just to turn and brake, but also be power delivery. And it's really easy to just destroy front tires in a front drive car in a dry track when you're overdriving it a bit. I think Chip's savvy enough, he knows not to do that. Obviously, he's a very talented driver. That said, it all depends, I guess, on just how much pressure Kaplan can pounce on him here.
Yeah, also being tucked up behind another car, breathing in hot air on those front tires is probably not the best way to go about preserving tire life. But as you said, Chip Herr, many, many times a national champion, I could drive quite literally anything, and very obviously the pride of Lidditz, Pennsylvania. I don't think Chip is the kind of driver to run his tires off. We've got a car off at the top of the hill there.
On the driver's left, right at the exit of the keyhole.
Is that a red?
Facing the wrong way.
So my initial guess there would be that that's David Jans in the Ford Mustang GT1 car, but I saw him in the pits not so very long ago. Has he come back out? Yes, he has. Electronics confirms it is the number 70, so it was an early stop for some reason there for David Jans. Got back out on track, and then immediately on what appears to be his outlap, has the car in the gravel trap there, exiting the keyhole. That's tough.
Very tough, no question.
I think we are standing up the safety car here as well. So it's double bad for not just David Jans, but for us here as well. This is going to tighten up a lot of battles I don't think we were expecting to see tighten up.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And it's going to give, David Pintarek, McManus stayed with him big time. And then before this yellow came out, Pintarek had opened the lead up to 13 seconds.
Yeah. Some of that will have been while McManus was slowing for the yellow.
Yes.
But I also saw Ryan Schakowsky in the Club Sport GT4 up ahead of him.
Yep.
Up behind him. I wonder if he was just caught in traffic for most of that lap.
I think so, yeah.
And now he's got Barberi and I think the 60 GT3 Cup car of John Brown in between himself and Ryan McManus. So, gap has closed, but ultimately he's still got a little bit of a buffer there, does Dave Pintarek. Greg, I think we've got to take a break here.
I think that's a wise idea.
Course yellow.
Yeah, we got some time, so let's thank some partners, and we'll be back to cover it the rest of this here at Mid-Ohio.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes, production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars. The Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back here at Mid-Ohio as we are in the midst of a caution during the 5th race group of the day, the big bore machines. And after this, we will have the lunch break here on the track. So we'll be taking a little bit of a break as well. But we still have 11 and almost a half minutes here left in this race. And this was all because of the car of David Jans had been off track just around this corner, essentially.
Yeah, we don't have the flag station in sight there, Greg, so I'm not 100% sure if that car is still there or if they've been able to
I don't see it up looking back here. I don't see it, but I see one of the wreckers.
It's possible that he's gone, but the crew is not. Oh, here comes David Jans, actually. Picked him up out the window here.
Oh, good.
And he carries on, so he's going to join the back of the field. Somebody in the YouTube chat earlier had asked if that was a true and proper shell zone livery. I don't know the answer to that, likely because it doesn't run in the same, word this carefully, that car currently does not run in the same spec that the shell zone car ran in the 90s. That Mustang just had the rear spoiler rather than the full rear wing aero assembly that came later in Trans Am, whereas this car does have that full rear wing. So it's possible it's the old car with new bits attached to it, or it's possible it's a tribute. Impossible to tell.
Exactly. But fodder for some great questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think a TA2 throwback weekend would absolutely kill. I think doing old Trans Am liveries on the current crop of TA2 cars as like a feature race on the Trans Am weekends would be absolutely incredible. We've got bigger fish to fry, however, Greg. Lights are out on the safety car.
We do, and we are going to get back to it here with 9.5 minutes left in this race. And leading him to the green will be David Pintark, and it flies. And McManus now wants to get around everybody as fast as he can. And got through a couple of them. Just that one BMW up front is going to take a bit. Really aggressive needle threading going on here.
That's her.
Heading in.
Wide. Woo. Second start of the day for Chip Herr. Well, second start of the race for Chip Herr. And second time he's been out in the marbles on the outside of the first corner from the green. Actually, ends up giving the T2 lead back to Aaron Kaplan in the BMW M2.
Sure
there
did.
They go through the shot out of the keyhole. And, contact.
Right
further
there.
back.
That was the portion of BMW having a little bit of a clunk right there.
Yeah, so that 60 of John Brown, that's the GT2 Porsche Cup car, got into the shot.
Oh, man, Tom Patton was on that little access road making a pass here on some of the back traffic. Here comes Ike. Ike taking a big move on Patton. Tried to get through. Patton having none of it. Covers it up.
I'll tell you who this yellow flag benefited, Greg. We talked about it during the yellow. We said, what happened to Jorge Nazario? Could not piece it back together, but he had lost something like half a minute due to presumably a spin or something in traffic. This allows him back up into the GT2 fight. Right now, he splits the T2 leaders, Kaplan and Herr, should have a shot to get past Kaplan here on one of these longer straightaways and try and haul himself back up onto the GT2 podium from fifth place where he sits currently.
There's a lot going on here. Again, that maroon car, Mike Keeler, looking at that wide line, trying to figure out a way by on Patton. And, you know, the other thing I was going to comment with Chip, you know, both of those offs, he didn't have the all-wheel drive that we've talked about previously. And so if he gets those front tire muddied up or really wet running off the track like that, he can't just drive through it. He's got to wait for that to clean up. Once it does, he's back and fast. But it isn't a no-brainer like it is in the Audi or in the A4.
Yellow also brings together our T1 battle. Brian Goodman and Ryan Schakowsky 3.5 seconds apart. Wait for, well, there's Schakowsky getting passed by Nazario. Where is Brian Goodman's BMW M3? Did we see it in the previous shot? Get him at Madness here. Oh, here comes
Chip. Yep. Just going to say, trying to go back to the lead around Aaron Kaplan. Kaplan stays put around the outside. Herr's going to try and stay put around the outside of the top of Madness, and got the line down to the inside, and I think he's through. Yeah, he's got to negotiate 6, 7 here, and he's made it.
Kaplan was very gentlemanly there around the outside
Yes,
of turn number 6. The road flattens out there at the bottom of the hill, and the road can go away from you if you're not expecting it. I think he was maybe just giving Chip that little extra margin just in case he slid wide on the way into 6, and it left Kaplan way, way out to driver's left. And I think that was just enough where he had no chance to defend from Herr at that point. Through goes Chip Herr into the T2 lead.
And I think Chip was very, very respectful when Kaplan went around the outside of 4. And, you know, Chip gave him plenty of room as well. And, you know, like I said before, when, you know, the visor goes down, these are, you know, guys are absolutely fierce competitors, but, you know, in the paddock afterwards, when you're doing the bench racing around the campfire and somebody's grilling and you're just spending time with the guy that you just beat or that just beat you. And one of the great things is if you're running a similar car, the guy that just beat you might not have even been in the race had you not given him a part.
Yeah.
That's the camaraderie. That is the part of the club, Sports Car Club of America. That's what makes it special.
Yeah, I kind of had to recalibrate there after the SMX race where it was, you know, leave no margin and squeeze where you can. That's not necessarily what club racing always is. You can have good, hard, fair, and clean racing by, you know, leaving a little margin. Chip would have absolutely done the same for Aaron if the roles were reversed there. I think there are two people who just kind of get club racing there, and nice to see that back and forth over the whole distance of the race, really, as Chip Herr has been recovering from that early 2 off there at turn number 4.
It was pretty fascinating here. That blue Porsche is your leader in GT2. The next 4 cars are all GT2 cars. You know, yes, this has been packed up a little bit by the caution, but this is a real battle between Zach Arnold, Ray Mason, Tom Patton, Ike Keeler, and Jorge Nazario. And I mean, as disparate a group of cars as you could have.
No kidding.
That's the beauty of it.
Considered that, but you are absolutely right. The rear-wheel drive, rear-engine Porsche, a handful of TA2 spec cars, the ancient Sunbeam Tiger from Tiger Tom Patton, and then Jorge Nazario in that Chevy Camaro at the back. Really don't get variety like this in professional sports car racing, Greg. Great to have it in club racing here, and great to see that they're so equally balanced. After 18 laps, these tires are tired. The track temperature has gone up. It's basically completely sunny here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And, is that a right front puncture on Ray Mason?
It sure looked like it. He just suddenly floated wide. And, everybody's streaming through. And cut tire.
Top of the hill there, Greg.
Yep. You can see him just crawling a little bit. Watch it here. Up over the top, looking good.
That just drops on it.
And then just blom, it's gone.
Yeah, no big lockup there. So the right front here, you would suspect that would be the tire that locks up going into turn 4 there, the heaviest braking zone on the track. You drag that tire along, as we get the white flag here, it will eventually wear a hole in the tire. But I haven't seen that from Ray Mason.
No. Although,
yeah.
I haven't. What's that?
I was just going to say he did have that big lockup at turn 4 earlier, or that big moment at turn 4 earlier on.
But we didn't see any of that big lockup or the smoke or anything like that. And the other thing is, he had a similar problem yesterday. Remember that? Somebody had a big off here at the top of the S's. Clag everywhere. But yeah, Ray had something go wrong yesterday in that right front as well. And ended up not even being able to finish that one either after a great race. But here we are. This is Kaczmarek, and he has just been fabulous since the restart. Just clocking some. He's at 27.8 on his last lap, and McManus at a 1:31.8. So doing a fabulous job as this gentleman, David Kaczmarek, and he's coming around. A couple more corners to negotiate for the big win here in GT1. But let's keep this shot here if we can, because there's some really good racing that's going to be coming up. You see McManus in the background as he's working his way around. But as soon as you see, there it is, that blue Porsche coming in now to turn 13 into the carousel. And he's got the room. Patton looks to be pretty solid. There he is. So Arnold wins GT2. Tom Patton and the ancient Sunbeam Tiger picks up second. Ike Keeler in the Toyota Camry is third, and fourth is Jorge Nazario in a Chevrolet Corvette. What a race they put on here. And then
Brian Goodman.
Yeah,
T1 winner.
Doing a beautiful job too. So nice job in T1 with Ryan Chakowski, and second in T2. Madison Oust, 8th overall. That's pretty darn respectable in this group, no question.
Yeah, actually came across the line together with Chip Herr there, and the only 2 TCR cars in the field, competing in different classes, obviously, GTX versus T2. Chip Herr gets the T2 class win after a really fair but hard-fought race with Aaron Kaplan. Chip picking up another Super Tour win on his birthday, Greg.
Oh, how nice is that? Well, happy birthday, Chipster.
I'd say it's a sweet treat for his birthday, but hers mostly makes potato chips, so fun doesn't quite work out the way I wanted it to.
Yeah, well, it's a thought.
We'll coat him in chocolate.
There you go. Yeah, and James Jost, let's not forget James doing a really nice job getting his second win in a sedan over Philip Smith. So great stuff here in this big bore group, and seeing some, top speed here was 164.2 in these cars. Like I said, these things book, and man, did they put on a wonderful show. And we are going to be heading into the lunch break. There you see it here. It's going to be at 1:20 p.m. when we will be back. Before I sort of sign things off, first of all, Tom Michaels, anything you'd like to add here about this amazing event and weekend?
Well, it's thankfully the weather has turned. It has been very nice since our earlier rain today. And just don't forget, if you're here on the grounds or if you're watching here and would like to come out for more sports car racing, OVR is going to have 2 more this year. The Cincinnati region will have one as well. I believe it's July, August, and October, the general dates for those events. And we're not done yet. We got 3 good ones coming up for you.
Oh, boy. That's an absolute fact. Brendan?
Yeah, enjoy your lunch break. It's a big racing weekend, has been to this point already. They just started qualifying a little west of us here, so enjoy that while we take a bit of a break here at Mid-Ohio, and then come rejoin us on the other side for 3 really tremendous races. Spec Miata smack in the middle of it. The only thing more exciting than watching cars go around Indy at 2:30 is a field of 40 Spec Miatas at Mid-Ohio. So choose wisely.
I think that's great perspective, and I can't think of a better way to go to break. We'll see you all at about 1:20 Eastern.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic. think they kind of cater to the whole crowd of people. They got the SUVs for the soccer moms and stuff like that, but then you got your Miatas and your Speed 3s for your car enthusiasts, so I think they cater to all crowds, and so I think that's something that everyone can get behind.
In terms of maintaining equipment, I mean, running a prep shop, I mean, day in, day out, we're maintaining cars for customers all over the country. Mazda, hands down, is probably the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none in terms of specific competition parts availability, pricing, access to their technical knowledge and base. It just feels right. You feel connected.
So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support, contingency support as well. All of this is done through our website and the team support program and the Parts 800 number. We have two main ways that customers can acquire parts from Mazda Motorsports. It's through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. You know, simple information, prove that you're a racer with a race result. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives basically 5 days a week.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform. You know, a lot of guys would run double stints just to get time on track. They're super reliable, don't break. And Mazda Motorsports has some of the best just support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else. So they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
There's nothing else like this. There's no other big class that has the highest quality of drivers in it. And it's really attracted the right level of people. The other aspect is I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and so it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
It's one of those things that once you get hooked into it, it just never leaves. Really helps understanding where they come from. It helps the communication between customer relations. You can very much understand their needs of the day. May not necessarily be the same each day, but you know how to adapt to it, and you know how to best serve the customer is really what it comes down to.
Welcome back to the Ohio Valley Region's 2026 Great Lakes Race of Champions at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. It is the 6th stop on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour schedule. And today we are doing the 12th round of racing for the Super Tour. And just fabulous to have all of you joining us here, and to everybody at the track, a big hello as well. This is Group 6, and it is it's the production and B-spec classes. So there's a big field. Let's get into it. On the overall pole, the 05 of Craig Kima in his Lotus Super 7. The number 1 spot for E-production is the 88 of John Bracke out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the LOL region. Second spot in F-production, the 52 of Mason Workman, who is usually gold around here in this Planet Miata Mazda. Starting in the second spot in E-production, the 55 Cam Evan, the Screamin' Sicilian Mazda, be driving that. Third spot in F-production, David Bednarz in the Dynamax Exhaust Mazda Miata. Fourth in F-production is former national champion, the 73 of Kevin Ruck from Marysville, Ohio, OVR region member, so he's very familiar with this track. His Acura Integra, sponsored by Hoosier and AEM Electronics. Then in fifth in F-production is the 171 of Thomas Gatos out of Aurora, Ohio in the King Motorsports entry. Then we move to third in E-production, number 44 of Anthony Parker in the Errant Racing Machine. And then let's go to fourth in E-production. Down the order a bit, starting in 25th is the 71 of Larry Spatten in the Midwest Bayless entry, and then rounding out your top 5 in E-production, the number 3 of Rick Kudrowski from Lafayette, Indiana. We'll see if he makes it. He's had some problems with qualifying. The Cosmic Enterprises entry. And then B-spec, I suppose we should talk about H-production first, huh? Let's do that. Matt Brannon in the wickedly quick Fiat X19, the Midwest Bayless entry, the number 122 on the pole, starting 9th overall. Then we go down. Second in B-spec is 13th overall, and that's the number 12 of Braden Connolly in the Midwest Bayless again. Another of those Fiat X19s, really good around here. Lots of speed for those cars. Third in H-production, the 38 of Scott Heilman, and he's in the Hoosier and Hawk VW. Starting fourth in H-production is the number 6 of Frank Schwartz, the GPM Mini USA and G-Lock Mini Cooper. And fifth in H-production, the 33 of Robert Bax, the Goodyear Carbotech entry. That is a Mini as well. And then let's start talking about B-spec. Good field here, starting in the first spot, the 119 of Josh Schmidt from Kannapolis in the Babyface Fabrication entry. Starting second, Daniel Conway, and the number 98, the Rat Sport, Brandon Foot and Ankle Mazda 2. Third, the 91 of Kent Carter in the Mazda 2 with Chris Taylor at Mazda and G-Lock, his sponsors. Fourth, the number 62 of Chris Taylor in the Mazda 2, the Harris Hill Raceway G-Lock entry. And fifth in B-spec, Matt Downing in the www.cera.net and Misfit Honda. So we are ready to go racing again. 35 minutes or 20 laps. Let's hope for the full 20 laps always. And this should be a lot of fun. Absolutely dry. The weather now right on perfect. And looking forward to an absolutely fabulous race. Again, I'm Greg Creamer, joined by Brendan Kaczmarek, Tom Michaels, and Jordan Worth doing the directing for us. And we're green! And let's see if Craig Kima can get enough of a launch here to stay in front of the big motor of John Bracke in that E-production car. And if Kima can do that, here comes Bracke, and he couldn't. That little Lotus Super 7 is so agile, gets around the corners so well, but it's light, so it takes a while to get heat in its tires. And if he can't get in front and run away, it's difficult, because in traffic, your best friend is always power. So, a lot of smoke. That may have just been body rub as they came through the bottom of 6, but Bracke leads. And that sure looks like Mason Workman, guys, has slotted up into second.
It's absolutely the case, and more importantly, it's the F-production lead, Greg. if you're Craig Kima, you did everything right. You tried to get the jump off the initial acceleration there, headed up to the start line. Seemed to get enough of a margin there, but just nothing he could do. No temperature in the brakes, no temperature in the tires, and John Brackey able to go around the outside, which is fine. That is a different class car, but Mason Workman went with Brackey, got the move done, and unfortunately it cost Craig Kima the F production lead. I think, Greg, today the weather suits that Lotus Super 7 significantly better than yesterday, so if we get a lot of dry running, eventually that number 05 Lotus will start to come into its own. Let's see if it gives him enough performance to go back and chase. Look
at Workman.
Mason Workman, who goes to the overall race lead.
That was the outside through the chicane. That is a brave move, and he made it pay off and sneaks through on Brackey. And their qualifying times were all pretty close, and so not a surprise. But now Brackey's got a little bit more motor, and he ought to be able to get back through here. Cam Evans sitting third overall, second in E-production, and then Kevin Ruck. And indeed, Brackey slides through, and I think Ruck got through on Kima as well. He did. So that's a big change of position as well.
Yeah, this is about the time Craig will start to feel a little bit of grip in those front tires, build the temperature and the pressures up to somewhere where they ought to be. Unfortunately, here he's stuck behind Kevin Ruck in that orange copper colored number 73.
Let's go with that. I like
Acura Integra up over the hill at turn number 9. Being able to get the power down? No, well, kind of, but not really enough to do anything with Kevin Ruck. Can he go around the outside at 11? Nope. Ruck goes defensive.
And the other thing, too, that's interesting about that Lotus Super 7, compared to most of the other cars out here, that's tiny.
Yeah.
And so there's always that little bit of concern that if I'm going to make a pass, did that guy in front of me see me make the move? That's not always an absolute for sure here.
The good news is I think everybody can afford to be reasonably patient here. Typically, at least through the course of the morning, the yellows we've seen have almost exclusively come early in the races. We saw that late one in the big bore group, but other than that, I think it's just been a product of people settling down and understanding the track conditions for what they are. Here it's bone dry, no more concerns. They saw what the SMX cars did with dropping wheels onto the wet grass. No need to be doing that either. And if they just take it easy and let this race settle in, I think eventually it's going to start to benefit the Craig Kimas of the world that need to let the cars and the track kind of come back to them in order to get maximum performance out.
Yeah, I agree completely. And by the way, that car that's smoking a bit, that is the number 171, the yellow entry of Thomas Gatos, just now coming into turn 4. And I don't know if that's body rub, and as the fuel burns off, that car might, a little bit later, but lighter, but he is really throwing some smoke everywhere. Yeah. So keep an eye on that.
It's an F production Honda Civic. Thomas is running 5th in F Prod. David Bednard's the next car up the road, but a couple of spots up the overall order. Let's see if Thomas Gatos can hang on to this. Thomas is out of Aurora, Ohio.
Yep.
Reasonably local here. Defending from David Stripmatter in an F production Acura Integra. I look over my shoulder here.
Smoke,
Yes, it's getting more significant. Yep. I think both of these cars, somebody's going to correct me here, but I believe both of those cars are XGT Light cars.
That makes sense, yes.
If you're familiar with the SCCA's class structure, but haven't been around in a little while, GT Light was absorbed into F production last season, first year of the combined class. It was actually pretty positive for F production participation as a whole. And they work reasonably well together, I think. Cut class out of this group, but kept the car counts high, which we love.
And one of the things, just to explain to folks, if you're not familiar with production, obviously, there's two different types of production. There's the highly modified production cars, and that's usually the much older cars. The Triumphs, the MGs, that sort of thing. You could do a fair amount of modification to. The big, one of the big concerns is wherever the dash layout had to remain original in original positions and all these kind of things. Well, you could modify them up. Then, as the entries in the production classes started to diminish because some of the parts were hard to get, etc., they created what's called the limited prep, and that's what you see when you're looking at the Mazdas, the Acura of Kevin Ruck, those cars, and which is great because they needed to do it to get the numbers up just a little bit. But I started doing this, when the prod cars were all the older generation, mostly British roadsters and the like, and they have a special place in my heart. So that Lotus Super 7 and the car just coming out of the front straight here, one of my absolute favorites, that is Anthony Parker's Triumph GT6 Plus. That thing is gorgeous.
Need to make a quick correction here. Strip matter in the car that's smoking here, that yellow number 28.
Oh,
Gatos
okay.
is up the road now by about 3 seconds. So it's strip matter than Fuller. Fuller in the Toyota Tercel bodied GTL based car. The Tercel is sort of the prototypical GTL car in my mind. But he's really putting some work on the back bumper there of David Stripmatter in the Integra. See if he's able to get a run out of the keyhole. No, looks like about a car length there. There's that smoke again under acceleration from David Stripmatter.
That's getting worse.
For sure. We should turn our attention quickly to B-Spec. It is being led at the moment by Chris Taylor in the Mazda 2 out of Elroy, Texas. Just ahead of Dan Conway, 0.3 of a second. There they are. Chris Taylor in the traditional Mazda factory livery applied to that Mazda 2. Conway in the 98 directly behind him. Matt Downing in the Honda Fit runs in third. So the last car in this sort of primary train. Third car in the primary train. The last car there is Josh Schmidt out of Kannapolis, North Carolina. As you said, Greg, the pride of Kannapolis, North Carolina, I'm sure.
Well, absolutely.
In that number 119. And then Kent Carter just kind of hanging on to the back of this train here. Chris Taylor leads them all wide a little bit out of turn number 4, but better to stay in a line through this section of the course. I don't think any one of these cars is so obviously quicker than the others that they're going to be able to get a move done before they get to the next long straight.
I think Chris Taylor's going to be fairly happy with his run right now because he finished 5th yesterday. Yeah. So he is showing some pretty good pace here. And that's quite a pack of 4, isn't it? Up in the front, in the sharp end here. Taylor doing a great job. Daniel Conway, Matt Downing, Josh Schmidt, all in this little group here. And then that slight gap back to, I think that's Kent Carter.
There is.
In the Mazda 2.
Yeah, everybody doing well here, just biding their time. I think we see it a lot in Spec Miata, don't we? This sort of draft-centric cooperation.
Yep.
For the first, half, 2/3, 3/4 of these races before hell starts to break loose and people start, making moves and trying to position themselves for the end of the race. Here, though, I think the top 4 kind of realize that if they continue working together, they have the potential to drop Kent Carter in that number 91, who's just not quite got the pace to hang on. And if they 4 can build up, let's call it 10 or 15 seconds, by the time we get to 3 or 4 laps to go, they're going to be free to race without having to worry about giving time away to Kent Carter not being in their own drafting group anymore.
Craig Kima actually moving up now to third position there overall, and second in F production, gets around Kevin Ruck.
That's a big move that I think it's fair to say has probably been brewing for about a day and a half. Poor Craig Kima spent all of yesterday's 15-minute sprint stuck behind the 73 of Kevin Ruck. And just like we said earlier, Greg and Tom, let the race come to you. Let the car come to you. Let the track come to you. And that Lotus Super 7 will eventually come into its own. It obviously did it over a single lap in qualifying. Look at this. He's all over the back of Mason Workman, who himself is going to go, show the nose anyway on John Brackey, who's got to work through some lap traffic. But the 3 F production leaders now all right together. Workman, Kima, and Ruck, all behind John Brackey in the race-leading E-production number 88.
Yeah, both Brackey and Workman got really pinched by that lap car. And as you said, that brought Kima right to them. But now this is the one spot where it's the motor that does make the difference. But look at Kima. He was thinking about just staying deep because he's so light. Just staying deep on the brakes, trying to get up underneath Workman, and still trying to figure that one out, but couldn't get it done. However, one thing that Kima has become adept at driving this car, and he's been doing this a long time, he's very adept at now finding interesting little places to make passes because he can roll so much more speed in some of these areas. And there's Ruck, really close to dropping those lefts on the outside of that curb. And we have seen already today that that's still pretty sloppy.
Yeah, Tom, you've seen your fair share of races at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, as have you, Greg. It's not the easiest track to pass on in the world, right? I mean, these corners all come.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah.
It, I think, has gotten a little bit easier in certain spots as Craig Kima take a peek to the inside coming down the front straightaway, looking for a possible second place, but no, he tucks back in. And particularly here on this amateur course, the SCCA course, you don't have that little notch when the pros are here. They have a longer straightaway there so that you can actually get another passing zone. But the number one passing zone obviously is coming down into turn 4 off of this straightaway.
Yeah, it's really all you have to work with. Once you get through this sequence, we've seen a couple of dives at turn 9. We've seen a couple of sends around the outside of turn number 11 or inside of the carousel, but none of them are really a slam dunk. And even the camber here at turn number 4 means even if you show the nose at the inside, it's not a guarantee because that outside line at turn number 4 can be very competitive on a well-rubbered in racetrack especially. So you've really got to find your opportunities, choose them well, and if anything, try and catch the lead car off guard when you do it, because the defenses here are actually fairly obvious. So if you're Mason Workman in that number 52, you know Kima is going to try and go heavy or deep on a braking zone. That's Workman around the outside. Does he drop a wheel? No.
Boy, Brackey just, the old adage, he chose poorly. And he might even lose it here because Kima was going to try and stick that all the way around the outside. But Brackey tried to go underneath that car, and Workman just saw what was happening and said, nope, around it is the way to go, and made a difference. And I was going to say, guys, that probably the one guy on this track, maybe there's a couple others, that like that other chicane in this class is Kima.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it eliminates that power run into the keyhole.
Yeah.
And it, that I think has allowed him to stay a little closer to these guys, and you just have a feeling that he's going to hound them until they make some sort of little mistake, or he can just keep on them so hard that they they wear out the brakes, because that little thing is so light.
Yeah, I tell you what, I think that little ballet we had up at turn number 11, trying to find a nice word for it, is the last thing that Craig Kima wanted to see. Mason Workman, to some degree, here we go. John Brackey was Craig Kima's best friend because he was holding Workman up just enough to keep Kima in the slipstream all the way down the back straightaway.
Yes.
And then when it came time to get on the brakes for turn number 4 or hustle it around this back section where the corners just come one after another, Kima was right there on Workman, and Workman puts a foot wrong. All of a sudden, Kima's got his opportunity. As it turns out, Brackey was the one that made the error in judgment in traffic. Workman was able to quite literally just power around the outside of turn number 11. And Kima got trapped in behind that red number 88 BMW Z3 from Brackey. And look at the margin Workman's been able to open up as a result. Now 1.1 seconds clear of Brackey, another couple of tenths from Kima.
Yeah, now he's getting some lap cars between himself and Brackey, and thus, obviously, Kima. And there's no question, Kima's got speed, and he's just trying to do everything he can to work his way through here. And there you see Workman. Workman's going to get, that was a nice job by that Mini. To just open the wheel up and let him come through. And nobody gets terribly impeded there. So let's see what this long run now down to 4 does. Workman's clear of everybody. Brackey is clear. And, look at Rock trying to figure out which way do I go here. I'm going to pick the outside, just thread it through. That was a beautiful move.
Tell you what, I think this race, more than maybe any other we'll have today, is a great example of the difference between single lap pace and race pace.
Oh, very true.
We know how quick that Lotus Super 7 is in qualifying trim when it's light. Craig Kima able to chuck that car around a little bit, put the times in early once the tire temps come in. and it just kind of works when you're in clear air. But race conditions are very, very different. The handling can be very different. Your throttle on, throttle off points can be very different. And if you're stuck behind a car that makes it speed in a very different way to yours, now all of a sudden you're having to kind of reconfigure how you anticipate the race playing out. He'll show the nose again around the outside of the carousel. Doesn't work. They're about to come up on the B-Spec leaders here. This might be a little tougher task for Mason Workman, John Brackey, and Craig Kima. These cars are all battling fairly hard, with Chris Taylor now opening up a bit of a margin back to Matt Downing, who has taken second from Daniel Conway.
And let's remember too that SCCA, this is real racing, and if you are in a battle in your class, you have no obligation to just move out of the way and let the cars that are coming up to lap you get through. It's your battle, and they've got to find a way through you, not like some other series where they immediately make you move over. And that's what makes this special here. But boy, Workman has been catching traffic at the absolute perfect spot. Working traffic, it is a strategic exercise, but there's also a fair amount of luck that just comes into it to when you catch that traffic. And he's just been fortunate and then very opportunistic.
I think his luck may have run out here. I don't know. He's able to get around. Workman does.
Yeah,
but right behind him, Brackey, he's lost a little bit of distance between himself and now the leader, and he still has mirrors full of what Craig Kima.
Yeah, the trouble for Kima here is there's really no third lane, right? If Bracky's going to go, you really have very little choice but to follow him through and hope that,
wow,
hope that
really
sees you.
He is not reading traffic at all well in 11. Sorry to say it, but they have to turn in sometime, and it's a blind entry. And so you just dive down the inside, you run that risk of getting pinched, and he did it again. And all that's done is cost both him and Kima a lot more distance to Workman now.
Schmidt up the inside of Conway on the way up the inside of Downing on the way into turn number 1. Downing's in that number 36 Honda Fit, showed the nose, thought maybe he might be able to get the move done, but that's not the case.
Nope.
They all run together. It's allowed Daniel Conway in the green number 98 to stay with Josh Schmidt, but more importantly, it's allowed Kent Carter in the purple number 91 up onto the back of that train. So again, we have a 4-car train. We've just exchanged Chris Taylor out the front for Kent Carter up the back. Side by side for second overall. Kima's going to show the nose on Brackey. Big power out of that E-Production Z3. However, does it allow Kima enough of an opportunity? Well, he's going to show the nose here. Nope. Greg and Tom, I don't really know if I have a fully formed opinion on this, but Kima and Workman are together in F Production, as is Kevin Ruck, for that matter. John Brackey has got his own race to worry about against Cam Eben there in the number 55. My read on this at the moment is that Brackey is probably holding Kima up on a full lap ever so slightly, and that it might actually benefit them both for Brackey just to let Kima go, be fast where he can be fast, and over a lap or two, they'll separate themselves out enough that they're not tripping over themselves every third or fourth corner.
I think that's spot on. Just the guy's not in your class. He's hounding you mercilessly. Clearly, you're making some bad choices because of the pressure. Let him go.
Yeah.
Your guy is a long ways back that you're battling in class here, and tune the ego back just a little bit. And I know John Brackey, he's not a particularly ego guy, but I'm just saying, big picture it.
Yeah.
You're going for a win in your class. Don't let these other guys mess with you too much here.
Yeah, for sure. Primarily a distraction at this point, unfortunately. Maybe this clean run through the keyhole will give Brackey enough of a margin down the straightaway here that we don't have to worry about it. The problem for Kima is we're 12 laps in. We're already past halfway. And I don't think even if he got past Brackey at this point that he'd have enough time to go chase down Mason Workman in the number 52, who has now opened up a 6-second lead.
Yeah, well, the only hope that he would have if he could get through is that in building that 6-second lead, Workman took too much out of his tires. And it was just super hustling the car. That can happen. And late in the race, suddenly you're really going, where did the grip go? And that light little Lotus is just flowing along here. So, but he's got to get through. If he's got any hope, it's got to happen soon. And here comes that group, and looks like trying to look at, is Chris Taylor, is he that far out in front of these guys?
Yes.
Wow. He's driven a brilliant race. No question.
Yeah,
there he is. Wow.
I think we're just
Beautiful
at a
drive.
point here, Greg, where we're going to need to step aside while
Yeah.
this B-Spec race kind of settles into its own. But, yeah, I don't think this is settled by any stretch of the imagination.
No, not at all. So it's Taylor leading by a fair bit, and then Matt Downing and Josh Schmidt and Daniel Conway, and they're all wondering if before this end of this race, Kent Carter can take a bite out of them up front. We'll be right back.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Want to try SCCA racing, but with an appropriate focus on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that. With both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
Back here at Mid-Ohio as we continue with a fascinating race unfolding in Group 6 for the production classes and the B-Spec cars. And very close racing for the most part here, except for Mason Workman, who has done a phenomenal job working through traffic and has built up a sizable lead. But let's go back to B-Spec.
Well, hang on, Greg.
Here. Oh, what?
I want to hold up there before we move on from touching on F&E production and go back to B-Spec. Kima finally got by Brackey sometime in the last couple of laps.
He did while we were in break.
Yep, so it's now F production in first and second. For the first time this weekend, in race trim anyway, Kima has clear air. Here the rev spike as he really tries to get down through the gears on the way into the carousel and get the car to rotate. Workman does a 39.3 last time. Let's see what Kima does. 38.7. So another half a second after he took out a full second on the previous lap. I'm not going to say this one is not over, but I'm not sure it's not. Oh, wait. Anyway,
that was like a triple negative.
Seconds.
I like that.
Yeah, 5.4 seconds with 5 laps to go. It's a tall order, but we just don't know the absolute pace of Kima's car.
Right.
So unanswered questions at the moment could open this thing back up in the run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, I mean, he had pace. I mean, in qualifying, he was over a second quicker than anybody else in qualifying. Yeah. And in fact, he had some real speed here. So let's see what he's going to be. I mean, look how quickly he has just disappeared from Brackey and Ruck. So, and that Kima is going to be throwing everything at this little Lotus Super 7. And this is a car that we talked about it yesterday. It would be hard to find a car that would be better suited to this track. So now it's up to, is it quick enough? That's the question.
Yeah, Workman himself, I think, is going to have the opportunity to open up the number 52 Mazda Miata here as well in response to Kima. I don't think he can afford to just cruise the rest of the way home here. Is that a little bit of a end of a lockup there on the way into the
Sounded like it.
From Workman? Yeah, and a fresh black streak there left by one of the front tires on the way in. Workman drops a 39 flat, best lap of his race. Through comes Kima, a 37.
That margin is down to 4 seconds.
Yep, with 4 laps to go. So he's got to take about a second a lap out of Mason Workman, but he's taken 1.2 out of him in the last lap. Forget B-Spec, at least for the time being. We will come back to that. This could be the run to the checkered flag in F production. It's been, like I said earlier, a day and a half in the making, waiting for Kima to get some clear air and go chase Mason Workman down, but this is his chance.
Yeah, and then you and Tom were talking about this, that, it's the old adage, it's one thing to catch somebody, something else to pass them. And we'll have to see if he does get to. Oh,
no!
That is not a good sign. That's the Screaming Sicilian Pizza of Cam Evan. Come on, buddy, come on. Nicely done.
The best thing I've seen all day.
Exactly.
I thought there was a chance we were done for. Oh, lost it really early.
Well, he got that inside curb.
You're right.
And
Absolutely
it kicked the back end around pretty solidly here.
Yeah, actually did well to scrub as much speed off as he did.
Yeah.
Look at the speed of Kima over the top of 9. That is just remarkable.
Yeah.
Shame is that we don't get apex speed traps here. Talk to Skibby about that for upcoming races. I'd love to see it for this little
Come on,
Super 7.
let him through here, little VW.
Yeah, Kima actually should be able to get that done around the outside if he wanted to.
Oh, easily.
Here we go, lap time comp again. 38.7 from Workman, best of his race. Kima comes through 37.6, takes another 1.1 out, and that was even with the traffic holding him up back at the carousel. 3 to go, margin 3 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, we're not choosing Kima over Workman. We just want him to start that last lap close.
Oh, absolutely.
And let them settle out. That's why we're saying get out of the way, let him get up there. So, whoa, look at him. The speed he can roll through that little top part and the exit of the chicane is absurd. And
just going to touch on B-Spec here. It is still Taylor, Downing, Schmidt, Conway. Kent Carter has caught the back of the group more or less. But Chris Taylor has 3 seconds in hand, 3.5 almost. Oh, that's a smoking
X19.
Yes, it is. Good call.
I don't know.
Oh, that's a shove, and it's in front of Workman. Workman's going to get held up over the top of the hill, slides up the inside of both of those cars. Kima himself is going to be held up by a V-Spec or 2. That was really touchy stuff for Mason Workman. He's been so good in traffic over most of this race, and it was almost disaster at the top of Madness.
I don't know what happened with that. The X19 had suddenly a bunch of smoke come out the back, and he slewed sideways. I think he may have got into a wrong gear on the down change, and so that smoke was just tire lockup.
Conway was
Workman. Here we go.
Down in B-Spec, Conway was putting a move on Josh Schmidt of the way into turn number 1. Not sure if that was completed or not, but we're going to get an eye on it at the speed trap. Sector 1 down the back straightaway and see if that move got complete. Let's stick with this. This is
2 seconds.
Some of the best driving we've seen all day. By
Kima sets the fastest
there you go.
First sector of the entire event. He is flying. At the line, it was 2.1 seconds.
You could see what the traffic did to both Kima and Workman. Leaders in FP here in the last lap. 37s and 38s became 39s and 40s for both of those cars. And now for Kima, it's target acquired. That black Miata is getting bigger and bigger in whatever windscreen that little Super 7 has got. Actually, he's getting to a point here in the final 2 laps where he may be able to sniff a draft off the back of that number 52.
Boy, he needs that dearly.
I'll tell you what, Greg, we talked about it earlier with Tom. We've talked about it over the course of the day. It's a tough track to pass on, and I know the adage is getting to one thing, catching is one thing, passing is another. Kima has struggled with getting the move done. Remember how long he sat behind Brackey before he finally got clear and was able to start working on that gap, no pun intended, up to Mason Workman. Let's see if Kima knows where he can get this done or has an idea of where he can get this done. It's probably not going to be turn 4, so Kima's going to have to figure it out somewhere else. The margin is no longer measured in seconds, Greg. It's down to car lengths as they head to the carousel.
Oh, this is so intense right here as they come around. And here we go onto the front straight. White flag flies, last lap. The margin officially 3/10. Kima sets another fast lap of the race at a 1:37.242. And guys, I'm going to throw my little prediction out here. I think if he tries the move, it's from turn 8 to turn 9.
Has to be. We saw it a couple of times in Spec Miata yesterday, didn't we? Where if you can go deep on the brakes, that is a good opportunity to catch your competitor off guard. Workman's a pro, though. He will know where every opportunity is going to be for that Lotus Super 7. Difference on this lap here that we haven't had before is Kima's got the draft. Headed up the back straightaway. You can't see the little 7 behind the Miata. They go half a car length apart through the speed trap, 121 miles an hour.
Here he comes.
Move up the inside. Is it done? Workman defends hard to the inside. They're going to catch so much traffic on this final lap. The B-Spec leaders up in front. Kima around the outside. This is a great move for Kima if he can get it done. Couldn't get the throttle down. The back end stepped down on him up over the crest of the hill, and it wasn't enough.
I think Workman was aggressive in his defense there. He ran a little bit wide. And now this is where Kima wanted to make his move, and it's where instead Workman makes a pass here and gets through. But let's see what happens in turn 11, because this has been an area of massive. Oh, Kima! Oh, I thought he was just going to throw it down there and see what happens, but he didn't. But Workman is still going to get parked here a little bit. Kima, totally sideways.
Oh,
now trying to come up underneath.
Kima's got to run off the final corner. Side by side in the B-Spec group. Does he get alongside Workman? Yes, he does. Contact at the line. The move is not done. Workman wins F production by 1/10 of a second.
Great run by Workman. Keeping an eye on what's going on in B-Spec here. Here comes Kevin Ruck, by the way, across the line. Picks up 3rd in F production. A nice run for him.
So weird timing there, Greg. That actually split the B-Spec battle. It put Schmidt and Conway onto their own lap. I'm sorry, Downing and Schmidt. I keep doing that. Downing and Schmidt onto their own lap. Conway and Carter got stuck behind the overall leaders coming to the line, which is fair enough because they were racing, as hard as you can race to the flag. And these two now have an extra lap to try and sort themselves out for 2nd and 3rd spots on the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty fascinating to see how that plays out. H production, Matt Brannon, pretty much untouched, just had a fabulous run going here.
It's all over the back of Matt Downing here. Let's see if he can get a move onto that number 36 Honda Fit. This is Honda versus Chevrolet, Fit versus Sonic, with Kent Carter. Chris Taylor doesn't have the margin he once did. It's down to about 2.5 or 3 seconds there. Mick gets a decent run up over the hill at turn number 9, but talking a difference of split second in terms of throttle application. Schmidt goes on the brakes early, does not rotate. And as they catch Chris Taylor, Greg, I think this one's probably a done deal coming to the flag, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in B-Spec.
Yeah, it looks pretty settled at this stage. You'd have to see some sort of massive error from Downing here, and he's not going to make that, and that completes your podium in B-Spec.
And breathe.
Well, they didn't disappoint. Great battle up front for the overall in F production. Brackey, comfortable win in E production with a 3rd overall finish. Anthony Parker in that beautiful Triumph, 2nd in E production, 7th overall. Then we have to go down a fair bit more to get 3rd in our E production category. And then, of course, F production, what a battle. And B-Spec, it is Taylor, Downing, and Schmidt, your top 3. And
another one of the long-time sayings. What about traffic giveth and traffic taketh away? And I think we saw that right there at the very front, at the very end.
We absolutely did, and a couple of times, right? We saw moments when it looked like the traffic was going to really help, and then it just would really hurt. And that's just part of the game of multi-class racing. High-speed chess is figuring out how to get through the other pieces. And tell you what, Mason Workman did a superb job, but boy, did Craig Kima keep us on our toes. We'll be back. If you want to be on your toes, we'll be back with Spec Miata. That's a single class group, large field, and you thought this was nuts. Wait till you see what's coming up.
Shopping for tires used to really rub me the wrong way. That was before I went to TireRack.com. TireRack's tire decision guide made it easy to find the right tires. Talk about secret sauce. You might ask, well, you bought them, now how are you gonna put them on? No problem. TireRack has thousands of recommended installers. I chose one that does mobile installation. A technician brought the tires right to my house. He's installing them now.
Almost finished, Herb.
Take your time. I'm just marinating. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
Did you know SCCA members can save $20 on every track night they sign up for? That's right. Track Night America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in street cars all year long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Choose joy. Choose the road. Choose your people. Choose your shot. Take it. Choose to get in there. Even better, get out there. That's it. Way out there. Choose your calling. Choose to really care. Choose to go for it. Just choose. We craft cars for those who choose to do more than simply move.
I wake up.
are we looking forward to this one, folks? Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. Spec Miata coming out on track. Large field, going for 20 laps or 35 minutes. Let's get into it here. Max Stallone, who won yesterday from pole, starts on pole once again in that 103. Then it's Frankie Barroso, the number 148, the Advanced Electrical Innovations Miata. Starting third, the 89, Logan Stretch, Wheels America Racing. Starting fourth, the 07 of Tyler Brown, Sneaky Moose Motorsports. Starting fifth in the class, the number 48 of Justin Hiley, and he is driving the My 9 to 5 and My Fiance. That's very sweet, Justin. Starting in the sixth spot, the number 34, John Salerno. John comes out of Fairfield, Connecticut. Nice long haul from the New England region. Starting seventh, the 176, Matthew Dirks in the Dirks Motorsports car. Starting eighth, the number 23, James Newell in the Krugspieg entry. Starting in the ninth spot, the number 7 of John Hammer. And John is driving the Battalion Motorsports Miata. Starting in the 10th spot, the number 4 of Gavin Vaughn in the Wheels America Racing car. Starting 11th, the 116 of Lincoln Olson, and out of South Lyon, Michigan, and Detroit region. Starting in the 12th spot, it is the number 24 of Alexander Doss, driving the Matt Bush Motorsports entry. Starting in the 13th spot, the number 02, Christian Meyer, driving the Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and Grandpa sponsored Mazda Miata. You got to love that. Starting in the 14th spot, number 15, Dan Moreno. He's driving the Pit, as in Pittsburgh, Pit Crew Racing, Mazda Miata. Starting in the 15th spot, the number 77, Robert Kusira, and he is driving the Carbotech Rossini Racing entry. Starting 16th, the 121 of Ayrton Grimm in the CRP Racing and Koenig entry. Starting in the 17th spot, the 44, Bobby Gossett in the Salty Dog Racing entry. Starting in the 18th spot, the number 42, Kyle Greenhill, and Kyle is driving the Sneaky Moose Motorsports entry. Starting in the 19th spot, the 177, Ellie Gossett in the Salty Dog Racing entry. Starting 20th, the 01 of Matthew Novick in the Stalin LLC entry. Starting in the 21st spot, the number 16 of Jonathan Davis in the Rossini Racing Products entry. Starting in the 22nd spot, the number 72, Gianno Maro in the Krugspieg entry. Starting in the 23rd spot, the 131 of Benham Abernathy out of Elm Grove, Wisconsin, Milwaukee region. His region. Starting 24th is the number 5, Ryan Maloney. He's out of Dayton, Maryland, in Washington, D.C. region. Starting the 25th spot is the 03 of Chase McIntyre with Kreider Racing. Starting 26th to 94, Ken Sutherland in the Emma Cora Photography Mazda. Starting in the 27th spot, it's Austin Smith, the number 122, and he is out of Grafton, Wisconsin, Milwaukee region. Starting in the 28th spot, the 08 of Seth Rowley in the Great Lakes Motorsports car. Starting 29th, the 88 of Samantha Silver, another Sneaky Moose Motorsports entry. And starting 30th, number 53 of Ryan Peterman in the Standard sponsored Mazda Miata. Starting 31st, the number 11 of Cole Lucas. 32nd, the number 18 of James Lindenthal. Starting 33rd, the 69 of Jacob Strong. Starting 34th, the 190 of Kay Dowse. Starting 35th, the 17 of Drew Warner. Starting 36th, the 73 of David Slatterly. Starting 37th, the 186 of Bill Dodd. Starting 39th, the number 184 of Dan Harding. And hopefully starting in the 39th, Dan Harding starts 38th. 39th will be the 111 of Will Dodd. Again, problems for him in qualifying. And the field now winding its way out of turn 1 and heading up and getting ready for the start.
Bugging the very best starts we see week after week in the Hoosier Super Tour, Greg.
Yep.
2x2, tightly formed around the keyhole, and we'll head down the back straightaway here shortly. Frankie Barroso just put a little nose ahead around the outside there, go up alongside, and let's maybe set the stage here alongside next to him.
You play those mind games, don't you, as you're coming up to the green flag, and that's all part and parcel of it. So the field looking pretty good, stacking up, and we are getting close to the stand, and we're green! There we go. And boy, to my surprise, oftentimes you'll see at least somebody pop as soon as it goes green. They'll just pop inside or outside. Nobody did that. They're still side by each heading down into turn 4. And Stallone has that inside line. Barroso trying to hang on to second. And Logan Stretch trying to play the high line move and get it done down into 6. Does he? He's there. But now Barroso will have that inside line into 7 and 8.
Yeah, going to be important.
This is phenomenal.
Going to be important for Barroso to try and hang with him here if he can. Logan Stretch, remember, teammates with Max Stallone in that number 103, who has jumped out to a 10-15 car length lead, headed up towards turn number 10, still side by side.
Yeah, Barroso has the inside line now, but Stretch, he's going to just do everything he can. He's still there. He's got the inside line through here, and I think Barroso could be in a little bit of trouble here. Yep, I don't see how he could have got back in and stayed outside there. So onto the front stretch, it's going to be Max Malone, but it is Logan Stretch up into 2nd, Barroso 3rd as they come by. And everybody filing through into turn 1 again. Tyler Brown in 4th, John Salerno 5th, James Newell at the line. But pretty fascinating stuff unfolding up front, guys.
Yeah, Barroso still all over the back of that number 89 of Logan Stretch. Maybe shows the nose at the keyhole here, not quite. But they get a decent run and a push from behind, which I think is going to be more important than anything else. Could get the run on Logan here, headed through, or headed onto the back straightaway.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, he's going to lay back. He doesn't want to help Logan in any way, but he's sure hoping that Tyler Brown gloms onto that rear bumper and gives him a bit of a shove down to the end here. They weren't close enough for him to be able to try anything, but that little gap that had formed is gone, and so that's a smart way to play. But the thing is when these guys, you know, when you're running side by side and you're defending, it slows you up all the time because, oops, got a car off coming through the grass just past China Beach. I think that's going to be okay. Rejoins safely. But when you're defending or when you're running side by side, you're never on the optimal line at that point. And that has allowed Stallone to open up about a 1.4 second lead.
That car off was maybe the 184. Dropped towards the back, Dan Harding. His 99 Mazda Miata, of course. But no harm, no foul. Able to come out the other side. So we stay green for the time being.
Yeah, he did a really nice job of recovery once he had the off and made it work. But look at this. Logan now is closing that margin down. It was 1.3 seconds. It's now 7/10 and drawing away slightly from Barroso, who's got Tyler Brown just glued to his 6th. And Justin Hiley back up into the 5th spot right now.
Stretch has started to kind of bridge this gap up to Max Stallone with or without help.
Yeah,
Frankie Barroso in that 148. Haven't really seen this in Spec Miata here in a little while. It's helped by the fact that Stallone has, well, no help. And it wouldn't actually surprise me if Stallone is pedaling a little bit just to let Logan Stretch up onto his rear bumper. He'll be there by the end of the back straightaway here, I would think. And Barroso isn't really getting enough of a shove from Tyler Brown to really do anything with those 2 Wheels America cars up the front. Stretch didn't quite get close enough to Stallone that time.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, he's within almost, just a little over a car length right now. And then you got Barroso, Brown, Hiley, really close quarters here. And, you know, you're absolutely right, though, that right now Barroso not getting enough help from Tyler Brown behind him. And it's allowing these 2 guys. And if Stretch gets to him where he can give him those little bumps down the back straight, that's going to be, Barroso sideways coming out of turn 9. He got just totally crossed up. And I think we're going to see Tyler Brown go through, as did Justin Hiley, I think. So both of them got him.
You know, one of the things I think the very best Spec Miata drivers in the country understand, Greg, is that there's no point in forcing a bad situation, right? You need to optimize your race literally every corner, every lap. And a lot of times that really means you need to be patient. I think Barroso knew that he wasn't going to gain anything by staying in it or trying to hang tough around the outside and fight Brown and Hilly. You lose the war there, or lose the battle, but potentially try and win the war. Support Brown and Hilly in their push to try and go get after Stallone and Stretch up front. The longer Barroso fought, the bigger that gap was going to get.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Is, you know, that's that big picture thing, right? That we've been talking about. And all right, let them go, because right now, clearly I'm holding them up. And maybe it's just his car has not come in yet. He may have had a lower tire pressure to start the race with. And so those other guys, the car just came alive a little bit sooner. Let them, as you said, go down and let them pull you toward that duo up front.
Somebody's going to have to do something here, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
if that means you take a back seat and you kind of let the race play out, keep pushing the guys in front of you down this back straightaway, pick up a couple of hundreds here, a couple of hundreds there, and oftentimes it's quite literally all it is. That may be enough to start to bridge that gap. Fastest lap of the race last time went to Logan Stretch, 1:43.756. I think the only car in the 43s, as a matter of fact. Some of that will have been him in the draft catching his teammate. Some of that is, I think, Logan Stretch is just really quick.
Well, he for sure is. I mean, he's been doing this. Bob, his dad, really talented driver and frequent competitor World Challenge back when I was announcing it. And it's a racing family for sure, like so many in SCCA. And Logan definitely has the genes and is really, you can't even see him right now behind Stallone. That's how close they are running at this point. And then behind Barroso, a little bit of a gap to Matthew Dirks, Newell, Salerno, also having a strong battle. And that's one of the beauty things about Spec Miata. It may not be a battle for the lead, but you find a group, and it could be 10 cars that are running a similar pace to you, and you get in an absolute scrap with them, and it's just joyful no matter where you finish.
When you take these Spec Miata races, Greg, and blow them out to a track where you see these cars at their extreme sort of dynamic.
Yep.
Last year, we at DriversEye Live covered the Sark Invitational Challenge down at Daytona International Speedway. The longest stretches of drafting you will see in a field of Spec Miatas. And one of the things I learned from watching and calling that race was that these Spec Miatas work much better as a pair than they do as a pack. It is important to have that draft,
yes.
But much like a very specific era of the NASCAR car of tomorrow, the tandem draft is the most efficient way to push these cars forward and get the very most out of their performance potential. And I think this is something that the Two Wheels America cars are going to have going for them over the long run here. They're working together, but they're working as a pair, whereas it's Brown, Hilly, and Barroso that are in a pack, and Barroso is just trying to nudge the other two forward. Brown's got good pace, Hilly's got good pace, but Barroso, if he's not careful, could get left by those two just by virtue of the fact that the second two are going to work much better as a pair than they are with Barroso attached.
That's a really good point. But last lap fastest lap of the race was Tyler Brown. This time it's Justin Heil. So that kind of plays right into what you're talking about. Those two guys working together as a duo extremely well. And, right now, the margin from Heil to Barroso is 4/10. So that little gap is starting to open up a bit. You can see it. Look at Stretch, though, coming after, taking a look on the inside and outside.
Yeah, see, it's just showing that nose that costs you a little.
Just a little.
A couple of hundreds here, a couple of hundreds there. It's not like they don't have they have an insurmountable lead back to Brown, Hilly, and Barroso. This is what I was talking about. Look at how many car lengths Barroso has dropped to Brown and Hilly, who drafted the front straight, the second straight, and now the back straight all together. Barroso actually is, I think, maybe falling back to try and pick up Matthew Dirks in the number 176. May not be intentional, but again, the cars behind them. Pair. The longer this race goes on, that's how these groups start to break up, and that's what we're seeing here.
I think I think you're spot on. I think Barroso has gone, with these two running together up front, I can't quite stay with them. And, let's see. And Matthew Dirks just set the fastest second sector of this entire race. So he's got some pace. So I think whether, I don't know that Frankie would know that necessarily, but nonetheless, I think he knows that if he can get Dirks to help him, they have a much better shot at this here. Because look at this. Behind them, two cars are breaking away from the pack behind. So that's exactly right. And Tyler Brown resets fast lap of the race at a 43.2.
Yeah, you're never going to see these big chunks taken out of race leaders unless they're out on their own against a pair or a pack. Here, it's just going to be a couple of tenths and a couple of tenths. Margin that was a second from first to third is now 8/10. So progress is progress. You'll take what you can get. And I think it's just going to be Brown and Hilly here together for the long run, trying to break up those Two Wheels America cars at the front.
And you know what? I think another part of this is obviously, what you do is you just go as hard as you can and hope that the guy that you're chasing finally cracks a little bit, right? And just has that little bit of a mistake, just gets it a little too hot on slightly worn brakes or runs wide somewhere, so that you can just try and make something happen here. And, these two cars that are running up front, both Wheels America entries, but it's not like they're just mucking about. They are flying right now. One, because they know we want to gap this if we can and get out and build a little bit of a lead. And believe me, we get into the last 2 laps, the gloves come off and the whole dynamic changes. So they're just trying to make sure that they get that margin out there before it's time for those gloves to come off.
It's a 53 car pulled off here at Station 9, Greg. Not quite behind the barrier, so I'm going to assume there's a standing yellow back up the hill over at the top of turn number 8. Not really a prime passing zone there at turn 9 anyway, so shouldn't be too much of an issue. And maybe with any luck, the workers can get out there and push that car behind the wall so we don't have to worry about it anymore. These races, Greg, are such a balancing act between pushing and trying to stay with the leaders or the pack that's in front of you, but also trying to save your stuff for the end of the race.
Right.
15-minute race yesterday was not really a concern. We obviously had to worry much more about the track conditions than we did maximum performance. But here, 20 laps, 50 miles, 35 minutes is a long way to go in what has been the hottest weather we've seen really all season, never mind all weekend. Brown and Hilly, real balancing act there to say, okay, do we just keep pushing and go get these guys, or are we better off keeping our tires cool, our brakes, relatively cool, and saving those resources for the last 3 or 4 laps?
And it's not like they can just throw a new set of tires on before this race either.
Right.
Yep.
Locked into the dry set anyway for the weekend.
Yep. So, yeah, you're dealing with tire management, best draft, best pack you can work with, all these different dynamics that you're working with here. And I'll tell you what, Barroso is running quick enough that Dirks just can't quite get to him. And it looks here like Justin Hiley might be just dropping off a little bit of Tyler Brown. And, that could turn into the bridge, if you will. If Justin Heil drops back, that could turn into the bridge that Frankie needs.
Yeah, I think Frankie could probably hang with either one of them and work, maybe even work better with either Brown or Hilly than they're able to work together. Frankie just doesn't quite have that second car to latch onto his rear bumper and push him forward. He's just kind of in that, I think I've said this a couple times, but in that no man's land, right? Not quite quick enough to do it on his own. Nobody really in Spec Miata ever is, but can't get... Dirks isn't quick enough to latch on and do this together. So, long way to go, though, here, Greg.
Yeah, 20 minutes yet, 12 laps at this stage. And Barroso has caught Hiley. He's right back at it then. And so we'll see how that plays out at this stage. And then you got Dirks, Newell, Christian Meyer, Gavin Vaughn, and Bobby Gossett. That completes your top 10 right now. And almost as quickly as Barroso catches Hiley, he loses that little bit of touch with him.
There's nothing to latch onto, right?
Yeah,
the arrow is kind of set by Brown and Hilly in front of him. And, I will say this. Nobody's getting away here, which could have been different, right? Stretch and Stallone working together at the front was going to be pretty much the best case scenario for them.
Yep.
Easier to communicate, easier to predict, easier to say, hey, I'm going to roll out of the throttle here and brake here. Everybody kind of knows what the optimum braking points are going to stay right in that 3/4 of a second to 1 second margin from the lead duo back to Tyler Brown in the 07.
Yeah, and now Frankie, though, just set fast lap. So that's one of the reasons he was able to run up onto the back of Justin Hiley. And that just shows you that he's got speed and, he may have thought, I don't want to get into an absolute argy-bargy scrap right in the early going here. I want to save my tires a little bit, save my brakes, and we'll see if he has played a card in some effective way, he just reset fast lap at a 43 flat. So everybody, I tell you, Justin Hiley a 43 flat, and then 43 ones for Tyler Brown, 43 twos for both Stallone and Logan Stretch. So
I have a suspicion here that if Frankie could get hooked up with just one other car that's running in this top 5 pace,
yep.
And I'm going to leave Matthew Dirks out of this only because he's already tried that. Right, Frankie's already tried dropping back to pick up Dirks, and it didn't work. He's just not quick enough. If Frankie could get together with either Tyler Brown or Justin, I think he probably could take the fight to the Wheels America teammates at the front. Circumstances just dictating that that's not the case. And I don't think either Brown or Hilly wants to give up the potential for a podium position to try and let Frankie back into the fight.
That's exactly right, and rightfully so too. You know, I mean, they're going, all right, we may not quite have what we need right now to deal with those two guys up front, but you know, one, I want the podium, and two, I might be going for the season, so I want those points. But again, Frankie now is drawn right back up in the back at Justin Hilly. Hear those tires protesting for these cars.
They've had enough. They're 10 laps in.
And we're done. Okay. 11 to go down the front straight.
First 42 of the race, Greg. It belongs to Frankie Barroso. 142.998. I mean, there's virtually nothing to choose between everybody else there. No. Barroso just happens to have dipped below that magic line, but everybody else is a 43.0. So,
yeah.
That shows a little bit of a nose there. I don't think that was a passing thing. I think that was just I'm going to open up my sight line a little bit, maybe a little bit of cooler air into the front intake there on the NB.
You got to be a little mindful of that when you're like a Logan Stretch is right now, and you can't even see half the car behind Stallone. That's great, but you're also making sure there's not a lot of quality air getting into your air intakes. Now it's a nice, comfortable day here. It's not hot by any means, because that can change up the drafting dynamic. You see cars moving around a lot more, and it's just a hunt for air. They're not showing the nose. They're not trying to get in anybody's head. They're just trying to keep that car cool. Here today, not so much of an issue.
That 53 car able to pull forward behind the protection of the Armco there. So we're still full course green around the 2.4 mile layout. Well done to everybody involved down there. Brown was a little bit closer last time through the complex over at Madness. Drops a little extra, maybe half a car length or full car length back as they near the end of the lap.
Couple of good battles behind that group of 5 up front. We got Newell and Christian Meyer. Newell in that sort of teal and white or teal car, sitting in 7th. Christian Meyer right behind him in the 8th spot in the 0-2, that white entry. And then behind them, you're going to see Gavin Vaughn right there come into place with the orange on the front of the car, and then the silver and red car of Bobby Gossett. So got some really nice little battles unfolding here.
There's a very angry pack behind all of them, Greg. We've seen it in the background of these shots a couple of times.
Yep.
But there goes Newell and Meyer, another set of 2 with Vaughn and Gossett, as you said. And then after Salerno and Olsen, you get Hamner on back through, oh boy, probably Chase McIntyre in 19th.
Yeah.
And they're just all over each other. Corner after corner, lap after lap. Also shouts to Ellie Gossett she's in 25th at the moment, but in that 177 having an altogether better day today than she did yesterday in the really challenging changing conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's nice to see that. Doing a nice job. You know that there is no gap anymore between Stallone, Stretch, and then then the next 3. I mean, this is that their own angry little pack, as you called it.
I think this might be the right time to step aside here, Greg. We're 11 laps in, 9 to go, and intensity is only going to ratchet up as we work our way through these final 9 laps.
I think that is a fine plan. So let's pause real quick. We'll say thanks to our partners, and we'll be right back to bring this one to you all the way to the checkered flag.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because Built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Okay, track day checklist. Let's go. You got your gloves, your helmet, water, snacks, sunscreen, your car is prepped and ready to go. Oof, forgot your track day insurance, didn't you? If you want to be covered for the whole value of your car, you need high performance driver education coverage through Haggerty. We'll get you a policy for track days, time trials, and more in less time than it took you to apply that sunscreen. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
We have an absolute brouhaha forming here at the front end of Spec Miata and in numerous other little packs throughout the field. But right now, the top 5 cars, Max Stallone, Logan Stretch, Tyler Brown, Justin Hilly, and Frankie Barroso are covered by 1 second. There they go. And they are getting ready for that key run down out of the keyhole and down that long back stretch heading toward turn 4. And we've just seen, just want to make a note here, that the fastest lap of the race was just turned by Tyler Brown at a 42.7, and that's a chunk of time. But of course, some of that is coming simply because these cars are getting lighter because the fuel's burning off.
Yeah, I think what it really means there, Greg, is that we're pretty much operating at maximum capacity here in terms of performance potential.
Yep.
I think all of the top 5 together in the draft as well are getting just about everything they can out of these cars. They've opened up the gap well. They're all sharing and trading fastest laps back and forth, but gradually bringing it down from the low 43s, 43 flat, and now into the high 142s. It's just getting quicker and quicker and more intense as we go.
And then, as you said, you got all those other little packs that are forming behind as well that are intent on their own races. The interloper right now is Matthew Dirks, essentially. He's just out there on his little island, and then behind him comes Newell and Meyer. And Barroso had drifted backward of that lead group just a little bit. He's still back there just a little bit. I don't know if he had a moment or what the problem might have been. Take a look at his time as he comes through, and it's a 43.3, so that's off significantly.
Well, so I think the harder Brown and Hilly push together to try and stay with Stallone and Stretch, the more it drops Barroso, right? Because Barroso doesn't have anybody to push him down these straights. Yeah. So in some ways, Barroso's out here on an island. He has no choice, right? He can't drop back and pick up Dirks. It's not going to work. We know that. But Brown and Hilly are kind of forcing Barroso into that situation, not because they're quicker than Barroso is on their own or his own, but together they're just so much quicker. Now look at this, actually. Brown has caught the back of Logan Stretch and to some degree at least dropped Justin Hilly by a couple of car lengths. Brown's going to go around the outside at turn 4.
He was looking at it, no question about that. Backed out of it, but we got that nice job. Gosh, I'm so impressed with the track awareness of these other cars, knowing this is the lead group and just opening that wheel up, letting them come through. You're way down, or you're not in a battle or anything at this stage. Let them through, and but that hurt Barroso. He had to go around the outside of turn 6, and that cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, I think he was already kind of hosed here in the short to medium term anyway.
Yeah.
I think what Barroso's best chance is going to be, if he has one, it's going to be for these lead pairs of pairs, 2 by 2 to start racing with each other. right? Because then they're going to start holding each other up. They're going to open that door for Barroso to just keep his foot down, drive clean laps. And we've seen in the past, if you time it wrong, if you time that sprint, if you like we see in cycling, wrong, it can open the door for somebody that's just been out there cruising to make a punch right at the end, or throw a punch right at the end. I don't know that this is the way that this is going to go, because we didn't really get any good data out of yesterday. But let's wait and see as Stallone goes a little wide at the left-hander through the chicane.
Yeah, he did. And you could see it he packed everybody up behind him. And I would say we're at least 2 laps away from the attempt to break away from the peloton, to use your description, and have the gloves come off here. Because like you said, you do it too soon, and then you just use everything up, and you're just kind of left stranded out there. And if you wait too late, you just run out of time. And I think you're right at this point, Barroso. He understands. I mean, he is a top flight driver here, and sometimes, it's your day. Sometimes, you're not in contention for the win. Yeah. And his hope right now is, as you said, when the gloves come off of those 4 cars up front, hoping that somebody makes a mistake that opens things up or slows the pack down completely and lets him get right back to it again.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes your best asset in a Spec Miata race is just having a friend.
Yeah,
I could never be a Spec Miata driver. I have no friends. But I think for our lead 4, I just got to look from Tom. I think for these lead 4...
What have I been hanging around for
so
all
sorry,
weekend?
Tom. Jordan, that's brutal. I think for Tyler Brown, his best asset is going to be Justin Hilly, and for Max Stallone, it's going to be his teammate Logan Stretch. The other best asset that they have is time, and I mean distance and margin on track by that. I think they're building up enough of a margin to Barroso that if they, as you say, Greg, go with about 2 to go and decide to start scrapping this one out with the elbows out, that's probably enough to where they don't have to worry about Frankie, pulling his way back into this. It's definitely enough that they don't have to worry about Dirks, Gould, and Meyer working their way back.
Yep. And I think Frankie threw down a couple of really fast laps, and I think he just took too much out of the tires because he's just hasn't been able to replicate that. And while the others are in the low 143s, 143 even, he's now consistently in the 143 threes, and 3/10 or 2/10, I should say, of a lap in Spec Miata racing is a lot of time. And ironically, the other thing that you had mentioned, the things that really serve you well, sometimes in racing in general, but sometimes in these Spec Miata races, is something that is completely contradictory to what a race car driver is generally about, and it's patience.
Yeah.
And, to go, no, if I go now, I'm going to hurt the car too much. I've just got to wait. Just be patient. Pick your moment here. And that's one of the things that, race drivers, the really good race drivers, have to also be pretty smart people, because you've got, your innate gifts, those kind of, your feel in the car, and your, this, that, and the other thing. But one of the things that makes a race car driver fast, guys, is mental bandwidth.
Yeah.
And that's a huge component.
Sometimes all you have to grow that mental bandwidth is repetition.
Yep.
And experience, right?
Yeah.
Getting the laps into where you're not having to think about the basic stuff. You're able to put your brain power more towards strategizing and setting up passes and moves rather than just driving the car close to its limit. Speaking of driving the car close to its limit, one of the things I've noticed over the last couple laps, Max Stallone is pushing those corner exits a lot wider than we've seen.
Yes.
It was already a little bit ragged down at the chicane, but he was all up over the exit curb at turn number 11 last time through. Logan Stretch, Tyler Brown in his mirrors, able to keep it much, much tighter on corner exit. And it does make me wonder how hard Max Stallone has been pushing to stay out in front. He knows Stretch isn't going to be a threat behind him, right? They're only ever going to work together, at least until this last, maybe lap and a half or so. But it does make you wonder if Stallone has enough left in the proverbial tank, or enough left in the tires, to be able to hang on to this when the gloves come off.
Yeah, and I think, Tyler Brown and Justin Hilly have shown those two up front. We're not going anywhere. We're in this right to the checker. And so then you start to, I got to push a little bit, and the tires come off. I think that the gloves are coming off right about now as they come up 2 laps to go. And this might just be where somebody goes, all right, I've been really taking care of these tires. It's time for me to make a move. Let's find out as they come whistling through turn 1.
Car off and into the wall at the exit of the final corner. It's Bobby Gossett in the gray number 44.
Oh, no.
Slid off kind of sideways towards the track and caught the tire barrier on driver's right, slapped the car around, and it's now facing nose first into the conveyor belt there at the exit of the corner. It is beached. It will stay there, and I'll tell you what, Greg, I think we'll probably stay green till the end of this one. They're happy to let that car sit and let this play out. However, it will put those last 2 corners underneath a yellow. This run to the checkered flag is going to be neutralized.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to have to get this done before you get up to turn 11 for sure.
Somebody with a lockup there on the way into 4, Greg. Sorry about that.
Yeah, there sure was. You could hear that chirp.
I think the one who's going to have to duck out first here is going to be Tyler Brown in the 07. If he doesn't do it, there's no reason for Stretch to punch out and risk losing not just his spot, but Stallone's spot up at the front of this field. Brown's going to have to disrupt this somehow and hope that Hilly can hang with him.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it's got to play out here. And Barroso at this stage just hoping to pick up some scraps if something goes untoward for these others. But we are coming up and around now, and you can see there's no yellow flag there. There it is.
Yeah,
so it's the exit of essentially of 11, essentially, where that first yellow is. But here we go, coming around, picking up the white flag.
It means, Greg, I think our passing zones that are left are going to be somebody showing the nose at the keyhole, down at turn 4, or that surprise move we saw yesterday up the inside at turn number 9.
Yep, exactly. And look what's happening here. Stallone and Stretch have eased away a little bit from Tyler Brown and Justin Hilly. 2-3 car lengths now. This is pretty telling, I think.
I actually half wonder here if Brown is going to try and get a run. If he's backing up,
could be.
Try and suck up to the back of Logan Stretch down this long back straightaway, get as much of a draft as he can. I don't know if it's going to work, though, because he's not got Hilly on his back bumper either.
Yeah. Well, at some point you think Logan, if he wants to win here, he's going to have to pop out. And at that point, Tyler Brown gets a double draft.
Yeah. Well, the question is,
here they go.
Yep,
There's come Stretch.
If Logan pulls out, the question is going to be, does he open the door where he can't afford to open the door? Immediately, Tyler Brown is up onto the back bumper of that maroon number 89. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Let's see if it happens again.
Yeah, here we go now. This is down through the bottom of 6. Now, here's that where you could do that surprise pass. Let's see what happens. You just got to kind of straight line to the apex. Max Stallone, he knew somebody might try that. He really shallowed up his run there. But that slowed up Stretch, and Tyler Brown, he might be able to get up alongside. No,
and unfortunately, Greg.
Now there's the yellow.
Exactly. So the field is essentially frozen in this final sequence. It was, you're absolutely right earlier, tremendous work by Max Stallone. Knew exactly where that door was going to open back at turn number 9.
Yeah, covered that to perfection. Max Stallone doubles on the weekend. Logan Stretch comes home a supportive second. And then Tyler Brown completes your podium. Justin Heil will be Hilly in 4th. And Frankie Barroso will complete your top 5. But wow, that was a study in racecraft. And it was another one of those things where in the end, really nothing changed, right, from after about 3 laps. But it was how things were playing out and people studying and working it. And it just so happened that the guy at the head of the class was the one who put on the clinic and did what he needed to do.
Yeah, so often I think we've become accustomed to thinking of Spec Miata races on their own as being, they're so chaotic, they're so busy. Position changes all the time. It's really exciting. I actually don't think the excitement of Spec Miata and the tension that you get in Spec Miata comes from having passes, left, right, and center. I think it just comes from the fact that the margins are so razor thin between cars and drivers, and the fact that it's such a cerebral race. You have to be so smart about which battles you pick and choose, how you work together with teammates, non-teammates, when you decide to make a move, what the consequences of that move are going to be, and whether or not you have enough in hand to be able to soak up the consequences of all that. Like you said, didn't see the big position changes and shuffles here at the end, but it doesn't mean we didn't get the tension leading up to it, waiting to see who had what and what door was going to open for anybody inside our top 5. Still a great race.
And, you can look at that and go, well, nothing changed. But think about the amount of pressure that Max just absorbed for the entire race. Now, Logan's not going to try and force him into a mistake, but if Max makes a mistake, Logan gets into the back of him, or Max makes a mistake and Logan passes, but boom, now he's got all of these other competitors right there. And, he drifted wide a couple of times, but when he got into a position where he knew there could be an attack coming once again, he put his car in the perfect spot to dissuade anybody else from trying to come through. And that is worthy of a double winner on a Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour event. Just phenomenal stuff. We have one more race here at the Ohio Valley Region 2026 Great Lakes Race of Champions, and that is the fast Formula Atlantic cars as well as the prototypes, and we'll be right back for it.
Shopping for tires used to really grind my gears. So many tires, and the thought of choosing the right one made me, Precisely. That's before I went to TireRack.com. I got the best deal hands down. My tires ship fast and free, arrive the next day like clockwork. Tire Rack even gave me 2 years of free road hazard protection. Precisely.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Want to try SCCA racing but with an approach focused on fun and learning? The SCCA Race Experience program is exactly that, with both short sprint races you can drive by yourself and endurance races you can do with friends. All you need is an SCCA membership, a driver's license, a properly equipped car, and the right driver gear. Visit scca.com/racex to find more information and events near you.
It's the 2026 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 25 championship classes. Production to GTs, prototypes to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
My name's Pat Prevenus. Dave Onischuk, Chicago region.
I'm Tiffany Bingheim, and I'm with Milwaukee region.
My name is Carter Kundinger. I'm a part of the Milwaukee region, and I have been doing this for 3 years.
Since about 88, so 30-some years. I've been doing this for 50 years.
2009 is when I started, so I don't remember a year how long.
What makes you keep coming back?
It is honestly, it's one of those, the cars and the racing are great, but you stay for the people. It's come for the racing, but stay for the people.
Racing and, good people.
It's not only the racing, but it's the people too. I mean, I can't go away from that. I've met a lot of my very close friends here, and just connections that you make with your fellow workers, even drivers, safety crew, just about anyone is honestly just something that, it just keeps me coming every single year, every single weekend.
Because both my son and my daughter and my brother also flag, so it's a family thing. Well, there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of excitement. You know, if you're a race fan, there's no better spot. There's been a lot of great memories, a lot of friends, a lot of racing friends. It's a great group of people. Everybody cares for one another, helps each other out. Those are probably the biggest memories, more than just the racing.
I mean, it's fellow workers, the drivers. It's been amazing. I've met my best friend here. My husband. So it's really a family event. I mean, it's great.
I came out here when I was a high school student as a spectator and kind of fell in love with the place. And during my college years, I joined as an SCCA member and started working corners right away, and I've been doing it ever since. This is the best seat in the house.
Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Prototype 2, our final race of the Ohio Valley Region's 2026 Great Lakes Race of Champions, and the final race of the sixth stop of the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour here at the amazing Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. We are ready to go for this final race. It'll be 20 laps or 35 minutes in duration. And this one should go by fast because the cars that are at the sharp end of the field are wickedly fast around this track. These cars around here will be much quicker than the GT1 cars because this is a track that is designed for agility and mid-corner speed, not straight line speed per se. So this will be a good one. Let's go through the starting lineup. On the pole after winning yesterday as well, the number 12, Riley Harris, and that is in one of those the Van Diemen Formula 1000 type of chassis, the Mantech entry. Starting second, the True Atlantic car of the 51 of Larry Howard and his Epic Electric Service Swift. Then starting in the third spot, another Formula Atlantic car, finished fourth yesterday. Howard did take second, by the way. Nico Vardis will start in that third spot in his JDR Formula 1000 car. Starting in the fourth spot after finishing sixth yesterday, the 00 of Hoosier, the Hoosier-sponsored Swift 014A. And then completing the top five, all Formula Atlantic cars, and this is the guy I think you need to watch today, is the number 49 of Tony Ave in his Optech Swift 016 Mazda. Right before the ending yellow flag yesterday, yes, in wet conditions, he had just put in a wickedly fast lap for those conditions, and I think he's got something in hand here. Then starting next up, sixth in Formula Atlantic is the number 7 of Alex Lima in the pole position, Tadeusz, but I think you told me that he did not, he has actually packed up and left due to some problems. So then it'll be the pole sitter in the FE2 class, the 17 of Gian Buffamonte and his Alliance Autosport FE2 Mazda. Then 8th in Formula Atlantic is the number, 7th in Formula Atlantic, the number 8 of Ryan Sari in his DrivenTires.com Swift. Then your winner in the Formula Continental class yesterday, starting 9th overall, 0, Chris Campanale, who finished 5th overall in his Van Diemen. And then we have the second place car in Formula Continental. Well, that's where he'll be starting. He did not even start yesterday, though, as Jeremy Swank. So we'll keep an eye out for that as well. Slated to start 11th. He won in the FE2 category yesterday, the 27 of Dean Opperman in his Wright Formula Racing Mazda powered FE2. And then starting third in FE2, the number 55 finished second yesterday, Keith Joslin in his ASA Signage Hoosier entry. And then we've got Gary Peck, won in the prototype class. Richard Colburn won in the prototype 2 category over Jason Vinkelmulder and Carter Sheets. And again, he did not finish yesterday's race. We'll see whether he's able to make the start. One thing you may have noticed about some of these cars, they can be a little bit fragile, but when they last, they are wickedly fast. And we are about to get this final race underway out of the keyhole, heading toward the starter's stand. You'll know it when that green flies. You'll hear it. We are green, and away we go. Howard, the red Swift Atlantic car on the outside of Riley Harris in that high revving Formula 1000 car, and Harris carries enough speed in, and a big plume of smoke from somebody. I don't know if that was just brake lockup or if that was some sort of a motor issue, but everybody's safely through madness right now. Harris leading over Howard, and Tony Ave starting to make some moves already, I think, as well, guys.
Yeah, good start from Harris. Good start from Vardis as well to go at the inside and start challenging Larry Howard in that number 51. Couldn't make it a 1-2 for those F1000 chassis and engines. You see the size differential between them there. Headed up the hill towards turn number 11. A difference in downforce power and weight, of course, but not in pace. Pretty well balanced across the multiple options you've got here. I think the smoke we saw early on there, Greg, was a lockup from one of the prototype cars.
Gotcha.
Difficult to peel them apart because they're all back in a pack there. Gary Peck, Jason Finkmulder, and Richard Colburn all together in the 3P and or P2 cars. But anyway, no contact with me there. Looks like everybody carries on.
Yeah, it's great to know. And we get confirmation 2 cars did not start. One of them, Tony Abe. He's had a pretty busy and successful weekend. And then Alex Lima, we had talked about, we think had left at the end of the day on Friday due to some serious problems with the car. So up front, Riley Harris by about a second. Big loop up at the exit of the keyhole. Ooh, man. Right in the way of oncoming traffic. Everybody gets through.
I think it's Dean Opperman in the 27 FE2 entry out of Manuka, Illinois. Actually let Gian Buffamante out of Naperville, Illinois, out there on his own. I think Dean's actually still on track there. Just can't get the car restarted and pulled forward.
No, it's got the very definite profile that you know for an FE2 car. And so we watch this group heading up. And just to explain, FE2 stands Formula Enterprises, and it is a spec chassis made by SCCA Enterprises. It is a Formula car, open cockpit, open wheel. So it's a Formula car. It's built by SCCA Enterprises, thus that part of the name. And then 2 means the second variant as a full course caution comes out early here.
Unfortunately, Greg, this isn't the very best example of FE2 racing in the SCCA.
No, it's not.
A lot of the FE2 entrants have chosen to run their Formula Bs this weekend. There happens to be a lot of crossover between those two. One of the similarities between them, though, is that for me, FE2 represents some of the very best value in open wheel racing anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
If you decide you want to run a car with slicks and wings, and you're tired of running the Vs or the FCs or whatever the case might be, those FE2 cars are just such a great balance of straight line speed, cornering grip, affordability. It's a spec class, so you don't have to spend a bunch of money to be competitive. I really, really enjoy the racing we get in FE2, and
it's produced some fabulous racers.
It really has. Sorry, we had a bad trigger there on the flag status. It threw me for a bit of a loop as I was trying to get through that, but we are full course yellow indeed. Our pylon should update here in a moment.
And I'm wondering whether that car is just off to the side of the track and maybe high-sided there from the way it is sitting, maybe not totally off the track.
It's hard to tell, right? You're dropping down the hill out of the keyhole. So even though our camera's way up on top of a really nice brand new starter stand over there at turn 3, it's difficult to see it far enough out into the distance and over the top of that little plateau as you come off of the keyhole. Also off camber up there. As you say, Tom, if you get out over the lip edge of the track, because it's already off camber, you're fighting a literal uphill battle to get over that lip on the edge of the track surface. And wonder if that's where Dean's got himself high-sided.
Yeah, it's a shame, obviously, because he'd been pretty impressive yesterday on his way to a win. And so for this one to start this way will obviously be a little bit of a gut punch for him. But nonetheless, that's part of the game, in racing. Things happen like that. But it's just a shame when it does. And the rest of the field here is now been picked up behind the pace car. There goes Mr. Peck, Gary Peck, your prototype winner in that store chassis.
As we get the field under control here, Greg, we're obviously working to get that number 27 pulled away and restarted. Might be a good time to squeeze the brake in here. Probably another lap under full course yellow to go. I think we can get it out of the way before we go back to green here.
Let's get that done. Always have to say a big thank you to our sponsors for making the broadcast here on DriversEyeLive.com a possibility.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. As the world's largest race tire manufacturer, Hoosier has been at the forefront of motorsports innovation for more than 65 years. From local tracks to the global stage, Hoosier is dedicated to delivering high-performance tires that meet the demands of champions. Whether you're a seasoned competitor or an aspiring racer, Hoosier tires are engineered to help you push the limits. For more information, visit us online at HoosierTire.com or visit us trackside, and remember to connect with us on social media.
For more than 30 years, championship-winning drivers have demanded the Hawk Performance braking advantage. Now you can experience that same advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or CUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With brake pads, rotors, and fluids that deliver smooth braking for muscle cars and tuners, Super Duty solutions for tow vehicles, custom-engineered motorsports friction designed specifically for road racing, autocross, drag, and everything in between, Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com to learn more. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information.
And welcome back, everybody. This early caution continuing here, and it's unique how they're doing the cleanup up at the exit of the keyhole. And one of the great things, and Tom has alluded to some of the modifications made to the track itself during some of the recent work they did. And Tom, they added a couple of like short return loops in spots, and that's being used during this full course caution.
Yeah, they basically just did away with the keyhole up there and just came off of turn number 1 and make a quick right-hander and take them around to the back straightaway. Once again, the camera shop we have is just too far away from us for us to be able to tell exactly what's going on up there at that point of the racetrack, but that certainly gives the safety crews who do such a great job and deserve all the credit in the world.
Absolutely.
All the room that they need to be able to take care of that situation up there at the top of the keyhole, and they will continue to go around. This is going to shorten this race as far as distance goes, not in terms necessarily of laps, but in terms of the distance traveled by these race cars. I will say one thing, that in doing a number of the regional events that are here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Nico Vardas is out almost every time in his Formula A, and so many times he's there by himself as far as his class is concerned, and as far as the other ones that he is involved with in any kind of a race. He just walks away from them. Well, here, he's got his hands full. He's back there in third place and is following along behind Riley Harris and Larry Howard here in the early part of this race. Right now, we have 5 laps down, 15 to go. And with shortening things up a little bit, it's going to help a little bit as far as the time situation goes, if we would get into that.
It's kind of a catch-22 here with this cleanup situation. You don't want to be messing with the safety crews that have got to pull cars out of the edge of the circuit and obviously are likely to block the circuit in doing so. So that's good. The problem is it shortens the pace lap. And by shortening the pace lap, you're clicking through the limited number of laps we have here more quickly, bearing in mind this race was likely to go to laps in the first place by virtue of the speed that the FA cars are running.
Yeah,
So
true.
in some ways, you're potentially bleeding off. I mean, we might be talking a lap here by the end of the race or a couple of minutes. It's not really that big a deal, but it does change the, nominally at least, changes the complexion of what makes up this race by cutting off, let's say half a mile, 3/4 of a mile each lap.
I wonder what you were going to use there for the word, because I was waiting for dynamic, and you use complexion.
Yeah.
That's what I love about you. You have so many different words for so few subjects.
Wait a
minute, that didn't come out right.
When you regularly commentate 7 and 8 hour races, you got to stretch the heck out of the limited subjects you've got and make it sound fun. How's that for a big word?
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that works.
Hey, something I wanted to point out, and again, as the we're going to be going back to green pretty soon, as I saw the safety vehicles starting to make their way off that station. But I wanted to point out, when you're thinking about it, what's the difference between a true Atlantic car and one of these F1000s? That lead car, that F1000. It's just got a very different look to it. It's powered by the motorcycle engine, flat bottom with a big diffuser on the back, and skinny tires. But I think the tails away shot, Jordan, as we're going up to 11 here, I like to hold the tails away, and I want people to look under the back of that red car right there that's just going out of frame. Also, this next car coming up. And as you look underneath that first car, no clearance. Look underneath that red car. You see those gaps underneath that. That is because in those side pods are massive tunnels that are shaped like upside-down airplane wings. So the faster that car goes, the more it sucks down literally onto the racetrack. And that was one of the stalwarts of the Formula Atlantic cars back when they were a huge feeder series or kart racing in IndyCar. But now we're back to green. And it is our Formula Atlantic F1000 base Van Diemen in the hands of the very talented Riley Harris, jumping up into the lead. Heading down through turn 1.
Time to restart well, Greg. A little bit more power in the 51 of Larry Howard up behind him, but it was a stretch a car length or two before they got to turn number 1. Probably double that now as they work down to the keyhole turn for the first time in a few laps, even though we were under full course yellow there. Vardis all over the back of Howard as well. May be able to catch the draft here down the back straightaway.
I think it's a possibility here as he comes whistling down. Then behind him is Jeremy Hill. And then it's Buffamonte, who's having a really good run here. Jeremy Hill covers on that FE2 car as they come through. And Tom, getting back to what you're talking about with Vardis, that's one of the great things, if you're a regional, you're mainly a regional racer, you don't travel out of region that far, might go to the very nearest races. But when the SCCA Hoosier Racing Tire Super Tour comes to town, you've got that golden opportunity to test yourself against the best in the country. And if you're a real racer, you want to know how you stack up.
And I think we're finding that out this weekend. I think a lot of these guys stack up very well against each other.
Oh, they're very close. Yeah, it's great stuff. There's not a lot of ground right now between Riley Harris, Larry Howard, Nico Vardis at this stage. They're all running in pretty close concert. So, I'd say for Nico right now, and you think about it, he was 4th in the race yesterday when there were more Atlantics that were running. He's acquitting himself very nicely, thank you. There he comes in that black JDR F1000.
I don't know that we actually touched on this during the full course yellow, Greg, but that was actually a 2-car incident. We saw Dean Opperman in the FE2, number 27, drop down the order, and we saw the silhouette way off in the distance. I don't think we actually mentioned that Jeremy Swank in the 72 appeared to get caught up in that as well. That car sits 14th and last of our starters, unfortunately, having only completed the one lap. It's left Chris Campanale kind of out in front, in control of FC, all on his own, bearing in mind Carter Sheets in the weekend he's been in.
Yeah, Carter Sheets is out there, but, he's still, and we know he's fast. Carter is wicked quick, but he can't muster anything. He just finally turned to 136, and that's, relatively representative. So it's great to see him. Maybe they finally sorted out whatever the issue was, and that's great to see indeed. But it seems pretty erratic speed, because I've also seen him 10 seconds off that. So just working, trying to solve whatever that issue is. There is the prototype store of Gary Peck. And here comes the P2 Nastendo in the hands of Richard Colburn.
I really like those little P2 prototypes. It's not something that, you look at the prototype class, not here this weekend, but a lot of times you need to have like the Elan DPO2 type chassis.
Right.
Big aero, class rules absolutely maximized, big slick tires and a big budget to be able to go run them and be competitive. I think P2, much like the old D-Sports racer, at least up until about 2012, was designed to just be that, I think you called it yesterday, backyard engineering, Greg.
Yeah.
Where you can, if you've got some decent ideas or a fun idea that you think could work in a prototype, go design some body work yourself, put some, fiberglass molds together, and build a race car up from either a donor chassis or a custom chassis.
Absolutely.
And play around. If you fancy yourself a backyard Adrian Newey, it's kind of your tinkerer's class. It still makes a lot of grip and makes a decent amount of power, but it's a fun little class to tinker around in as well as racing.
I just all of a sudden got this picture in my mind of Adrian Newey at some little garage behind a house with a white picket fence.
That's it.
Doing his engineering there.
That's probably how he started.
Yeah.
Just getting out the slide rule back and everything and working on it here. But
a guy who thinks he's smarter than everybody else and has more tools than everybody else. And it turned out that actually worked out for Adrian Newey. I don't know that it works out for everybody else. But it's a great class anyway. Right?
It truly is, and it's nice to see that coming back, because for a while, it was kind of, you needed to have almost one of those ride and drive cars, even in what was the P2 category, some sort of like a Radical or something, and not particularly cheap. And to see cars now, be able to come back. And I just wanted to point out, I've been watching, and Jason Vinkenmolder, who's running second to Richard Colburn right now in that P2 category, he's in that all-white Spartan Lake Effect Motorsports car. There is something coming off the left side of that car, and it's flapping around, and I'm sure that's robbing him of some speed, and he's probably a little concerned about what may have caused that as well.
I have some thoughts, Greg.
Cast
your mind back 20-ish minutes. I know it's a long time ago, but cast your mind back to where we saw that big plume of smoke on the way into turn number 4, right off the initial start. And we said, well, it came out of a group of prototypes, but they were all right in a pack, so we couldn't really tell who it was.
Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked if it was that number 9 of Jason Finkelmolder. And as he locked up, maybe caught on his left side, or out to his outside, and maybe it just peeled some of that bodywork or a side skirt strip back far enough to be out flapping in the wind now.
I think that's a pretty good theory, sir. Riley Harris just sets fast lap of the race, a 1:23.7, and that puts him about 4/10 on that lap, up on Larry Howard. He's got about a 3-second lead back to Larry right now. Then it's another 1.5 seconds back to Nico Vardis, and Nico is not running far off of Larry Howard's times right now. Jeremy Hill a little bit farther off in terms of times. And, one of the things, if you look at Larry Howard's car, it's called the Swift 016. And you look at Jeremy Hill's car, it's a Swift 014A. What that just means is Larry Howard's car is the newer version of that Swift chassis that they used to run in Atlantic. I've always thought that the Swift, the 014, was the prettiest of the Atlantic cars that Swift built.
It is.
But the 016 does produce significantly more downforce. So
It does.
that's where the difference is.
At the cost of aesthetics and size, it's a significantly bulkier car, even
Yes,
just
it is.
looking at it from trackside. But you're right, Greg. I mean, this is the era that, you know, you kind of made a name for yourself in. I happened to grow up during the era, and even just, you know, from my memories watching these cars around Nazareth Speedway, which is my home track there for a long time, that is the iconic Atlantic shape. That and the mid-90s cars that came before the 014,
yep,
with the pulled back rear wing, the end plates at an angle, the low kind of compact side pods compared to the big bulbous ones on the 016. There's just something about it that, to me, says this is what Atlantics are meant to look like.
Yeah, just pretty. Just absolutely pretty cars, no question. And still went pretty darn well. You know, there's no question about it. You know, when you get more downforce, you know, that's always going to be a bonus unless you're at a place, say, like a Road America, where sometimes that can just null out your pace a little bit. But most everywhere else, it's going to be a real factor, as we see Riley Harris put Jason Winkelmulder a lap down, and Winkelmulder is just coming into the pits. He's probably had enough of that thing making whatever that is on the side, making noise there.
Yeah, the bodywork, it's actually directly behind the left front wheel. So there's a little arrow opening in the side bodywork there that allows air to escape from around the wheel. And it's pulled that back and detached it from the wheel arch where the louvers sit above the rear above the front wheel there. So doesn't look like it's actually bad. Just needs to be reattached and pulled forward. But we are halfway. Oh, no, that car is smoking now. We are halfway through the session, so he will get credit for the finish either way.
Good man. And that's probably, he just let me get there and make it happen. And, you know, talking about Formula Atlantic, you know, of course, that era of the Swift, we were talking about the early Swift chassis and the like. You know, then you go back a little bit more in history, you know, back to the old flat bottom marches. And those cars, the chevrons that, you know, the marches like Gilles Villeneuve used to launch his way up into Formula One. Whole different style there. They, you know, flat bottom, they didn't have real downforce. They had wings, but you drift them through turns and do that. In an Atlantic car with big downforce, you don't want that car to be sideways ever, and you want to stay off at curbs because you don't want to either bleed the ground effects, get the, you know, you hit a curb, it lifts that inside of the car up, and the ground effects will just sort of bleed out of it. And if you go sideways in those cars, you just create a massive stall in your aerodynamics too. So it just changed driving styles completely.
One of the things I realize we're losing the plot a little bit here, but that's okay. The race is very stable at the moment. One of the things I really loved about the old Atlantic series was that it was a standalone series with an identity of its own. It did join the kart ladder in the later years, but half the races still took place in Canada.
Yep.
They had standalone events at the Montreal Formula One Grand Prix and at Trois Rivières.
Yeah.
And so you would get, you know, massive fields, like 30 or 35 of these things that would show up to, you know, Formula One Sport Weekend or a little bull ring like the street circuit at Three Rivers. And it really created a buzz and an identity to the series all on its own. Much like every other series in the history of motorsports, it eventually spent itself out of existence. The kart IRL or IndyCar merger didn't help things for sure, but it was a unique time in motorsports where it represented a very obvious second step in the prestige ladder of open wheel racing in North America. And it is one of the things I think has gone missing from major open wheel racing here.
Well, I agree. And, you know, if you go back to the late 70s, and think about it, you know, well, first of all, I was just going to make a comment about, you know, in the 90s when Trans Am started to go race with Formula Atlantic at Trois Rivières, and Trans Am was billed as the headliner, and I was there, I was announcing some of them, and Trans Am had come out, and Canadians just love their motorsport, so the grandstands were pretty full, but you know, it was the Saturday afternoon Atlantic race where that place would be overflowing. They loved their open wheel racing. And back, you know, now going back, like I was going to say quickly, into the 70s, one of the great things about the Formula Atlantic series here in the U.S. in that era was more than a number of times, and Trois Riv was one of the favorites, you had drivers like James Hunt,
yeah,
and other top-tier Formula One drivers come over and take on, and get a ride, and they'd always get a good car and everything. And that was one of the things that started to create the Gilles Villeneuve legend, because they came over thinking they're going to wax this crowd of small-time Canadians, and Gilles Villeneuve kicked their butts. So that they started to make noise and said, you got to give this guy a shot.
Yeah.
That kind of thing just doesn't happen anymore.
No, unfortunately not. We do get a tick of it in sports car racing a little bit.
Yeah.
And IndyCar to some degree. I think Alex Palou has done something similar for himself, although I don't know that it's ever going to blossom into a Formula One career.
And how is that, by the way?
I don't understand.
The guy, I've watched him, this year and last year certainly, but I've watched him and I've just gone, how is this guy not in Formula One?
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
No,
either.
it's absurd.
Absurd. I think the closest thing we've got in racing to the current version of, or the old version of Atlantics, is probably Super Formula in Japan.
Yeah,
it's an obvious but not very steep step below Formula One in terms of performance, kind of in line with Formula 2. It's a national series that kind of sits out on an island, but it attracts a lot of young talent and a lot of dollars. From a marketing perspective, from an engine building perspective, and certainly from a driver development perspective. So many young drivers, both from Japan and Asia, but also the world over, go to prove themselves in Super Formula, erstwhile the Formula Nippon series, and just build that talent level, that comfort level of wheel-to-wheel racing at high speeds and high performance. It's a very, very cool series, and it's kind of taken up the mantle of what Atlantic used to be.
I think that's a really good analogy for sure. And that was a sketchy moment for Nico Vardas, who negotiated it beautifully coming out of turn number 13, seeing a couple cars in front of him, and right as he moved, the second car in the queue moved to make a pass of his own, and Nico just calmly opened the wheel up a little bit.
Tell you what, Nico's not giving up on this.
No, he's not.
Larry Howard in the 51 had kind of started to step away from that black number 80 JDR F1000, but Howard just got hung up around the outside of one of the FE2s there going into the keyhole, and as we saw, Nico Vardas still very much putting in the times here, working through traffic pretty aggressively himself. So
yeah, he is.
It is close to 3 seconds, but it only takes a couple of missteps here in the final lap for this to close back up.
You can see, and now it's Nico's time to get perhaps hung up just a little bit. Let's see if he's able to make that big lunge down the inside, and he does. Surprises that other car a little bit. You see the brake lockup.
Yeah, faster than being stuck behind him. I don't know that it was necessarily fast through there either way.
Right. But when you see somebody make a move like that, and then you see the other car, suddenly they lock up the brake a little bit, and the car skates a little bit, that tells me that they're not really that aware of what's going on behind them. Because if you're watching in the mirrors, you would know that Nico was there.
Yeah.
And when he makes that move, and it wasn't like it was just a super last second thing.
Yeah.
And then, but that just, because you can expect, all right, I'm just going to just lift a little sooner here or whatever. And that's just all part of it. That's gaining experience. And, these guys that are running here that maybe don't do, aren't going for the full SCCA Hoosier Super Tour series, but are, wanting to come out like Nico and test themselves a little bit. And, some of these guys, like we said, they may be relatively new and are still working on learning that racecraft. And racecraft isn't all about, how fast you go and how well you make a pass on somebody. Racecraft also involves how well you get past.
Yeah.
And, that's part of the art, too.
I want to make one other point here while we're in this open wheel group and do my, I stump for the FE2 class when I can. It's going to be no different. You mentioned, what's the difference between the FE2 class and, sorry, we were talking about F1000, weren't we? It wasn't FE2, but it's the same concept. FE2 for me represents the greatest value in open wheel racing. I know we had mentioned it earlier, but one of the things I wanted to point out here on timing and scoring, if you've been watching, we have the speed trap data. Jeremy Hill in the Swift 014A, remember that was an IndyCar ladder car not so very long ago, 137 miles an hour through the speed trap. Gian Buffamani in the FE2, 136.8.
Yeah.
I mean, you are getting almost equivalent speeds, a little bit less downforce, and a car that is, races wheel to wheel as an open wheel car. Some of the best wheel to wheel racing we'll have in the SCCA. If you've ever been interested in giving one of those a go, highly, highly recommend that you do. Flies under the radar, but man, are they fun.
Fun to drive, and not comparatively not the most expensive car to be able to afford to go out and run. But we are on our final lap here, and on that last lap, wow, Larry Howard just set fast lap of the race. Significant lap, a 122.9. That was really, really fast. Not far off of where qualifying times were here. So he really found some speed just a little bit too late as Riley Harris coming up through turn number 12 and through the carousel, through 13 and onto the front straight. And Riley Harris comes through and sweeps the weekend with Larry Howard grabbing his second consecutive second place. And Nico Vardas, fourth yesterday, making OVR proud, comes home third, doing a really nice job here for him. And that's how it played out in Formula Atlantic. And we're going to see, you talked about him, Gian Buffamante is going to come through. He was third in FE2 yesterday, but boy, they found something, and he was able to come through and grab that win today. In Formula Continental, it was Chris Campanale. And Chris having a really good weekend. That was his sweep of the weekend as well. Second in FE2 was Keith Joslin. And Keith, that's his second consecutive second, by the way. And how nice is it to see Carter Sheets up and competitive and finishing second in FC after having to come from dead last. And even during this race, I think he had some early issues, but it seems like they finally got that solved. So good for him. Gary Peck gets his second win of the weekend. And Richard Colburn, I said it yesterday, I had announced SCCA racing for a long time. I've announced Richard a long time and never had the chance to announce him to a win. One of the nicest guys on the planet, period. And now I get to call him over the line for 2 wins in a row. And that just makes me happy. And Jason Winkelmulder, second in P2. Third in FE2, yesterday's winner, Dean Opperman. And then third in Continental, Jeremy Swank. But again, those two were involved in that keyhole incident early and didn't get a whole lot of laps put in. So that's going to wrap up here this event, this sixth stop, if you will, for rounds 11 and 12 of the SCCA Hoosier Super Tour. But let's talk a little bit about what to expect coming up next. And, you know, from spectacular to spectacular, their June sprints, a legendary race for so many years, and now part of the SCCA Super Tour, and the June sprints, you know, Chicago region's crown jewel in many ways, and at an amazing venue as well, Road America, guys.
Yeah, I attended my first June sprints back in 2023 and was desperately unprepared for the experience. It's the closest thing we've got to a major spectator event here in, you could almost make the case it's SCCA wide. You know, the runoffs go from track to track, but the June sprints have been ever present. I think this is 61 years consecutively for the June sprints.
Yep.
They have that number 1 or 2 off, but very close to being, it's 6 full decades at the very least. The spectators come out. People love their camping up at Road America. They line the trackside fences and kind of make a weekend out of it and a party atmosphere out of it. It really is a very, very special event. A lot of fun, and can't wait to get up there to Elkhart Lake and celebrate some of the best of what the SCCA has to offer.
Yeah, and that, of course, begins Friday, June 5th with the coverage on DriverSeyeLive.com beginning at 2 p.m. Central Time. Remember that, Central Time. And, Tom, I just want to get back to you real quick here and say thank you for hosting us and being such a great representative for Ohio Valley region and this Great Lakes Race of Champions. So much fun, man.
Well, it's been a great deal of fun for me to work with you, Brendan, Jordan, and everybody else here and the folks at the Ohio Valley region. Don't forget, there will be 3 more of the amateur races coming up this year. One will be the 11th and 12th of July. I believe that's the Cincinnati region. And then back to the OVR on the 8th and 9th of August. And then you skip ahead to October. And it might be a little cold, but that's some of our best racing on the 10th and 11th there once again. So it's been fun for me sitting in with you guys, and I'm glad we've had the chance to do that. Hope you guys have safe travels back to your home areas. Pretty sure Greg will. And so other than that, thanks for all your kindnesses this weekend.
One more thank you to all the spectators who turned out this weekend. I know it's not necessarily the big headliner type event, but at least 100 cars parked in the gravel lot over there behind Madness for most of the weekend. We've seen plenty more roaming around over the course of the weekend as well. The paddock has been buzzing. There's a genuine energy to the false grid when I was down there earlier. Really just kind of helps take a good event and makes it a great event, having people who care to be here and witness something that maybe is a little outside the norm, but no less exciting for those of us who care about it very, very much as well. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well said, sir. And just lastly here, I just want to give another shout out to all of the volunteers, from the flaggers out on the corners, out in the elements, but all of the other specialties as well, pit, grid, timing and scoring, tech, all of that, all of the officials that we have to make an event like this happen. Again, you already thanked all the people that showed up. I want to end this with my favorite recognition at the end of every event, and it's to the people that are perhaps the most under-recognized, but the most important and hardworking, and that's the crews. And particularly in club racing, there's no money being paid out to the crews here. This is they're just buds and friends that love racing like everybody else does. And I'll tell you what, this has been a fascinating weekend. I think it's safe to say that at this Great Lakes Race of Champions, Mid-Ohio has given us a taste of pretty much every kind of weather you can have here in Central Ohio, with the exception of that brutal summer heat that sometimes comes through.
But it didn't snow.
But it didn't snow. You're absolutely right. But it has been an absolute delight, and it's been an honor for me to work with this great group of guys, and I look forward to being back at some point, perhaps in the future, if not before the runoffs.